right, good morning. Here we are at High Lonesome 100. Just not too long till the race starts. How are you doing this morning?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Pretty good. A little bit tired, but excited for a big day following this race and sharing what's going on, and just ready for the race to get started today.
I'm Rachel Lemke, and this is Jason Schlarb, who's coming off of a third place at Hard Rock, in case you guys did not know. So we will be here with you guys for most of the morning and through the early part of the afternoon as we see runners get started here in about 6 a.m.
Yeah, yeah, I'm really excited for this. I'm pumped up. I'm already awake at 5:30. Excited to watch this thing get kicked off. Um, uh, High Lonesome is an epic race. In the 7 years that this race has been around, it has a reputation of being one of the best mountain 100-mile races
I have no
around.
idea when they're going to cut it to us or you.
So just be
And
I hope
now
I'm not
we see,
recording.
I
So
believe that's
on it.
Kelsey.
This is
She's one of the
nice.
okay.
co-founders
Oh,
of the High Lonesome 100 miler, and she's at the start line.
Can you
Good
hear us,
morning,
Kelsey?
you two. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
You
yeah.
guys
Good
hear me?
morning.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, yeah. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I am here at the start line and it is exciting. You can feel the energy already. Everyone is so pumped to get out on the course and it's a beautiful morning here. I'm standing, I don't know if you guys can see yet because the sun is still rising. The camera's facing east and we're standing in a glorious field of wildflowers. It has been raining here for the last week, so everything is super green. And I think the runners are going to have a beautiful time looping around for the next 37 hours.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I can see you're wearing a puffy. What do you think the temperature is out there?
I would say it's just the low 50s. It's actually really, really nice. I think it's going to be an interesting 2 days though, because we've got a forecast for some really rough storms coming in. And yesterday we even had a flash flood that went through the Chalk Creek corridor, right through the course, so right through the beginning of the course, and it sent some refrigerator-sized boulders through. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that for runners, of course. So hopefully these afternoon monsoons. I've actually never seen that happen before. So it will be a little bit of a rowdy 2 days, and runners will have it made out for themselves. That's for sure.
Wow, that's incredible. I driving up last night, I could just see on the road coming up towards the start and the finish that just the debris that was on the road. It must have just really, really rained. But I'm glad to hear that everything's okay and the course is good to go for this big adventure. And it's not raining right now, so that's a fantastic
Yes,
start, right?
we're pretty stoked about that. We love a good dry morning to kick things off.
Kelsey, did you
Yeah, you
guys
guys are
talk?
up in. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I said, did you talk to the runners last night in the briefing, like about the weather or any tips or anything they should like be on alert for?
Definitely. You know, I actually wasn't there because besides being one of the owners of the race with Caleb, my husband, I'm the operations director. So I was out, but he was giving them the briefing. I think he probably shared with them the video we had of that flash flood coming through. And, he does a lot of prep too and talking to them ahead of the race, right? We've got a pretty decent list of required gear, and it's important because the weather is so variable, especially at the high points of the course, which they're going to be on for quite a while. Actually, right out of the gate, they're going to climb to the highest part at 3,100 feet. They're going to go right over the shoulder of Mount Antero. And then as they get to the middle part of the course, they're going to be up on the Continental Divide above 12,000 feet. So we do a lot of work, and Caleb especially, in talking to them and making sure they've got all of the right gear and know how to be prepared for those situations to arise.
Wow. Yeah. As illustrated by yesterday afternoon's rainstorms, I'm glad that the racers will have that kind of equipment, and the Sawatch is wild and gnarly. So, yeah, yeah. What a cool adventure for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited for them. I actually ran the race last year myself, and it's it's just an incredible course. And I think everyone's going to have a real good time. There's going to be some low points too, as you guys know, but that's part of the journey, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, and I'm so glad that maybe a lot of the hardest part of the race maybe will be able to be before the weather comes in this late morning, early afternoon.
Yeah, let's hope for it.
Yeah.
And you guys are you're actually on part of the course as well. You're in one of the two ghost towns that the race runs through. You're up in St. Elmo, aren't you?
Yeah.
Or you're in Alpine, which is just below
Yeah.
St. Elmo.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a new spot for me. You know, I've been up to the Cottonwood Hot Springs and over to the peaks right here, but never back up into St. Elmo Alpine area. But we're up at, I believe, 9,000 feet up here. So we're kind of like really hunkered into this cabin, ready to just follow the race all day. We're close to, I believe, mile 21 aid station there. So we're in the action for sure.
Awesome.
Yeah, awesome. So, yeah, we've got less than 20 minutes to the start, and really, really excited about this race. Are there any of those last minute people on the wait list hopefully getting in? Maybe somebody didn't show up.
We have had some years like that. The field is at 199. So I think we exhausted both of our wait lists from what I heard last night from Caleb, our pillow talk, at least, because we haven't really seen each other the last couple of days. So it's a field of 199, but that's perfect.
Do you know the split of, I know you guys do a really good job at trying to get like women on the start line. Do you know the split of males and females in the race today?
Ooh, I don't know the exact. I think we are slightly skewed men just because of how the wait lists ran out, but the open split time is up to date. So it's really close to 50-50 though, which is awesome. I know that especially when I was on course last year, like you could just feel the difference in energy being able as a woman to race against people that look like you, right? And see them all the time on the course. So yeah, and we've heard that even from our volunteers in the aid stations that they just got a different vibe having such a even split.
Yeah, that's one of the amazing things. In addition to being one of the most beautiful mountain courses in North America, having that kind of opportunity for both men and women to be able to race in a historically, male-oriented, 100-mile race. This is fantastic and exciting. I can say from a community, we appreciate what you have done with this race, and it's awesome and exciting.
Well, thank you guys. We appreciate it. I mean, it wouldn't happen without the community, right? I think it was really interesting when we were putting the new lottery policy into place and making some other changes. We did a focus group before we went through with anything, right? And we had probably about 30 people from the Front Range Run community, which is where we started out in Denver, and talked about all the different ways that we could build the race that would make it represent the things that we really valued, and had some really long, hard discussions before we put that into play. And so we just really appreciate the community supporting this and raising their voice. And there's always more room for growth. It's just an iterative process, right? As the community changes, we'll change with it. And that's what we really love about this crew of people that's out here, is they are just so willing to tell us what they want, and we're always here to listen.
That's great. That's fantastic. Yeah, I remember hearing about the race, and and hearing that women would have an equal opportunity to get into the race, and for the proportion of race starters, and along with getting a bottle of whiskey from Laws.
Good selling point.
Yeah, that was so awesome. And
You're sold.
It's great to have another amazing real mountain 100-mile race, and just not be so much road or flat, and
And a
to just,
loop, a full loop,
yeah,
right? No out and like, very minimum like out and backs during this course too.
yeah, it's so
No, there's
fantastic.
only one out and back, which is actually kind of fun. It's a little bit of a party from St. Elmo to Cottonwood
And it's
and
a beautiful
Cottonwood
spot
back to
on the
St. Elmo.
course.
Yeah.
Yeah,
hmm
yeah.
Yes,
Eh,
they go over what we call Laws Pass, which is after one of our namesake sponsors who we love very much, that whiskey.
yeah, that's a beautiful spot. I know that Jason and Mallory got out there to put up the sign yesterday, so that's exciting, and we're excited to see the shots up there.
Oh, awesome. Do you want to talk about, do you want me to give you a quick rundown of the course in general, or do you guys want to give the crew that's listening to us a little bit of one?
Oh, you're the expert. Let's
Yeah,
let's let's
let's
hear it
hear it
from
from
you.
you. As
And
someone who started the race and also ran it themselves, you seem like a good candidate for that.
Oh man. Well, I've only had one cup of coffee this morning, so we'll see how well I do. But it's 100 miles and it's a loop, and it really just transects the southern end of the Sawatch Range. So runners are gonna first start out. There's a little bit of a road run, which is actually kind of nice. I think it lets everyone shuffle into place, and then they hop onto the Colorado Trail and go right up over the shoulder of Mount Antero. Then they're going to go through the Chalk Creek corridor, and that's where they'll head up towards you guys, actually, St. Elmo and Laws Pass. And by mile 31, they'll have done over 8,000 feet of climbing. So it's a rowdy start, and it can catch a lot of people off guard, but it's super, super fun. And it's pretty incredible to be up in a high alpine meadow within the first couple of hours of the race. From there, they're then going to have Tin Cup Pass, which is actually, if my facts are off, that Tin Cup is actually the other ghost town, not St. Elmo. St. Elmo is still a town. You guys will see the chipmunks and the tourists there. But anyways, they'll they'll head up to Tin Cup and back up onto just this really beautiful meadow, high alpine meadow that's tucked back there as they head through the Alpine Tunnel and over to the Hancock Aid Station. And so up there, they're going to be up on the Continental Divide Trail and really up at that higher altitude, which is always interesting because that's normally going to be during the night. They'll be heading into the night and be up at that higher altitude into the late hours or early hours of the morning. So from there, they'll head south over to Monarch Pass and where Monarch Aid Station is. But before they're able to do that, they're going to go up what's called the head wall. And so it's the second biggest climb, or second highest climb, I should say, of the course. And like I said, they're going to hit that. Most of the pack will hit that in the night. And it's kind of just wild to see all of the headlights like slowly moving their way up. And that was my crux of the race. I was super nauseous. A lot of people get really nauseous up there because you're so high and it's so far into the course. And so you mentally start to really dig deep, as you guys know, in those places. But the good news is they start heading down after that and then come back. They swing down the Monarch Corridor and back onto the Colorado Trail. And usually, again, that's on the second day. And it's a whole different kind of ball game that second day, right? The first day, you're spending it up high in the alpine, dealing with the weather. And on the second day, you're in the muggy, like not a lot of airflow section of the Colorado Trail. And as much as it's lower, it's still really, really sneaky. There's still a good amount of vert. They're not as big of climbs, but they're relentless. And so, that's what I really loved about doing the race last year is you've got two exceptionally different skill sets that you have to have as you do the first half versus the second half of the race.
Yeah, that is a unique format, and it's, it has a total elevation of 23,000 feet. It gets up to 13,000 feet at that first big climb, and the low point only being at 8,200 or at 8,200 feet. It really fatigues, and to be able to what you would normally think that you could run in that second half,
Much harder.
you
And you got to take care of yourself the whole time early on so you can, do those runnable sections later.
Yeah, that's absolutely incredible. So it's what a great course you and Caleb have created here, and we're so excited to watch all of these 199 runners get to the start line and be ready to run in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see behind me, but they're really starting to group. I have a hard time listening to what Caleb's saying and speaking at the same time, but he's just
You'll be
he's
multitasking.
counting. Yeah, I know. My brain is a little fried, but yep, everyone's just getting together. Can you hear him by chance?
Runners about 5 minutes till start milling out in front of the finish line.
Okay.
Start line
Okay.
Right now.
Yeah.
Start to shoot. We got a lot of coverage. So let's show how many people we got here. Start spreading up the shoot both sides.
Yeah, we have it's an incredible group. So we've got 199 runners, over 350 volunteers too, which is important to talk about, right? This race wouldn't happen without all of the people that are spread out over these 100 miles, making sure that the runners get what they need and are taken care of. So we are so grateful for the runners, their crew, the spectators, and especially the volunteers that are out here with us this weekend.
Kelsey, do you get a lot of people that have ran in the past to work these aid stations and come volunteer like after they've ran? Like the following years?
Oh my gosh. Actually, most of our captains have run the race. They either started out running the race and then joined us as captains, or captains and have run at some point. And then yes, the volunteers or runners also come back and do other volunteer parts. I think it's a good mix of new and old, right? Like we have a ton of people that always return, but every year, that's actually one of my favorite parts about this race is that I get a handful of new friends out of the experience because we just have new people coming all the time.
Fantastic. All right, less than 10 minutes to go to the beginning of the race. No headlamps, which is nice.
Yeah, that is nice for the start, isn't it?
Yeah.
We'll have to use it, coming in some hours, but nice to start in the daylight.
It is nice to start in the daylight. It's nice to see the sunrise out here too. Mm-hmm. So what you see behind us is the east side of the valley, and which is wonderful because in the wintertime, it's part of the banana belt. And really, snow doesn't sit on it all that long. So come December or late November, our west side of our valley really closes up. Those high mountain peaks and alpine meadows, they're gone, but the east side stays open. So it's actually an excellent training grounds for running.
Yeah, that is fantastic. The Arkansas Valley in this area, you have the highest, the peaks in the state of over 14,000 feet, a whole bunch of them all scattered through there. But it does stay pretty warm down in the valley and with some great sun. And always an impressive display of mountain and high desert.
Yeah, it really is. You get a mix of everything. And I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm biased because I live here, but I don't think there's any more beautiful place. We love Colorado and we love the Arkansas Valley here.
Yeah. All right. I could see people getting close to that start line. Really excited for this. Can even hear a cowbell or two. It's going to be a fantastic race again. Last year, we got to see a course record set by Jimmy. The year before, Annie Hughes running an incredible race.
Yeah, I think she was the first woman to break 24 hours on the course, which seems really fast running through those mountains. That's for sure.
It sure is. I think she lives up in Leadville.
Yeah, I think to be successful at this, to, be able to run those fast times at this race, you do have to be comfortable, being up high and knowing what your body can do and being able to push when you are at, 10, 12,000 feet, which is not easy.
Yeah, yeah, everything above 8,000 feet. So all kinds of excitement here, lots of time and energy and training and support from crews and family. It's going to be an exciting day to put together this grand of an adventure through Colorado Rocky Mountain Wilderness. This is going to be awesome to watch.
Yeah, I'm very excited. There's also some really strong athletes in the field too who will be running. So we'll be curious if anyone will be taking some stabs at those course records.
Yeah, yeah. So much potential. This is good. This is going to be fun. I'm jittery just watching this.
Yeah, I am too. I think especially with the cooler temps, there's a good chance we could see some really awesome times thrown down.
Yeah, and the men's course record. Do we know what that is? I think what did Jimmy run last
He
year?
ran under 20 hours. I think 1943 or something like that. And then Annie, sub
23.
Yeah, 22 hours there. So yeah, this reminds me,
I think Jimmy was 1942 and Annie Hughes was 2340. And
Yeah.
Jimmy's was last year, he said it.
yeah, yeah. So it's it's been it was really hot at Hard Rock last week. Getting up to 85 in Silverton during the race.
Yeah.
But a few years back, when it was cool and kind of rainy, it enabled some incredible times. I bet we'll see some of that possibly, as long as it doesn't get too ferocious like it did yesterday afternoon and wash out the trail too much. I think that it could be an advantage to some people as long as they're prepared and they're warm at the
Yeah.
top of the passes.
Definitely.
That's going to be a factor.
Yeah, I mean, hypothermia is something that can be preventable, but you do need to make sure you have the right gear. You're constantly changing that base layer of clothing, and you're just being smart, right? Like you're taking care of yourself. And when I say taking care of yourself, you're changing your clothes, but you're also making sure you're fueling throughout the day, and you're never like letting your body get too depleted. That's so important during these high altitude races.
Yeah.
And I think one thing that's like very underrated is the combination of high heat and altitude. So they are fortunate today that they won't have that high temperature as much. Like Jason was mentioning, he dealt with at Hard Rock last weekend. It was pretty steamy when you did your race last weekend.
Yeah. Look at all these people.
Hey, Jason and Rachel, I'm going to interrupt you just for a sec because I'm going to sign off since we're just 4 minutes out from starting. So I'm going to leave this commentary to you two. I know you're going to do an awesome job. Thank you so much for being with us. And we'll see you at the finish line.
Thanks for
Awesome.
talking to us.
Thank you so much for creating this. We're all excited. I could see the excitement on all the runners there. What a great thing that you have created. Thank you for that. So we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you too. Bye. Have a wonderful 37 hours.
You too.
All right. So yeah, we're 3 minutes away. We want to thank presenting sponsor Altra for their amazing support of this race. You can see the nice big banner right there.
And this live stream, making this live stream possible
Yeah.
for the first year.
Yeah. Fantastic. I'm happy to be here to share this with everybody, and it's going to be a fantastic day. Also want to thank our platinum sponsors, Rourke, an awesome apparel company, and then Morton with the fueling, with their legendary hydrogel, 7,000 feet running company in Salida, a really, really amazing Colorado.
Great running store.
Yeah. Go check that place out too. And then another Colorado brand, Osprey, out near the San Juan Mountains, actually, creating some amazing packs for a lot of our runners out there, hopefully. So here we go. 2 minutes to go. Everybody's super excited. There's Alex Nichols. I saw him cross the screen. I've seen Jeff Browning. I haven't seen some of the top ladies yet. I saw Luke Nelson, another incredible legend in our sport as well. This race has a big reputation. for being one of the most beautiful mountain runs in our country. And today, these people are going to be able to really get to see something special.
Being here, Jason, does this make you want to run this race?
Oh, of course. I've wanted to run this race since its inception 7 years ago. So this is a good way to experience it as well. So I'm excited.
Yeah, we get a front row seat. That's for sure.
Awesome. Yeah.
There's Elon. Elon is one of the top runners today. He lives out in California, but he's actually been training in Buena Vista for the last 6 weeks. So I know him personally, and I know he's going for a pretty fast time today. So just want to give him a shout out too.
Fantastic. Less than a minute to go to the start of the High Lonesome 100-mile presented by Altra. This is... Oh, I'm like shaking with excitement.
You feel like you're on that start line? I know, my palms got a little sweaty.
Yeah. All right, 30 seconds to go. Exciting stuff. Okay, so like Kelsey was saying, this race starts out with a nice paved, or not paved, but a road section that can help thin out the field a little bit before they get up.
Pay attention to that road section that they go down to start, because they actually have to come up that road section to finish. They finish with a nice road climb back into the finish chute. Oh, and then they're off.
There we go.
That was fast.
All right, awesome. The start of the High Lonesome 100-mile.
I think it's important to notice too, or just like take note, is like, even though this is a 100-miler, people start pretty fast. Everyone gets onto the start line and they think that, you know, they're gonna try not to start too fast, but races these days, everyone is just going out pretty hard, and then settling into their pace.
Yeah. So we're starting with a nice clear morning. We can see the morning light before sunrise here. No rain, but maybe rain in a few hours. Beautiful, beautiful view of the Sawatch Mountains. And we have started. This is going to be great.
Yeah, so they're going to use this beginning part just to hopefully warm up their legs, kind of think about what they're going to be conquering for the day, because once they get off these roads and really start getting into the trail, they are going to be going up for a very long time.
Yeah. The biggest climb to the highest point. So it's an interesting course that way. It reminds me a little bit of the course profile of the Wasatch 100, where you really start with a brutal steep climb. And so it's kind of nice to, you know, you're nervous, you're scared, it's 100 miles, you get to go knock out this 5,000-foot climb right away, and then, you know that you've got that behind you. So you got that positive thing to look forward to.
Yeah, and in the field today, the two youngest runners, Evan Bach is 25 from Wisconsin, and Sonia Chen is 23 years old from Texas. So they're the youngest runners in the field today. And then there's a handful of runners in their 60s, and the oldest one being 61, Neil Taylor from Colorado, which, that feels super inspiring, especially someone in their 20s and really excited to just keep running. It's nice to see people that are still out there doing it. It's very motivating.
Yeah. Incredible. Our sport definitely gives great opportunity for longevity. All right, so there they are. Short little dirt section to start on that gravel road. Now they get up onto the paved road, really get the legs moving a bit. We can see those leaders. We're already spread out a little bit. I can see the red and white of Jeff Browning.
He's probably going to be pretty tough on this course today, especially someone that has so many 100-milers under their belt. I'm not exactly sure how many, but I know it's a lot. I think he has 147 races on his Altra sign up. And so he's pretty familiar with just racing and this 100-mile distance in general.
Yes, he is. Yeah, we've got a lot of great veteran athletes out there on this course today.
Yeah, you mentioned Alex Nichols. He's a really strong runner out of Colorado Springs. Actually, he does Pikes Peak. He runs up to the summit of Pikes Peak once a month. And I think he's been doing that the last like 3 or 4 years. I'm sure someone in Colorado Springs can pipe in the chat and correct me, but I think it's been about the last 3 or 4 years. He goes up to the summit once a month, which that's a lot.
Yeah, what a great acclimation. Look at
Yeah,
that.
any weather too.
Yeah, look at that sun, those colors on Princeton there. That is beautiful. What a glorious start. And it's kind of nice to be on this paved road. You know, as trail runners, we kind of always try to avoid the pavement, but
Totally.
this is an opportunity right here to look around, get excited for the day, warm up a bit, and see a sunrise. I mean, this is apt. There's nothing wrong with this paved road section right here at all.
Yeah. And, you know, a lot of the time too, you know, people with their like just warming up, they're, you know, really chatty, getting to know each other, getting to know the runners that like they're going to be spending the next, you know, 20 plus hours with, you know, the backpack, you know, 30 plus hours. They do have 37 hours to run this race. And, you know, the course, Caleb and Kelsey, they really do pride themselves on making the cutoffs very generous, especially early on. So people have a lot of time to get through those really challenging sections.
Yeah. 37 hours. That's a good bit of time, but it's also
It's a long time to be out in the mountains.
Yeah. But with 23,000 feet of vert, average elevation over 10,000 feet, they're going to need it.
Yes, they will.
Yeah. Look at this this lead pack forming right here. We got about 7 or 8 runners up in the front there. Mark Hammond is another seasoned veteran as well.
And he runs for Altra, correct?
He runs for Altra.
Yep.
Jeff Browning runs for Altra. So they've got some teamwork going there. I know I'm friends with both Mark and Jeff, and those guys have run a number of races together. Run Rabbit Run. For sure they've run together. So they're friends. They'll probably be seeing each other this at least first half.
And a lot of strong females in the field as well. Don't want to forget about them.
Absolutely.
I'm going to not say her name correctly, but we have Sarah Ostraszewski. She's in the field. She just won Cruel Jewel 100 this year, setting the course record by a significant amount. She's also very well known for, you know, winning Cocodona 250 in 2003. You know, she's been running ultras since 2014, but we're really just starting to see her excel, especially at this 100-mile distance. And I believe she actually lives in your area now, Jason, in Durango.
She does. She lives out in Durango, moved out there. Her partner is Kyle Curtin, who set the FKT on the Colorado Trail this
pretty
month.
Dynamic duo right there.
Yeah, fantastic. And then also Sarah's got her twin, Michelle, I believe is her name. She's also running this race, so that they both got in, which is really, really exciting and fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sarah, I got to see her when she was crewing Kyle for the Colorado Trail, and then also she ran the San Juan Solstice as last month.
Awesome. Nice little tune-up.
Yeah.
50-miler tune-up.
Definitely a lot of time at altitude there. So she's ready. She lived in Flagstaff before, so she's got an amazing ability to be acclimated.
Yeah.
And has the experience. Hopefully she's rested up from that 7-day crewing extravaganza with Kyle. But man, I think everybody going through these curves here, looking at that Cottonwood, not Cottonwood, Mount Princeton and the Cottonwood, the hot springs area there that we're
tempting to
towards.
just stop over there at the resort.
Yeah. I think that's the pools over there. There's a big long green slide that I would love to do.
It's probably a good way to end your 100-miler. You know,
Yeah.
everyone in the race should probably take a few days vacation after the race and just, you know, bask at the hot springs.
Yeah. This is a great shot of the springs, and with the beautiful peaks that they're about to embark upon. So little slight downhill here.
Yep. And that is what they will have to be coming up at the finish, which that just seems brutal. Like, you're on a road, so you have to debate, like, should I run this? Should I hike this? I'm really tired, but you do have to come up that road. And I remember seeing that last year. Like, I was like, wow, that does not look fun to end the race, especially on pavement.
Yeah. Yeah. But maybe their feet will appreciate just some
Yeah.
smooth, easy miles there. But yeah. All right. We have the start to the High Lonesome 100 mile, just over 8 minutes into the race, spreading the field out, getting ready for the biggest climb of the entire race once they get done with this road section.
Yeah, and I think that climb starts about around like mile 7 or so. They'll start making their way up Browns Creek Trail, and that's going to take them to the base of Antero, which is a 14er in Colorado. They won't climb up to the 14er, but they get to the base. So honestly, they should have just kept going up because it's almost the same thing once you're that high. But fortunately, once they do get up there, which will be around mile 14, they will have a pretty long descent, a 3,000-foot descent going into Chalk Creek.
All right. So yeah, this is a beautiful shot of the springs with the creek down there on our Morton cam.
Oh, and another strong veteran runner in the field, the chat reminded us of, is Casey Lechteg. She's been around a while. She's an amazing runner. She has finished Western States 10 times. This past year was her 10th time. So she's actually done this Western State High Lonesome double twice. I think the other time she did it was in 2021, and she was actually second here and got 20 in 26:40. So will be really interesting to see. And the interesting thing about Casey is she lives in Nebraska, but she somehow always figures out how to shine in these more vertical high mountain races, like Western. She won Western States one year training in Nebraska. So
Yeah.
I think that should just really motivate all those flatlanders out there to that you guys can all do this too.
Yeah. She's had some great races at the Bear 100 mile, which is a mountain race as well. So she's Pixie Ninja, I believe, is her Instagram handle, and she is a ninja of mountain running despite being a flatlander, which is inspirational.
Yeah, that's so great. And even just like dealing with the altitude. Oh, who are our hosts? Well, I guess we can reintroduce ourselves. I'm assuming the one that Chris is talking about, he recognized, is Jason. But I'm Rachel Lemke. I live in Colorado Springs, and then I'm here with Jason Schlarb, who, like I mentioned earlier, was third at Hard Rock last weekend, and now he's here chatting about High Lonesome all day today.
Yeah, this is a great recovery. I get to sit here and watch people do amazing stuff while my legs rest. But yeah, I'm excited about this. I've been in the sport since 2010, and over these 14 years, to see our sport grow, to create opportunities like this at High Lonesome, where we can have a 50-50 split in the men's and women numbers.
So cool.
And receive a bottle of Law's whiskey for finishing. The sport has changed over the last decade and a half in a lot of great ways. And this is a prime example.
Speaking of the lottery too, so when the race first started, it actually wasn't a lottery system. It was just a, sign up type of system. And, so prior to the lottery, they only ranged about 20 to 22%, I think, female participation. So, they really were progressive with this change and, trying to make sure that there was a gender balance in this race, which is huge. And doing this early on before the race really did take off with numbers. So the inequality wasn't created.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this race takes place close to Buena Vista and Salida in the Arkansas Valley of Colorado, about 2 hours west of Denver and Colorado Springs, which you're from.
Yes. Yep. My husband and I live in Colorado Springs, but we travel in this area quite a bit. I personally have not ran this race, but I think I've done probably about 50 miles or so on this course. So I'm really excited to be here. And I think just watching this race, I'm super motivated to hopefully, put a ticket in and get on the start line one day.
Yeah, I hope to run this race as well someday. And this will be a nice 37 hours of motivation to get into that lottery.
Yeah. Although I don't know, when I was watching and I was at Hard Rock last week, at first at the start line in the beginning of the race, you're like, oh wow, I really want to run this race. And then as the race progresses, I'm like, maybe in a couple years I want to run this race. So we'll see what the weather does and how your motivation. If it starts pouring, I'm going to ask you how you feel about this race.
Yeah.
But speaking of the weather, the athletes do have to they have some required gear to deal with this. And some of that includes a whistle, a bivy. I think they have to have a minimum of 1.5 liters of water, like be able to carry that amount of water on them. Emergency light, a waterproof jacket, and a cup. But then also from Cottonwood to Monarch, there's more specific gear, and that's because I think they're running through the night and they're at 10 to 12,000 feet for most of that. They have to have some additional clothing with them, and there are with required gear there are gear checks. So there's really no sneaking away and not having these items or trying to make your pack lighter. But to be honest, you're gonna want that gear, especially at the night.
Indeed. Yeah. Beautiful pictures, shots on the Morton cam of Mount Princeton, Antero, all kinds of peaks here. This is also the home of one of the most legendary FKT kind of lines of doing 14,000 foot peaks called the Nolan's 14. So this is and it's just south also of Leadville, which is a historic and an amazing 100-mile race as well. So
yeah, and that's coming up next month. So lots of 100-milers to stay tuned for.
Just 15 minutes into the start of the High Lonesome 100-mile presented by Altra. And we are ready for a fantastic day, night, morning, and day.
Yeah, 37 hours. I mean, so you all are gonna, pay attention to this and watch this all day. You're gonna go to bed, you're gonna wake up, and people are still gonna be running, which that just seems so crazy to think when you break it down like that. Jason, you're a running coach. I'm also a running coach. Do you have any athletes in this field?
Not today. No, but I definitely have lots of friends, and it's an exciting race that brings my home state of Colorado, a lot of Coloradans at this race. You're a Coloradan, so it's a good party here. A lot of great community.
Yeah. Well, I do have 2 athletes that are in this race,
Oh,
so I'm gonna
fantastic.
give them a quick
Yeah.
shout out. Flay Blumberg, and she lives out in Denver, and then Monica Morgan, who lives in Virginia. She made the whole trip to come over here. This is her first 100-miler. And there's plenty of East Coast people in this field. So it's really challenging, right? They have to manage the altitude and how their body's going to respond. And not just that, but then also the weather. And I think one thing that we talked about in our pre-race call was just really managing the weather and understanding that a rainstorm at 10 to 12,000 feet is not the same thing as a rainstorm when you're at 200 feet or at sea level. So paying attention to that is going to be really big.
Yeah, especially if you get a little bit of wind.
Yes.
Yeah,
which they will up high, once you're at 12, 13. I was running off Monarch Pass 2 weeks ago, and I was running at 2:00 in the afternoon, and it was windy. It was, it was pretty chilly, and it was a beautiful day, a little bit lower. So you can never be too sure.
Yeah, and that's progressive on how High Lonesome handles that situation with having everybody carry that emergency bivy, having the raincoat, through the night, you have to have that extra layer of both pants and long sleeve shirt, a beanie.
Yeah. And you'll want those pants most likely. Even if you are in the front and you are moving pretty quickly through these mountains in this terrain, you will still get cold, especially if it is raining and windy, like Jason mentioned.
Yeah. And then if you have a section where you're not running hard, even if you're in the front, covering up the skin is important.
And just constantly changing that base layer too. And, making sure you're putting dry clothes on each time going through those aid stations, being a little bit slower and diligent in those aid stations versus when, people are racing a 50K or even sometimes 100K. You want to be quick and efficient, but you do want to be really fast in and out of those aid stations. But in a 100-miler, especially a mountain 100-miler, it's okay to take a few minutes at a spot and just really make sure you're ready to tackle the next section.
Great advice. Great advice. All right, here we're back at the start. 20 minutes into the race. You can see Kelsey talking with some folks right there.
Yeah, and Kelsey is one of the co-directors of the race. She directs us with her husband, Caleb. And just a little fun fact, I heard that they actually created High Lonesome about 6 months into their relationship when they were dating. So that just seems crazy. And they're here to tell the tale. And, they survived. And they also just made this race blossom. So that's really exciting.
So we're wrapping up a detail right now, and
Some other top females in this field, McKendry Hickory, she was third at Quad Rock 50 miler. I believe she's coached by David and Megan Roach, which is one of your coaches, correct, Jason?
Yes.
Yeah, so she ran a really impressive time at Quad Rock 50 miler in 9:27. She was sixth at Javelina 100 in 2023 in 17 hours. Also first at Never Summer 100K in 2023. So she's got some speed, but she also seems like she can thrive in the mountains. I think this is her first 100 miler, so it'll be really exciting to see how she does today.
Yeah, that's exciting. And Megan and David do have a lot of incredible athletes. So whenever somebody says that they're coached by David, I'm like, or Megan, they're likely to be fast.
Yeah, definitely. Yep, their athletes tend to have a lot of speed, that's for sure. Another strong competitor in this field, I believe is her first 100 miler, is Laura Hansen. She was sixth at Canyons 100K just this past year, just a few minutes shy of a golden ticket, which is pretty huge. And then she was also fifth at the Bear 100 in the previous year. So another challenging mountain 100 miler.
Yeah, Laura is a speedster. Yeah, to be sixth at the Continental Championships for UTMB for North America at Canyons by UTMB, that is a great accomplishment.
Yeah,
so she's
especially
got that
this field
speed.
this past year.
Yeah.
Chrissy Mole is in the field, which is really exciting. Chrissy's now 46 years old and race directs Chuckanut 50K out in Bellingham, Washington. But, she's had so many amazing results during her career. That's including a win at UTMB at the age of 25 and, top finishes at Leadville, Vermont, Western, even a win at Hard Rock in 2007 and a sub 30-hour finish. So, she's has lots of experience and really exciting to see her continue to get on start lines.
Yeah, to win UTMB and Hard Rock. I think she was third overall at that Hard Rock. She's a legend and has always. She's actually, I believe, running with Jenny Jurek.
Oh yeah, I saw Scott Jurek is going to be pacing Jenny Jurek later in the year, or later in the day. So you can keep an eye out for him. Legendary runner. Will be really cool to see him on the course.
Yeah, they're great friends. They've been doing some, I believe, the Arizona Trail and running section by section. And
Chrissy and Jenny.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and then one other lady. The three of them have been doing that, but Chrissy and Jenny will be at High Lonesome today racing, which is amazing. And they're both amazing people that have been leaders in our sport. And
absolutely.
Gosh, Chrissy has quite the resume.
Yes. And, aside from the elite runners in the field, I also want to give a shout out. There are 4 legacy runners in the field that High Lonesome calls. They are runners that have been, with them since the start, which was 2017. Is that correct? Yep,
Yes,
2017
7
the start.
years.
So John Davis, he started and finished every single High Lonesome so far. And the really cool thing about John Davis is he actually ran Hard Rock 100 miler last week in 41 hours. Jason, could you imagine going out and running this race today?
No.
So John Davis actually did this double back in 2021. But that time he had 2 weeks in between the races. This time he had 1 week. He finished, with 41 hours. He must have finished, Sunday of last week. So, that is not that much time to recover. So we'll be really curious to see how he does today. We also have Kevin Kennedy. He started and finished every High Lonesome 100. Silky Coaster, everyone since 2019. And she actually has the most female finishes in the race history. And then Jim Skilding, sorry if I've said these names wrong, but he started and finished every High Lonesome since 2018. So just some really awesome people to pay attention to that. And it really does sound like, we've talked about Hard Rock a few times since we've been on the broadcast, but it does seem like High Lonesome has the potential to turn into something like Hard Rock, where people just keep coming back year after year and, really want to get into this race.
Yeah. Yeah, it started as just 7 years ago as a beautiful, great reputation race, and quickly turned into a lottery that sold out. And again, can't say it enough how awesome and progressive it is to have an equal opportunity for numbers for women and men to run this race, which is, oftentimes we see numbers globally as low as single digit percentage up to, usually the maximum I see is, around 25%, especially in the longer ultras, and to give that opportunity for more women to be able to start and go kick ass at this world-class 100-miler is something special and something to be applauded.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, as a female that enjoys the 100-mile distance, I mean, it is really exciting to see just like women to keep getting on that start line and that 50-50 split. Not only do they have this split, but they also pride themselves on just like a lot of equity, like through the race in general, with transgender and binary runners. They have a lot of just great setups for them to get into this race.
All right, we're 25 minutes into the High Lonesome 100-mile presented by Altra. We have some beautiful morning sunshine, making the mountains look so pretty, to include even the High Lonesome start and finish line right there that you're looking at. And yeah, the runners are right now on the road making the first stretch of the course before they begin the steep 5,000-foot climb up to the mountains and the high point over 13,000 feet.
Most of these runners will probably be using poles and trekking poles while they are doing a lot of these big climbs. Jason, could you maybe talk about the importance of like using poles, especially early on in a mountain race, how that can be really helpful for them?
Yeah, poles are an essential piece of equipment when you have 20 some thousand or more than 20,000 feet in a race over 100 miles. And what it really does is it can kind of distribute the work, and it's an interesting thing that used to be kind of a European kind of a thing to do, to use poles in the mountains and the steep Alps, but it becomes more and more popular because of the efficiency. And it's something where you can just save the legs a little bit, and it also helps keep upright, not be hunched over to power hike for hours on end.
Yep.
That helps with the breathing and keeping that back straight. There's been some studies done where you can see actually that the heart rate can be very similar or higher while using poles, but you distribute that work up into the arms and shoulders and even the core, and so that when you get to the top of the run, your legs are a little bit fresher, and then more specifically, the second, third, fourth climb, you're able to be able to stabilize and be able to save a little bit of energy. Yep. And wear and tear on the legs. So
yeah, absolutely. And just being able to like run, that later section of the course, those last 30 miles, having some legs for that too. And it looks like we are seeing some runners coming through.
Yeah, here we are. We're on the dirt road, headed towards Raspberry 1, the first aid station at mile 7.3. And I think we're going to see I think two of the top guys. That's Mark Hammond.
Oh, good
on
eye.
our right. And then I'm not sure who the other guy is, but
yeah, I'm not sure who that is either. What's his bib number? 69, it looks like.
Yeah, let's see what who that is. But yeah, Mark is cruising along there.
Jason Murphy.
Oh, Jason Murphy. Fantastic runner. I raced against him at Monument Valley 50K last year.
Okay. It looks like he was 10th at Hard Rock in 2022.
Yeah. Jason's an accomplished runner. So those two are leading the race.
Starting strong. Oh, on the Colorado Trail. They're probably thankful to be getting off the road. Sometimes I think in a mountain 100-miler, the road just kind of feels a little bit awkward, and you feel a little bit more comfortable once you can like get on that trail a little bit.
Yeah. It's great to see Jason up
And
there.
he's a Salida. So we have 7,000 feet running company calling him out. He lives in Salida.
Yeah, thanks for that. One of our platinum sponsors and a great local community running store. If you're ever in the Arkansas Valley, swing by there and check out that store. Great people. Okay, so we have a third place guy coming in here. Just 30 minutes into the race, so things are quite early.
I believe that is Elon. Oh, he looks great. He is based in California in the Bay Area, but as I mentioned earlier, he's been actually out here training for the last 6 weeks. I've seen him on the course. He probably knows about every section. He is a very strong runner. I believe this is his 13th 100-miler, and I'm also really good friends with his coach, Mary Denholm, so I want to give her a shout out. She is a very talented runner herself, but also a great coach. And, she thinks that he has the fitness to run about a 20-hour race. So really excited to see what he can do if he can do that. I believe in him. He's pretty tough. So it'll be good to see.
All right, number 138.
That's Christopher Hams or Hams. He's a Durango guy.
He's a Durango guy.
I'm not great with names.
He's been doing some great training. Yeah, he's a local in Durango, 32 years old. Been training in the La Platas in Durango quite a bit. I remember he was.
I didn't catch that bib number.
Oh, I didn't see that. But Chris was
Chris is
third.
32 years old. He's done pretty well at Run Rabbit, it looks like, and Uray 100, which is a very hard 100-miler. A lot of mountain races on his resume, so he should be pretty strong today.
Yeah. So as you can see, just 30 minutes into the race, we're spread out a little bit here. We've got some poles out, ready for some climbing. There's Jeff Browning
and Alex Nichols. Some veterans in the field probably taking out smart. They might be laughing at the people in front of them. Like thinking they'll catch them later.
Yeah.
Jeff is so strong. I believe he was 5th at Hard Rock last year. And, he also was 2nd at Cocodona this past year. So
he's a former Hard Rock champion.
Yeah.
And then Alex has got such a resume as well. Mount Blanc 80K. I've seen him do 50. Oh, there's Luke Nelson right behind Alex and Jeff Browning. And
Alex is actually a cross-country coach and track coach over at Colorado College in Colorado Springs. So he manages his own training while, managing these college students, which being someone that has been in college
I think
coaching.
This is our first lady.
Oh.
We got 78. She's covering up that skin for this super high altitude sunshine.
That's Wilsley. Yep.
Jana Wilsey. All right. That's our first lady, just a few minutes back from
right with those guys, right with those veterans.
Yeah. Okay, the second lady as well coming through.
Yana was 10th in 2022 at this race with a 29-hour finish. So she has some experience on the course, and she's also been
she's getting into.
Yeah, she's also been 5th at San Juan Solstice too. So she's had a lot of strong runs at high altitude. There's Casey.
Casey Lichtenegg.
Sarah.
Legendary. All right, Sarah.
I believe that's her sister with her too.
I bet Melissa. Melissa.
Sarah and Melissa Ostrozewski.
Well done.
That's not an easy last name.
Yeah, my last name gets butchered, so I feel them. All right.
Oh, there's Rachel Norfleet. She actually works for Aravaipa.
Okay.
She got on from the wait list, so I think she'll be a strong contender today. She's had some pretty good results on some faster Arizona races, so we'll be curious to see how she does in the mountains and with the high altitude coming from Montana.
And look at that running vest. It has a lot of gear. It's not just mandatory equipment, I would imagine. It truly is a day where it's going to rain.
Yeah.
And
we don't know when it's going to rain, so they need to have that gear on them all the time, so they can be prepared. And because if you do get wet early, and it's just so easy to get sick, so easy to get hypothermia. So you just need to be constantly prepared.
Yeah.
So different strategies going up this first little climb to start. This climb doesn't have a huge grade, but they do know that there is a bigger climb coming. So some runners are hiking, some runners are running. It just kind of depends what you feel like is more efficient for you.
Yeah. Lots of smiles. That's what I love to see. And it's the first little slice of single track after spreading out, seeing the sunrise.
Yeah, and this course is so unique in the sense that I believe it's about 70% single track. So a lot of time on trail.
Yeah.
And I believe that's Liz Canty.
All right.
Yeah, Liz is a really strong runner
Liz.
for Speedland. She lives out in Castle Rock, Colorado. This past year, she ran across the state of Nevada for multiple sclerosis. So she's done CCC, she's done Cruel Jewel. She was actually the previous course record holder of that race in Georgia before Sarah Ostaszewski just ran a faster time this past year. So we'll be curious to see how she does. I know that she really enjoys these mountain races.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody's ready for a big day. Everybody's got their equipment, so we got some poles out, enjoying that sunshine breaking through the trees. This is great to see.
In the chat, someone said, keep an eye out for Katie Williams. She is #1 in having fun. Someone messaged me earlier the other day and said that Katie Williams actually was cut off at Raspberry Gulch in 2022. So she is here looking for some redemption on the course. She's bib 89.
Oh, that's exciting. That is exciting. Yeah, we've got an amazing group of people, both men and women, leading us through this first section of the course. Lots of smiles, lots of potential, a lot of fun. This is going to be a great day.
Jason, when you're running these big mountain races, how do you kind of decide if it's time for you to hike or if it's a better decision for you to run? What's that thought process look like for you?
It's a moving target.
Yeah.
And to try to black and white kind of label it to, a particular grade or whatever.
Or how you're feeling in that exact moment too,
exactly.
right?
My advice to coaching clients, friends, and myself is that just assess every step of every mile and decide there, because it's oftentimes it's different muscles, obviously, and it's different biomechanics for both running, for power hiking, and for poling, and you want to kind of just mix it up. So I think it's oftentimes it's not good to just label a climb, okay, this is only power hiking, but instead when it gets a little bit shallow, just to shuffle around.
Yeah, definitely.
And it just feels different. And then, you can see right here, there's some people that are jogging slowly at the same pace as power hiking. So it's my
husband loves to do that. He loves if people are running. Some people just don't really like to hike, but me and my husband love to hike. So if we're behind someone and we're just taking strong power hike strides and they're running, it's just really fun. But I always recommend athletes two things. One, not to ever get too complacent in their hike, right? So always try to mix in some running steps, especially later on where you're okay, this can be a run hike, and just don't get complacent in it. Oh, look, there she is.
Yeah.
Still looking strong as ever.
Chrissy Mel with a great pack of ladies.
Yeah, no, they're all coming through.
Yeah.
I also think it's important too, with the hiking, maybe starting the hike before you feel like your body really needs it, to keep you from getting too fatigued early on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the challenges of using the poles as well is, especially in the second half of the race.
Your arms getting tired?
Yeah, there's that. You try to eliminate that by training with those poles on long runs if you have good mountains to be able to train on. But
Totally.
the other thing that's kind of challenging for everybody from the first to the last is to be able to make sure to hydrate and to eat well while you're
Yeah,
using the poles, because
definitely.
obviously your hands are full with those poles. So you got to make sure to set a timer, have kind of benchmarks, and when you eat and drink is a good idea for a lot of people.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see a lot of different outfits today, and that is real telltale sign of a mixed weather forecast. We've got people with gloves on, we have people with tank tops, we've got and then one of the big trends that you can see with apparel for our sport and just being out in the mountains in Colorado is wearing a long sleeve that's light, thin, and covers your skin, so you can save your skin. And getting a sunburn, it burns up a lot more energy than you would think. It's not just your skin that's affected. It wears you out to get sunburned. So we see a lot of great hats, great long sleeves, great hoodies, buffs, all those kind of things to try to keep that sun off your skin.
Yeah, and
for
this
part of the day at least.
Yeah, and you can probably relate to this, but like this course is so unique in the sense of, they might not have to do as much cooling strategies today, but in a lot of years, there's been the afternoon, like really focusing on cooling the body down. So dunking hats in streams, ice bandanas, things like that. And I don't know if they'll have to do that today as much, but I think people just always forget that just because they're going up high doesn't mean it won't be hot.
Yeah.
But then the second half of the race really working on staying warm. So you get both weather extremes pretty quickly, especially out in Colorado.
Yeah, absolutely. You get those afternoon thunderstorms, you get lightning, and it gets windy, and it gets scary.
Speaking of weather too, Chris Warden in the chat asked, have either of you had to hunker down tree line during a race? I have not had to hunker down, but I did do Run Rabbit in 2022 coming from Virginia, and that's where I learned where rain in a storm at that high is much different than rain in a storm on sea level. So big learning curves for sure. But what about you, Jason?
Yeah, I haven't had to hunker down, but I have been affected by weather. UTMB is a classic example of variation in weather, where in the Alps you have the opportunity in July and August to freeze and to snow, which luckily we won't be seeing today at High Lonesome 100 Mile. But those
you never know.
big swings, yeah, what we can get is hail.
Definitely.
But for it to actually snow and freeze is something that we really don't see happen in our super hot summer months. But at UTMB, the highest climbs over on the Swiss border of Italy, I have seen ice on the rocks forming and snowing, and then in the same race, the next day be 80 plus degrees. So it's wild. So we'll see some swings here. I think the biggest issue is not just getting wet, but having some wind, and then also being in the second part of the second half of the race when you're tired and you can't regulate your temperature. That's where we get into dangerous positions for these runners and for anybody out in the mountains. So be safe. Have that big pack like that lady right there.
Don't skimp on the pack. Lots of snacks, lots of gear. The athletes that I coach that are, training for like big 100-milers like these mountain 100-milers, like I always, encourage them to train with a heavy pack. Don't get used to, only having a bottle or two and just a few gels. Like you really need to like get used to having all of your race gear with you.
Yeah. That's, and training with it too. A lot of, even if you're in Virginia or Texas or wherever, getting that weight on your back and making it so that your body, your biomechanics are able to handle that big, long day, carrying a pack. So yeah, look at all these people having a great time with big smiles and waves. This is fantastic.
And
Um,
the first aid station they'll hit today is Raspberry Gulch, and that'll be at 7.3 miles in. And I believe the men should be there around an hour or so, and maybe the women another 10 minutes or so back from them.
yeah, not too far back, because that first aid station, we saw the lead ladies were just no more than 3 or 4 minutes back. So this is exciting. And every year that gap is getting smaller, with athletes like
Definitely.
Katie Scheid and Courtney DeWalter, Courtney
Crashing
getting
the men's
fourth.
podium.
Yeah, fourth at Hard Rock just last weekend. It's amazing to see this gap, especially in these long mountainous high altitude races where we can have competition and regardless of gender.
And that looks like that's the first aid station there, Raspberry Gulch.
Yeah,
And that's 7.3 miles in.
Yeah, look at those beautiful aspens on the Rourke cam. Yeah, so people getting their day started off 45 minutes into the High Lonesome 100 presented by Altra, and having a good time here with you. I appreciate being able to have this opportunity to share this race as it unfolds over the duration of today. We'll have a whole bunch of different commentators, so if you get sick of hearing me, the good news, we'll have some other people come in
It
here.
eventually ends.
Yeah.
We could talk about the race lottery and how you can get into this race. So if you're watching this and you're already thinking about, wow, I want to do this race, it is a lottery system. You have to run a 100-miler within a 2-year period, or a 100K or 50-miler within the year of the lottery. And it does need to be primarily like a trail race, so not a road based type of ultra. So you put your tickets in each year. Once you have your qualifying races, and the more you put in, like if you continue to put in year after year, you do have a better chance of getting in. And just want to plug too, if you come out and you do volunteer for this race, they do give you additional tickets, which is like a nice incentive and a thank you for helping out and making this race so successful. And we mentioned earlier in the live stream, but it is a split pool for males and females. So they do the lottery separate, and hope to have as many females as males in the lottery and on the start line.
Yeah, and they do a great job at that. 199 starters, I believe we heard from Kelsey this morning. So yeah, it's kind of neat. The High Lonesome 100 mile and most 100 miles, particularly in Colorado or the Rocky Mountains, you have 100 to 200 runners. We have this special opportunity to have kind of a little bit of an intimate race experience, where if you go to a Bayou TMB race anywhere around the world, thousands of people, that's a different experience. I love that as well, but I'm kind of partial to this Colorado.
Yeah.
Under 200.
Yeah. I feel like High Lonesome really like sticks to like the grassroots and like that old school type of mentality of just like smaller races, and really listening to the people and taking care of their runners and their volunteers.
Yeah, and we don't see the if we had 3,000 people run through this trail system going through the Sawatch here, it would make a pretty big impact. But it helps keep wildlife, trail erosion usage, all that kind of stuff. And then also other people that are using the trails this weekend, because we don't close these trails for this race. They're still able to have an experience that's not absolutely overwhelming. So I have a love-hate relationship with that, because a lot more people would love to run this race, but
Definitely.
A lot of the best things in life take some time and effort, and start applying for that lottery.
Definitely. I do see this race kind of blowing up in the next couple years. And like I said, being similar to something like a Hard Rock, where it feels nearly impossible to get in. So keep applying, get your qualifiers in, give yourself a chance to get on this amazing start line.
Yeah. The classic clothespin red flag marker. The athletes will be looking for those all day long. Yeah. A great course out here. You know, this is a fantastic part of the state, part of the world, and one of the most desirable races as a mountain runner you can do.
Yeah, I remember listening to hearing Caleb, the race director, talk, and he, started this race because he, was really looking for. He was going traveling all over for hard rock qualifiers, which there's not that. There's a lot, but it's also not that many.
No.
So he was traveling out of Colorado all the time, and the only other mountain Colorado hard rock qualifier is Run Rabbit, and he just personally did not feel inspired by that course. So he decided, instead of complaining and continuing to not have a good time and traveling to all these places, that he would create his own race that would be a hard rock qualifier. And that's kind of how the birth of this race came about.
Yeah, I appreciate his work, and obviously hundreds of people today as well do. And it's great to be able to have a non-contrived, spicy, exciting, high altitude race that is available.
Yeah.
Because they're not, like you said, there's not that many hard rock qualifiers in the state where hard rock takes place. You've got
but we have these amazing mountains and these amazing trails, so
Exactly.
It's why not? But
Yeah.
he did say that the hardest thing, with starting this race, he said that the hardest thing was actually finding a spot to park all the cars, so a start and finish area for the race. And originally it was going to be Monarch Pass, which the runners go through now about mile 67, I believe. And that's the final high point of the course. But so that didn't work out, and so now they have it at the base of Princeton.
Yeah, at the Princeton Hot Springs. All right. Some people taking it easy, making sure not to overexert in those first few miles. They've got plenty of time to show off their fitness and conserve. It's good not to go crazy those first few miles.
Absolutely.
Even though you really want to.
Yeah, and the cutoff for Raspberry Gulch is 8:30 a.m. So, that's a 2.5 hour cutoff for 7.3 miles. So, very generous. And like I said, the cutoffs do stay pretty generous throughout that first half of the race to give runners, a fair chance to get through the really challenging parts of the course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good. So, yeah, we're approaching almost an hour into the race already. This has gone quick, yeah. Yeah. So we'll be seeing some of those race leaders coming into that first aid station before they
Yeah, pretty soon here.
Start that climb.
Yeah,
up
maybe another
towards
10 minutes.
Antero.
Yeah, maybe another 10 minutes or so. And Raspberry Gulch sits at about 8,900 feet. So from there, they will climb up to 13,100 feet.
Yeah, that's a big delta there.
Yeah, I believe it's a 4.5 mile climb up to the base of Antero. So hopefully their legs are all warmed up. The hard thing too about altitude, especially if you are someone that's not as familiar, is, maybe your heart rate isn't getting as high on those high altitude big climbs, but you are starting to breathe very heavy. So just kind of balancing what your effort level is can be quite the challenge.
Yeah, it sure can.
Someone in the chat, Kevin Wheat, said that they also have a special lottery for volunteers only, just a couple days after the event. So if you want to get into High Lonesome, that's a really good way. Come out and volunteer.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Kevin. Kevin's a great guy, living on the Front Range there. Hung out with him a few times at Berkeley Park Running Company.
A lot of people. I guess that's what happens when you've been racing in the sport for quite some time.
Yeah. It's great that these communities, we get to have these showcase events like High Lonesome, like Hard Rock, like a lot of different races, the San Juan Solstice, and everybody comes together and gets to catch up and
Totally.
share their passions.
Yeah.
Whether that's crewing or volunteering or staying up all night at an aid station watching people look like they're going through war.
Yeah, I should definitely not neglect the crew. crewing is such like basically an alternate in themselves. And, you know, actually coming from someone that has done crewing and racing, I think crewing is harder because you have to like take the stress of that person. You have to like figure out what that person needs before they need it. So yeah, I think crewing is quite the challenge.
Yes, it is. My wife, Whitney, she's a 100-mile racer. I met her at I'm Tough in 2020, and
I met my partner at a race too.
well, it's a good place to meet people, that's for sure. Yeah, you get to have that commonality of sharing something like this. It's pretty strong bond right off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like, you know, during this race too, people that don't know each other will become friends once they cross that finish line. Just you find people to become friends with.
Yeah, but you know, a shout out to the crew is that, you know, I discovered, I was usually in the position of always being the racer, and I had the opportunity to crew, and it's more stressful when you can't control what's going on.
Absolutely.
And you have to check this, you know, just like we have here, the High Lonesome 100-mile open split time thing. Just
right. But sometimes it could be wrong. And you're like, what's happening to my person? Or like, you know, the long stretches without crew. And, you know, the unique thing about this race too is crew will not be seeing their runners until a 50K in. And, you know, a lot can happen in a 50K because this isn't just a 50K. This is a mountainous 50K with a lot of vert at this point. So, you know, who knows what their runner is going to be looking like when they come into the first crew spot.
Yeah. Lots of anticipation, lots of missed sleep.
Yeah.
Lots of driving around.
Yes, a lot of driving. And, you know, balancing too of like the safety of, you know, wanting to help your runner get to their goal and accomplish this race, but then also knowing like when to tell your runner, hey, we might need to stop. And, you know, having that responsibility. So that can be really challenging.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. And it's hard to think of all the different things, have everything ready, and offer all the right options and solutions. And, you know, you try to do it all within what? Sometimes, you know, 30 seconds, a minute.
Right.
You know,
Trying to be quick, but also
I'm
trying
not
to be
going to see you again for another 20 miles.
Yep.
I'm not going to see you again until what do you need? What do we need to adjust? Do we need to give you some squirrel's nut butter? Do we need to all of those
pep
questions.
talk. Yeah.
Yeah, and making sure that the athlete, your friend, your partner, you know, has what they need for the next duration, because you know, you make a plan and then obviously plans change.
Yeah.
You slow down, you speed up, you start to get tired of this gel or that gel or this nutrition.
Totally. Yeah. I encourage my athletes or just even my friends that are racing or anyone I talk to, like, especially in like a long race, to like use those crew spots to really take care of yourself and take more time. So, you know, maybe going through the aid stations that don't have crew a little bit quicker, but then using the crew spots where you get to see people and you get to have people like actually help you and know what you need. And that are your people, right? The people that really know you. Take some extra time there, and it's okay, because really, what's the difference between 2 minutes or 4 minutes? Sometimes that 2 minutes longer there really will pay off later.
Yeah, it can make or break your race.
Yeah, especially if you leave without the right gear and you go into a rainstorm in the middle of the night or things like that.
Yeah.
Jason, have you ever gotten to an aid station before your crew was there?
You know, I've had a situation where my crew wasn't there, and I remember that I was running the San Juan Solstice up in the lead pack with some runners, Josh Arthur and some other guys, and my crew wasn't there. I didn't have the gels that I was planning on getting, and had to ask other people at the aid station, which is a good idea because usually crews have extra.
Totally.
And I am not a fan of chocolate flavored gels, and this was quite a while back when goo was kind of
When it was
Goo
just
and
Goo
Cliff.
Encore.
Goo and Cliff, it was like the only
Oh
option.
gosh.
And just having to take that's tough. And then imagine the stress too of being the crew. You know, they're doing everything they can, driving around mountains like you're looking at right now on our Morton Cam, and getting lost, having things happen. It's a wild ride. It's a big battle and adventure for everyone involved, whether you're volunteer, crew, or the racer. But yeah, big stress there, but the key is to be flexible and problem
Yes.
solve.
Yeah.
Problem solve is the name of the game in these hundreds, because things are going to happen, and it's just your ability to react and take care of it as best as possible.
And I think that's such an important note of like, something is going to go wrong, right? Like going
Mm-hmm.
into the race thinking that you are just going to have this perfect day for 20 hours. Like the more you get into this sport, the more you realize like that does not exist. Like there are always things that are going to, go wrong. So you do have to adapt. You have to be flexible. If your crew's not at a spot, like I think it's important to stay calm, right? And then make up another plan. But yeah, having that flexibility is huge.
Yes, it is.
So there's a nice little climb getting into the aid
Okay,
station
yeah,
there.
I think maybe we're looking at some leaders, or not sure exactly, but
Yeah, well, the
regardless,
top-
the beautiful, beautiful little drainage here, the Colorado Trail winding through these beautiful Sawatch Mountains up above, at this point, I'm sure 9,000 feet. People are getting that mountain experience right there.
Definitely. Yes, they are going to. The lead men should be getting into the aid station here pretty soon. It looks like Jimmy Elon Splits was about an hour
Mm-hmm.
getting into Raspberry Gulch.
Yep, 7.3 miles in, I believe.
Yep, and coming up about, what do we say, 8,900 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are from a flatland area or from sea level, you might be feeling the altitude.
Even if you live here.
Even if you, that is a good point. I think that's also a misconception of like, just because you live in Colorado doesn't mean you're great at high altitude, because there's a huge difference between 6,000 feet, 7,000 feet, and then 10, 11, 12, right?
Yeah.
It's not the same. And the higher you go up, you might experience some different symptoms. Some athletes in the field might have to manage some altitude sickness. Hopefully not, but that's always a possibility when you are getting this high. But, one thing to keep in mind is a lot of the symptoms typically come as you are climbing. So if you know the course, if you're an athlete and then you know the course, if you know that you're going to be descending soon, just keep trying to like move forward and get a little bit lower, and hopefully you'll feel better.
Yeah. And it's important to understand too that, there, I think that's Mark Hammond. I can recognize.
That's a good
his
eye.
gear. Yeah. Well, I've raced against and with that guy.
that stride.
Yeah, Run Rabbit Run a couple times.
Okay.
UTMB. Mark has done a lot of the best races, biggest races, most famous races.
And he's based out of Utah.
He's a Utah guy. He's also an incredible ski mountaineer. He skis all winter, and when I say ski mountaineer, this guy goes to incredible terrain that is very scary, that is true mountaineering.
I'm starting to think that's the way to go, though. If you live in these big mountains and you want to train for summer ultras, like get yourself a pair of skis.
Yeah, look at these runners are going fast. Yeah, that's great. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
feel like
Mark is a fantastic all-around athlete. He's also an avid fisherman. Yeah.
And he runs for Altra, who is our presenting sponsor and making this live stream happen for the first year of this race, which is really exciting.
All right, look at that, blazing through those trails.
It's
Headed
so
towards-
green,
I
too.
think we're at Raspberry 1.
Yep, and
So
it looks like they're just right
7.3.
about on a course record pace, which isn't uncommon for, the first couple miles of the race.
Look at those wigs and headbands. And that's the fun part, man. It's really just being able to have fun, support, dress up in cool outfits. And then you give a lot of smiles for these runners coming through here. So there's Jason Murphy coming in, local sliding,
Oh, he's
looking for something
he's
here.
looking for something, but not sure what.
Yeah. So it's early. Everybody's stressed. He wants to keep that lead. Mark's coming in.
I don't even think he grabbed anything at that aid station.
No,
Which
no.
seems a little bold, but he is a veteran. He knows what he's doing. It looks like the next aid station isn't until Antero, so they have to make that full climb before they even get to the next aid station.
Yeah. Mark's a seasoned veteran. So is Jason.
Yeah.
But everybody gets excited.
I think stopping here and taking some time to just make sure you're really good and set to take on this next climb is so important. Just because of how high you get and how challenging this next climb is, going up to Browns Creek and then the base of Antero, which is a 14er out in Colorado.
So yeah, both first and second place currently
like
at the
there's a
first aid
few.
station through at 1 hour and 3. All right, we can hear you.
Say there's any correlation between getting here first.
Looking at the Rourke cam. How's it going this morning?
Good. How are you guys?
We're great. We're great. Looks like you're in paradise. You are in paradise. So what was Jason Murphy looking for, the aid? It looked like he was looking for something that he couldn't find.
Getting here first.
Yeah, he was I think he was asking for something solid, like a bar or whatnot, but it was hard to hear from where we were. Yeah, he didn't fill up any bottles, which I thought was interesting. And then you could see Mark took his time, made sure his bottles were full, because you leave Raspberry, you have 9.5 miles to Antero and 4,400 feet of climbing. So, even though we're only 7 miles in here, it's pretty important to spend your time and make sure your bottles are full, like you guys were saying. So
yeah, I didn't see any hand water bottles on him. Maybe he's got a bladder, but Jason's experienced. He's from Salida. I think he knows what he's doing. I don't think he's going to be relying on little creeks or anything like that, hopefully.
yeah, I believe Jason won the 50K Sawatch Ascent that they put on, which is a lot of this exact same course, same aid station, same start finish, and you go up this first climb as well up Browns Creek. So he knows what he's doing. But yeah, we're expecting some more runners in, but those guys were flying. They were definitely pretty far ahead of anybody else. So we'll wait here for a few minutes for the next few runners as they come through. So we got
Fantastic.
a heavy metal theme at this aid station. So runners will hit Raspberry at mile 7, and then they're going to hit it at mile 93. So, they may not notice the heavy metal early, but maybe at 93, it'll be a good pick-me-up for them.
Yeah, sometimes those front runners are not able to be distracted at this point, but I bet you there's going to be some runners that will really appreciate that and give some big smiles, so that'll be good.
It looks like Annie Hughes in 2022 came into this aid station about 7:13. So we'll be curious to see when the first woman comes in. Right now, we're just seeing some men coming in. All right around course record too. Jimmy Elam was here last year at 7 a.m.
Yeah. So within a couple minutes, and again, it's that not too much climbing has been had yet in those first 7 miles, so they're running pretty fast. Okay, we have the third person.
That looks like Elon.
All right.
He's exactly where he wants to be. He's built so much fitness in the last 6 weeks just being out here and exposing himself to these mountains. So I would say that he knows the course probably better than just about anyone else in this field.
Yeah, he's really dedicated himself to this race and this day that he's going to be putting on.
Yeah, his 13th 100 miler.
13th. That's awesome. I saw that John Rea is going to be his pacer.
Yep, and his coach Mary Denholm. She'll be pacing him first, and then I think John is taking him to the finish. So he's got a huge support system.
All right, there's Chris Hames from Durango, Colorado.
Elon's out.
Looks like he's wearing some new speed goats there.
Good shoe choice for this race, I think.
Yeah, so third and fourth are together, similar to first and second.
Good, keep it up.
Chris is taking some time, having a drink, getting his bottles filled.
So important just to take a moment at this aid station and make sure you are good to take this next climb.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you might be running out of water.
It's awesome to see Chris thanking the aid station people. All right, now we're going to start to see more and more people. When will we see the First Lady? Not long, I bet.
Yeah, they weren't too far off in the beginning, so I'll be curious to see, how it's spread out a little bit more, but I don't think they'll be too far off.
Yeah. I think the guy that is filling up his water bottle right now with the long hair might be a Durango guy.
Oh, yeah? Looks like bib 67.
Mango
That's
Mike.
87.
That is Mango Mike. There's a new 100-miler called the San Juan Softy.
Oh, yeah. There's Alex
he
Nichols.
Is the creator. Oh, okay, there's Alex.
And Jeff. Alex and Jeff still running together. They started together, so they're still hanging out.
154 out.
Yep, just 5 minutes. 5 minutes back from Jason Murphy and Mark Hammond. Both of those runners know what they're doing.
Yeah, and Alex is coming off a major surgery. I believe he had last year or earlier this year. Someone might be able to correct me, but on his heel. So he's getting back into it and putting in some really good training for this race.
Yeah, looking at Alex's Strava, he has had some 1, 2, 3, almost 4 weeks there of above 70 mile to up to 100 mile weeks.
With a lot, and when you talk about 70 miles too, I feel like it's important to point out the hours they're training too, right? Like they're not just going out for 70 miles on the road. There's a lot of vert and a lot of hours in those training blocks.
Yeah.
Things are not super fast when you train out in these big mountains.
No.
Were you guys just moving on these? No, there's a part of it. Do you want it? Do you want it? Because the thing was
Getting some great drone footage of some of the race leaders rolling through.
And hopefully we'll get that aid station back into a bigger screen too, because I think the lead women should be rolling through here in hopefully a few minutes, so we don't want to miss them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alex forgot something. Oh my gosh.
Left and came back.
Yeah.
That's okay. Better to come back now than a couple miles.
Yeah. That was Luke Nelson in the blue that just took off from the aid station. Another fantastic runner, sponsored by Patagonia, I believe.
Oh, wow. Oh, guitar on the ground. I think as a runner, it is always fun to like see different themes at these aid stations, and the volunteers are just such like a good mood boost. And everyone is so helpful, and they're there to like help you accomplish your goal. So yeah, it's just so great to always see them in good spirits. At the aid stations, I believe it's Morton and Scratch. Morton is one of the sponsors of the race, so lots of Morton on course.
Yeah.
Just got eyes on our first place female.
All right.
Not too far behind even those lead men.
Yeah, you were saying hour 13 for Annie a couple years ago, 2022. So within a minute or two, but actually a couple minutes faster.
Yeah, we'll see when they actually come in and leave that aid station.
There she is.
Oh, that's I believe Yana Wilsley.
Remember we were retired last.
And she was 10th here. In
Second place female, right behind her.
2022, she was 10th. Oh, and then there's second right with her, bib 46. That's McKendry Hickory. So we talked about her earlier. She's coached by David Roach and Megan Roach. She has had some success at Quad Rock 50 miler this year and Javelina 100 last year. So we'll be really curious to see how she holds up for a Mountain 100 miler. But when you look at her Strava, it looks like she's had some really strong training over the last couple weeks and months.
Yeah, both those ladies out just before hour 12, which is a minute ahead of what Annie did a few years ago.
Long gone are the days where people think that 100 milers are slow or start slow, because that's a fast start, especially to be like that far ahead already of, or being that close to like Annie Hughes' course record, who is a phenomenal runner herself. And they really are not that far away from the men either. So we will probably see a lot more of a spread as they go up this first big challenging climb. And, you don't see a lot of the top runners with their poles out yet, but you probably will see that as they are making their way to the base of Antero.
Yeah, good, man.
Got Ryan Kaiser coming through right now.
So once they leave
All
Raspberry,
right,
oh,
Ryan.
oh, there's Sarah.
There's Sarah.
Sarah Ostrozewski.
You did great on the first
The
time.
Ostrozewski. I need to not just take a pause. I did practice last night, but
All right, Sarah. She's got a smile on her face.
you know, she has so much experience in this distance, but also further distances, which I think helps in this type of race. Just being calm and knowing exactly what you need and how to take care of your body is so important.
Yeah. Again, look at Sarah leaving an hour 13.
And just so calm, not
A
even.
minute behind, and then another lady behind
There's
her.
Casey
Casey
Littag.
Littag.
Plenty of experience. She was second here in 2022 with a 26-hour finish time.
And she's got those some really fancy looking gloves.
She's always usually high energy on the course as well. So she's really cool because she comes from Nebraska and, you know, trains on flat land for these mountain races and still does very well. 10-time Western States finisher, just finished her 10th one this year.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate it, man. I'll see you a little bit later.
She's won
82 out.
Hey, Shannon, are you here? Are we doing this?
I haven't decided.
Okay. I'll see you soon.
All right. What a party.
Some more
First aid
females coming
station.
through now.
It's
A
a,
good
it's a
jo-
great
good pack
accomplishment
of
just to break the seal and have
Totally.
gone through the first aid station. You're in the mountains. You're on single track. These people are feeling good.
We have Silky Quester in the aid station. I believe she actually just came in with Gwent. Melissa, Sarah's sister, she's just leaving there in the red pack. Can't see that. Big number.
Yeah. Her twin.
Oh, that was Rachel Norfleet. She, Aravaipa worker, employee. She got off the wait list a couple weeks ago, so.
Oh, that lady just ran right through.
Bold, but
Yeah.
hopefully it's okay.
Yeah, they're right back. Yep. One of the Martin ones.
Awesome.
That's great. That's awesome. Which one's no cap? That's awesome. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you.
So yeah, great weather here. First aid station. Hour 15 into the race. Looking at the Rourke cam. It's great to be able to see the aid station like this because this is obviously not on a road. So it's kudos to everybody that's here.
A lot of energy coming into this aid station, which is good. You'll need it to get up this next climb. There's
Yeah.
Liz Canty coming in. Liz lives in Castle Rock, Colorado. She did start Cocodona earlier this year, but I believe she dropped out around mile 100 or so. About 148, I believe, when she dropped out. There she is in the blue pack, giving one of the rock stars aid stations a hug. So she's off. She didn't spend too much time there.
Thank you.
Yeah, baby.
I think you will notice too, as people start to come in, or like maybe middle of pack people, they will probably spend a little bit longer in that aid station. Usually the front of the field does tend to be a little bit quicker.
Yeah, and this is truly right at the base. Looks like they got maybe a quarter mile, half mile until they make that steep ascent all the way up to the high point of the course at 13,000 feet.
Yep, that is a long way to go. I have done that section. It's challenging.
I bet. Yeah.
Bib 64 in the aid station. That's Kelly Young from Squamish, British Columbia.
You got it. In both of them? Okay. There's one.
So something really interesting about this course is it's actually 70% single track, which consists of mostly the Continental Trail and the Colorado Trail. It's a pretty big loop. There's only a small out and back section. So they have lots of trail time, but the first 70 miles they gain about 18,000 feet of vert. So they stay up pretty high in the beginning of this race. So, it is so important to use those aid stations to just really take care of yourself the entire time, and that starts, 7 miles in, not waiting until you're 15, 16, 20, 30 miles in. You have to start taking care of yourself now.
102 out. Thanks for that. Stuff it back in? Okay, all right.
A lot of people coming in that aid station now.
12.
Up until this point, they've had a pretty rolling start, nothing too crazy in the beginning. And the cutoff for this aid station is 8:30 a.m. So if runners have 2.5 hours to run the first 7.3 miles.
I'm not going the wrong way.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
I can see that last runner with the Rocky Mountain Runners club shirt. That has become a staple in Colorado. That's it's awesome to see running clubs that really have that good community.
Mm-hmm.
You feel like you can go hang out, make friends, learn about the sport, find pacers, find crew, those kind of things.
Totally. Yeah. That's the hard thing about these type of races too. Like, not only do you have to get to the start line healthy and happy and, ready to roll, but you also have to find enough people who want to stay up, for 20, 30 plus hours and hang out and not even hang out with you, just see you a few times. So you got to find people that really love this sport and truthfully really love you to do that for you.
Yeah. That's one of the most amazing clubs I've ever seen or experienced. Being in Durango, I can't exactly make it up for any of the runs, but it's I'm jealous.
Yeah.
And I'm glad our state has that great community.
Yeah, it's been great.
You can see community right there, people giving hugs, high fives, encouraging. This is fun.
Sending them all those good vibes before they really do take on one of the most challenging parts of the course. So they want runners to leave this aid station in really good spirits. Very happy runners.
I'm so happy with everybody.
That was Kristen Marshall. She lives in Littleton, Colorado. She's 48 years old.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Go, Dave. Yeah, pretty cool that this is This is a party right here.
Yeah, someone in the chat just gave a shout out to Dave Schiebel. He ran High Lonesome last year, and he was 3rd place in 23:52. So sounds like he's looking to improve on that time. And he's also ran it in 2019 and 2017. So he's quite the veteran of this race. And actually, it looks like he started in 2018, 2021, and 2022. So he started 6 times and has finished 3. So looks like he really put it all together last year, and I'm sure he's looking to just continue to improve.
Yeah, what an investment of time and energy. Keep coming back, having fun.
I mean, I do think this race has like the potential to just continue to grow and truly blow up. Like, people want to keep coming back to this one. So I'm excited to experience it on this side. Last year I was here bopping around a little bit, cheering on some friends, and just really felt the magic of this race. Jason, have you ever been out for this race, or is this your first time?
This is my first time.
Cool.
A lot of summers I've spent in Europe getting ready and racing Eiger, which is also this weekend.
Yep, this weekend.
Big race there, and then getting prepared for UTMB. But this year had the opportunity to run Hard Rock and was like, you know what? I think I can recover enough to be able to sit and talk about a race.
Kind of get some of your stoke back too, right? Yeah. Like after a race, sometimes you have a crash. So hopefully
my stoke is still there.
Pretty high.
I'm glowing after the last few weeks.
Bet. For those of you that don't know, Jason was just the 3rd place finisher at the Hard Rock 100 last week. So, and you look great. You look like you didn't even run 100 miles. You look like you could be out there with the one finisher, John Davis. He did Hard Rock last weekend and is out here racing now, which is crazy. 2 of the hardest, absurd. Probably 100 milers in North America, and just doing them back-to-back weekends. So yeah, he actually did this in 2021, I believe, and but it was 2 weeks apart. So this week only 1 week apart. We'll be curious to see how he finishes, and hopefully he's still in one piece after.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy you're here, Rachel. You can kind of carry the show a bit. Still, the brain fog. And
you got a little bit of brain. Yeah, the brain fog is so real. After a race, I think that's just like a very underrated thing after a 100 miler. Just like the mood swings you do hit. Because you have so many extremes during the race, and then just like, dealing with that after the race too.
Oh, there's Chrissy.
There's Chrissy Mo. Yep.
Just a line going through here.
Yep.
This
still
awesome.
So strong. Started her running career in her 20s and is still running so strong. She's 46 now and taking on High Lonesome for the first time, I believe.
Yeah.
But she's got an amazing background.
Hard Rock and UTMB champion.
Yeah. Yep. Not too many
humans can say that. Not too many professional runners can say that.
Yeah. Just probably Courtney.
Yeah, Jeff Browning has won Hard Rock, but he has definitely not won UTMB. Only Jim can say that.
So it's so important, runners are relying on these aid stations because they won't see their crew for the first time until a 50K. And like we mentioned, it's a long 50K. So they might not even see their crew until, the cutoff for the first crew spot is 6 p.m. So that's a long time to go without seeing your people.
Yeah, but at least it's in the beginning. It's not raining. And, where you need the crew, for me at least, and a lot of athletes, is when you're struggling in that middle to last
totally
3/4,
especially in the nighttime hours too, right?
Yeah, that dark time.
Yeah, and the crew, having a crew is so essential. Like obviously from the standpoint of they are giving you the things that you need, but just from that morale boost too. I don't know about you, Jason, but I always get just a burst of energy every time I get to run through a crew station and see the people that are there for me.
Yeah, I know that whether it's friend, training partner, a family member, that is something to focus on, because oftentimes you don't want to focus on, hey, I'm at mile 20 and I've got 80 miles to run. Instead, it's like I have 4 miles to go until I get to see my family, my loved one, my training partner,
It's
whatever.
it can mess with your brain a little bit too. And it's really easy to get trapped in those crew spots of, I think this is where I'm going to end my day.
Oh, that's a tough one.
It's like you don't want to leave your people. But Jason, someone in the chat just asked, how do you approach heading into a 4,000-foot climb this early into a race?
Keep it aerobic. And just, you don't want to be hurting and in a bad place in the first half. You really want to keep control, feel good, be able to smile, and if you can't smile, force a smile. Talk to people around you. Keep it light. Focus also on hydrating and nutrition. Doing those kind of mental math kind of gymnastics is a great way to ignore the fact that you are working hard, but you're working hard at 10 miles and you got 90 to go. So, those distractions are essential for everybody in this race, for these people that we're looking at right now, or for Jason Murphy leading in the front, or the last person. It's focusing on taking care of yourself, staying positive, smiling, laughing, looking forward to seeing your crew, looking forward to seeing a pacer or whatever. Those are the things that you got to focus on, not the enormity of the challenge of the day.
Yes, yeah, and breaking it up into those chunks is so helpful, because if you really look at it, it's like, wow, I have to conquer 100 miles, or like you get to that mile 7 and you're like, I have still so far. It's just so important to just break it up chunk by chunk, and thinking about the aid stations, thinking about maybe breaking it up into the climbs, and things like that. Just playing those mental tricks is so important and so helpful.
Yeah. What is I think almost everybody has something weird or funny or some nuanced deal to distract themselves.
Yeah.
Do you use music, or what is one of your fun ways to pass those 100 miles?
That's such a great question. I feel like when I first got into the sport, I used to rely on music so much, but as I got into it more, I try not to do that until maybe later in a race if I'm doing something longer, not utilizing it first. I'm really just working on staying present and being in the moment. That's always the most important thing to me. And I like to break things up by climb. So if I was doing this race, I would be thinking, okay, this is stage 1 of the course. I have to get to the base of Antero, and then just continue to break it up that way. And then also thinking about when I'm going to see my crew. I think that is also very helpful.
Yeah.
So yeah, lots of good ways to just really get out of your head is so important.
Yeah, indeed. Chris Warden in the chat says that Sarah Ostaszewski has the course record at 3 Hard Rock qualifiers. The Cool Jewel, Ure 100 mile, which is also a newer 100 mile, which is, I think, 40-some thousand feet of vert.
Yeah, it's
Mogollon
not
Monster is
an
the
easy
third
one.
Wonder if she can bag another here.
That would be really awesome to see.
Yeah, she's already had a big, like we were talking earlier, she's done San Juan Solstice just last month, and she crewed Kyle at the FKT that he set. It's going to be a tough one to do, and Annie Hughes is one of the most talented Americans in our sport,
especially at this distance. Yeah,
she has done some crazy stuff. She's coming back from some injuries that she suffered. She lives in Leadville, which is just not far from where we are right here in Buena Vista area in the Sawatch. So she has her work cut out for her, but she's already done some incredible stuff, having those course records at 3 different Hard Rock qualifiers. That's amazing.
Yeah,
so.
She's got a lot of vert under her legs, so I'm sure she's ready to take on the course profile of this race. And I believe her partner Kyle, who you just mentioned, is set the course record on the Colorado Trail. He's likely out there pacing and crewing her today, so she's got a great support system.
Yeah.
All right, thank you guys. Water.
Not all the way.
Oh, no worries.
Now they're all coming through. But like I said, they have until 8:30 to get through this aid station spot.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is where we're seeing lion's share of people.
We got scratch.
Yeah. Great stuff. So we're an hour and a half into the High Lonesome 100 presented by Altra. I want to shout out to our platinum sponsors, Rourke, amazing apparel, Morton. If you haven't tried Morton, the hydrogel that really changed the industry. There's an incredible company, an incredible product. 7,000 feet running company here in Salida. What a great place to go to get your stuff. Shop local, shop a place in a real mountain town in Colorado. And then lastly, Osprey, based over there on the southwest corner of our state. Making some amazing running packs. Speaking of amazing, look at the 7,000 feet cam up above tree line, looking at one of our beautiful peaks here in the Sawatch. It's absolutely a beautiful day. With that said, there's an asterisk. We are expecting to see rain.
Well, these mountains are just so unpredictable, and the weather that you're seeing at the aid station at 8,900 feet could be so much different than the weather you could see at 13,000 feet, especially as the day progresses. So, yeah, nothing is predictable in these mountains.
Yeah, you know, speaking of being crazy and unpredictable, just yesterday, on these peaks right here, we got a crazy thunderstorm that sent debris down onto the road that goes up by the Cottonwood Hot Springs, over by Alpine and St. Elmo, and there was actual just mud. There's still mud, rock, debris, causing a detour that forced the road to be closed in sections. So that's just a little bit of an idea of what kind of weather you can see in this extreme mountain conditions or environment.
Yeah.
So these people, as you can see, putting on their packs, they are not just carrying a little belt with a water bottle. They are carrying a rain jacket. They are carrying an emergency bivvy. High Lonesome has a unique policy, which is a safe policy, of carrying or having mandatory equipment. They have a mandatory equipment gear that is for the first part of the race. And then in the second part of the race, you have to include your light sources, two light sources. You have to have an emergency light in the beginning of the race too.
Yeah, but I believe you have to carry a light the entire time, as well as a whistle.
10 lumens.
Yeah, a whistle, a bivvy, waterproof jacket, and not just like a windbreaker. The jacket does need to have, tape seams on it. But then there is that additional gear from Cottonwood to Monarch, which is a pretty high point of the course, and most athletes will be doing that at night.
In the dark, yeah.
Yeah, so they do have to carry that additional clothing, which they require pants, an additional light, beanie, and a long sleeves, and there are gear checks throughout the way.
Yeah. You see incredible storms here because the Arkansas Valley is warm, and it's it's not too far away from the Front Range, and so you get a lot of that heat, and it meets with that cold mountain air, and you create some just violent storms. You can see a little bit of snow left over there in that ravine there.
Yeah, it was a pretty mild snowfall this year, so I don't believe they'll have to be crossing any snow during the race, but there was a storm back in May, so there will be likely a lot of creek crossings. So that just kind of adds another challenge too, balancing like your shoes and your wet socks, and staying dry and crossing creeks when it's midnight and it's cold. So keeping that in mind too.
Yeah, it's been we've had some great storm. I say great because fire danger is always a big deal in the Rocky Mountain, and even in the West.
Almost want to root for the storms early
root
in
for
the
the
year.
storms because you can see that beautiful lush green
Good job.
in our 7,000 feet camp. We have great wildflowers in the Rocky Mountains, in Colorado, in the San Juans, but also in the Sawatch. It keeps it juicy and wet. It keeps the vegetation growing, and all those big elk and deer that are roaming around there happy and fed. So it's part of the cycle of the summer. We get those afternoon thunderstorms, and it creates such a beautiful environment that these runners are going to really appreciate. I'm appreciating watching it on the cam here, and this is a great shot. This is really showing off the amazing Sawatch Mountains.
Jason,
Home of
have
the
you
Bowman's
ran
14.
any of the trails in this area or on this course?
Yes, I've run that road there. I've run Princeton and Antero,
Awesome.
Harvard. It was actually Harvard was my first 14,000 foot peak.
Oh, wow. That's great.
Yeah. I remember riding my bike up and then hiking the rest, and it was back when I was a college runner.
Riding your bike like on the dirt road part?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Getting a flat tire. Great memories of doing 14,000 foot peaks here in Colorado. It's we've got over 50 peaks like that are over 14,000
and
feet.
15 of them are actually in this mountain range, which is really cool. And I think that's what makes the Sawatch mountain range so special, is like the amount of 14ers that you see throughout this range.
Yeah. This is a high mountain range.
Yeah, so runners, they're really trying to make sure they leave this aid station feeling good and with enough things, because they don't have another one until 16.9, and that's a pretty long way to go. They have 7.4 miles, or I guess still 14. Sorry, the 14.7 they have an aid station. But it's a long 7. It's not just a short 7. It will take more than an hour. You won't see those lead men come through that spot within an hour. It'll definitely take longer.
I definitely have to give a shout out to this person in the chat room, Schlarb's lost mullet. Yeah, I had a mullet for 7 years. I miss it at times.
I guess the fans miss it too.
Yeah, it was definitely fun, but I don't know. Maybe I should bring it back. Man, look at these mountains. This is what makes High Lonesome 100 Mile special. These mountains, the collegiate peaks, the Sawatch, the Nolan's 14 line, High Lonesome, Leadville's close by. What a great place to be.
Yeah.
What a great place to be in July.
Yeah, it's one of the best times of year, that's for sure. Especially if you are a runner or a hiker or enjoy the outdoors and getting up high. So runners are going to leave this Raspberry Gulch and they're going to climb a trail called Little Browns Creek. So like I said, we've mentioned that's a 5,000 foot climb up to 13,000 feet, which will be the highest point of the course. So hopefully most people are getting through that section, before weather starts to come. It's really nice that they're hitting that early. That's for sure.
Yeah. The classic Colorado weather pattern is to have afternoon thunderstorms. So the design of this course by Caleb and Kelsey is smart, and it gets you up to the peaks before you get that lightning.
Unlike Hard Rock, right? You had to hit handies, the 14er, pretty late in the day.
Yeah. With the clockwise direction, it's definitely after half, in the 60-mile range. So it is challenging that way.
Just a casual 14er with already 60 plus miles in your legs. No big deal. They don't make you climb up to 14,000 feet in this course, but if you're already that high, you might as well.
Yeah, 13,000 feet is plenty high. And that average elevation being above 10,000 feet. What is it? Average elevation 10,426 feet. So yeah, this is a high mountain range. This is a high race. It's a challenging race. 37 hour cutoff. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can watch this all day. You can go to bed. You can wake up tomorrow, eat breakfast, and these runners will still be going. So that just kind of puts it in perspective for you.
Yeah. Okay, we look like we're trying to get the leaderboard up here, but just to recap, we had Jason Murphy just in front of Mark Hammond coming through Raspberry Gulch Aid Station, the first aid station at the High Lonesome 100 mile. And then, how about for the ladies? What did we have for the ladies?
We had McKendry Hickory come in, Yana Wilsley, Liz Canty was in, Sarah Ostrowski, she was in like third. A lot of them came in pretty close and all together. So there wasn't a huge
two were below
course record, by about 2 minutes or so.
We don't want to emphasize this too much because it's a flat, easy section to get to this aid station. A minute, 5 minutes doesn't mean
it'll really show
anything.
like later in the course too if they're still under that pace. But and the men, they were right around course record pace too. I think they were only 2 minutes or so off.
Yeah, those
but
guys
so much can happen
well
in a 20+ hour event for the lead people.
Exactly. And so, like we said, the next aid station is Skyline, up at 14.7 miles total.
Mm-hmm.
And that aid station is at 13,100 feet.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how runners come through there. Because that's a pretty high spot in the course. I have heard that Hancock, so that's mile 49.3, usually runners come into that aid station looking pretty rough. So that's something to keep an eye on for later in the day as well.
Yeah, indeed. And it's the kind of like natural, or not natural, but typical flow, for doing these 100-milers is, you start, it's morning time, you feel good, you kind of get beat down by some sun, you get a little exhausted, and mentally and emotionally, you're not quite halfway there yet. That's rough. And you get the sunset, and oftentimes you'll get a cooling effect. You get put on that headlamp, and it kind of like symbolizes it. That you're getting into the night. You have benchmarked, okay, we're done with the day, you're getting the night, it cools off, people can revive, and then you have the cycle again where you start to go down, you get tired, pumping the caffeine, all those kind of things. You get slow, and then all of a sudden you get to have the sunrise.
Right, yeah.
The sunrise.
That is like a good feeling once you are seeing that sun. That does feel good. But do you have any tips or anything that you think about to like conquer the nighttime section? Because, running in the dark for that long, it can be very daunting.
Yeah, if somebody was going to use music, I've only used it one time in a race, but that's a great distraction, and because you're not really, that makes me get paused. We have nearly a full moon tonight, and having the full moon is fantastic.
Yeah. Extra light, right? Bonus light.
Yeah, Jenny Jarek talking about that they get to enjoy a full moon.
Yeah.
So that's going to be special. That's going to be special in these mountains to be able to be lit up. Hopefully the storms will have passed and they can actually take advantage of enjoying some views, which is something that you usually do not get to do at night. But with a full moon or a near full moon, I think that they're going to be able to enjoy doing that. But, that's... I would say the other tip is hopefully, in an American-based race, you can have a pacer.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and they can pick them up, I believe, at Hancock. So that's 49, mile 49.3 is when they can pick up their pacer.
Yeah, so that's a great opportunity to be able to have some conversation, distract yourself.
Definitely.
And we do these 100-mile races because we want the challenge. We want to build the pain cave.
Yeah.
We want to go to the dark places. And
totally. In
the dark, in the middle of the race, is a place to really kind of get raw, get nitty gritty, dirty. That's what we sign up for. So to embrace that and be like, you know what? This is I'm going to look forward to this instead of dread it.
Yeah.
I think that's key, because that's where you get those kind of soul finding
Absolutely.
kind of
And I
crazy
always like to
things
tell
happening.
athletes too, like, don't fight the trail, right? Like, if it's rocky or if you're going uphill, if you're just in something that's really challenging and you're just kind of in the thick of it, like, don't fight it. Just, you do have to work on that mindset for sure.
Yeah, and I think, okay, here we go. We've got the leaderboard up here on
Oh, and
the
it's gone.
screen.
It's coming wet.
It'll be there in a second. We'll keep talking about the dark times, but
The dark time.
the dark times, that's where we find things. We figure things out. We build that pain cave, and to go ahead and smile in the middle of that. I can't say it enough. I learned this in Run Rabbit Run, and early in my career, that if you are able to laugh, force a laugh, stick to a mantra,
Totally.
think about, hey, what's my why? Dedicate your run to a cause, a person, something special. Get emotional, cry, laugh, scream.
Yeah, I think
That's
I think the
where you do it.
smile,
In
the
the dark.
smiling can be really helpful for sure.
Yeah.
Especially going into aid stations or
Tell me
cruise
what's
spots.
what's your advice?
My-
What's your tips?
I was trying to make mental notes for all your tips, but I don't know. Personally, I like to just smile. I think that's really helpful, especially going into those cruise spots and going into those aid stations with a smile. But it does look like that men's leaderboard is up
We
and
got our top
running.
10. We got our top 10 in there.
So we can see the names of them. This is through Raspberry Gulch, which was that first aid station.
Yeah. So this is a good recap. Jason Murphy from Salida, Mark Hammond from Salt Lake, both of those guys with at least, I think both of them, a decade of experience. And then you said Elon has 13.
This will be this is his 13th time.
Yeah, I have not done 1,300 miles. so-
Really?
no.
Yeah, Elon's been around for a while doing lots of races. And as I mentioned, he's in the Bay Area, but did spend extensive time out here getting to know these trails. And so just a great person.
Yeah.
And
then
most of those guys did come in pretty close together. There wasn't a huge gap. And now we have the women's leaderboard on the screen.
Right. Yeah.
And the woman running in first, she has ran this race before. She was 10th here. And I believe in 29 hours.
Yeah. And you can
Yeah,
see
29-hour finish time.
the
So I'm sure
twins.
she's looking to improve on that because, I've seen some of her training and it looks like she's capable of much more.
Yeah. And, just the nature of only being at 7.3 miles of fairly flat running, we have the top 10 within 3 minutes. 3 minutes and 55 seconds or 35 seconds. So
Yeah, that's nothing.
yeah, and it's good to see that nobody's done anything ridiculous, which I always find I would like to see the race really transpire when it should in the middle and the second half.
Yeah.
So nobody's doing anything too crazy there.
It'll definitely be interesting to see when the women come through like after this big climb and see what the gaps look like and kind of see, you'll really get to see what like their strengths are too if they are strong climbers. That is going to be really interesting to see. But then they also, once they get through this big climb, they have a 3,000 foot descent. So, we'll see who's the strong climber, who's the strong descender, and what that looks like as they progress.
Yeah. Looking at that top 10 ladies through the first aid station at Raspberry 1, nobody under 30, which is pretty typical for 100-mile ultras.
Yeah.
But also, there's only one lady, 48. I'm not sure what the
41,
transfers-
the woman running in fifth.
Oh, okay. Missed that one. All right. So 2 ladies in their 40s. So that's 5 years ago, it would have probably been half the people on there, men and women.
Yeah.
So we're getting that's something that excites me is, when I started the sport in 2010, I started a few years later than I really wanted to because at the time I really wanted to run with young competition. And I felt like at the time it was just a whole bunch of old white guys. And it was that's a somewhat accurate statement, but it's really nice to be able to see more ladies, and
Yeah,
B, younger
absolutely.
people in general.
126
And
out.
I think D, to have more diversity.
Yeah, for
You know,
sure.
to see
And
some people that are coming from different backgrounds and not just the typical stereotypical ultra
totally.
runner.
And I get really excited when, as a running coach, like getting athletes on my roster who are in their early 20s, because it's so fun to just help them understand, like, if you just stay patient and you stay with this sport and you stay excited and stay healthy, like, look what you can do when you are in your 30s and even in your 40s. So I love that part of it. And just kind of helping, talk younger athletes through this, that they don't have to be in their prime right now in their 20s. And that's why we do see the women's like top 10, all of them, no one is under 30.
Yeah. Pretty wild. But yeah, we'll continue to see fast young ladies and men
Definitely.
join this party. I had a pacer at Hard Rock for about 12 miles, Zach Garner, who's
Oh, so you didn't even use one for the entire time that you could?
No, long story.
Yeah.
But I guess we have another 6 hours of talking. But back to Zach, getting into the sport when he's 23, and winning the race at Bear last year and setting the course record.
Oh, wow. Good pacer to have.
Yeah, yes, I definitely didn't push him. But yeah, it's great to see young people getting into the sport and to have the opportunity to do this kind of stuff instead of having to wait until you're 40 something.
Yeah. I personally didn't get in the sport until like my earlier 20s, and like honestly I wish I got into running earlier than that, just because it's such a great outlet to have, and it is fun to see even college students start to make that switch earlier. But the key is staying healthy and staying happy and excited about this sport, so you can get to the age of where like you will be running in your prime, which won't be until your mid-30s.
Yeah. But you have races like Western States where we're seeing so many more athletes that are in their late 20s, and early 30s being on the top 10, opposed to, back
definitely.
in the day when Scott was winning it, and, we had a more old crowd. So, but it's interesting, it's a faster race.
Yeah.
And so it attracts those kind of runners. It attracts more Americans.
Well, and you're seeing people come out of their college sport and go right into this sport too. It's kind of another outlet. If a lot of these cross country and track runners, like, they'll come, and if they're maybe not going to make it quite on the professional field of the road running scene or the track scene, they have this other outlet to like really take a stab at and, really see what they can do and how they can progress, which is really exciting.
Yeah. Also, what's exciting is, mountain running sub ultra. And seeing that grow with the Cirque series, with the mountain running championships, with the world championships, and we had years where we've had Sky Running US series, back in the Carpenter era, in the 90s and stuff, and then also with our presenting sponsor Altra actually put on the Sky Running series. That was only lasted for a few years, but the momentum's coming back. I feel like
definitely.
James, who has the Steep podcast, I believe he's
in Colorado Springs.
Yeah, he's in Colorado Springs as well. I actually got to hang out with him before Hard Rock, just to be able to see some excitement and some energy for that, because that's part of the sport that we need to develop as well.
Yeah, for sure. And things like this live stream and live streams in general, they're definitely helping that.
Yeah, it is. It is exciting. Yeah, so here we are, almost 2 hours into the High Lonesome 100 presented by Altra. We are looking at the last few runners coming through the first aid station, Raspberry Gulch.
And they still have about 35 more minutes to get through that aid station. So we'll see if, a few more people trickle through.
Yeah, very, very generous cutoff for the first aid station. And yeah, I'm glad we're not seeing too many people over 2 hours. It looks like going to be coming in.
Definitely. Yeah. And,
All right. We're going to take a an ad break, I think, and talk about some of our awesome sponsors that we have for this High Lonesome 100 mile presented by Altra.
Every day, I open 7,000 feet for Salida, Colorado. Here, we are about community. Running here is more than putting one foot in front of the other. You run in the footsteps of those before you, next to you, and after you. Running in this small mountain town means being part of something greater than yourself. It isn't just the shoes, it's where the shoes will take you.
All right. So we're seeing just a few more runners come through. A 2.5 hour cutoff at the Raspberry Gulch Aid. What's the vibe? Is the party still rocking there?
Party's still rocking. Can you guys hear us?
Yes.
Yep.
Great. Yeah, I would say the majority of the runners have come through. We'll probably have a few more coming through before that 8:30 cutoff. Like you guys mentioned, it's early, so lots of smiles. People gearing up for the big climb up Antero. So, lots of excitement for that. It's cool to see some of that drone footage. So I think all our viewers will see just how beautiful this course is. I've done this race twice, so it's definitely a sweet course. And I think this live stream will definitely help lots of people see the beauty that's out there on this course. But yeah, it'll be a good day. The weather's nice now. We'll see. Everybody has their rain jackets, so I think we're all expecting a little bit of rain and weather later. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious if those rock stars are going to go take a nap now and get prepared for the real rock star party that's going to happen late tonight and into tomorrow and tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, maybe I'll see if I can grab one of the aid station captains. Get a few questions.
Yeah, that would be fun. Let's do that.
Hey, Ellie, put some gummies out. Can we ask you some questions? Hey, Ellie, can we ask you some questions real quick?
Yeah.
Because you're one of the aid station captains. I'm
Do I need to put my glasses?
Come on up. All right, we're here with Ellie, who's one of the aid station captains. Maybe give us a little rundown on your guys' theme and just how hard you guys are rocking.
Yeah, we are the hair bands. So we originally talked about this and said we to the jungle on the way out, and then we got kind of sick of that. So.
Well, what do you look
we didn't
at?
stick with it.
It'd be sweet to see how long you guys could play one song throughout the whole night, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we've kind of been talking about the night. That's like a 1 a.m. to 6 p.m. section. So like we're gonna have to strategically take breaks from the 80s music.
And how are you guys getting ready? Because runners hit this aid station on their way back around mile 93, right? So you guys are going to see a lot of carnage that late in the race. Some people at night, lots in the morning. You guys have a shift going where you have people kind of covering multiple hours at a time?
Yeah. We actually have, so I'm the captain, and then I've got my husband and my dad here as co-captain. So we're all going to take shifts leading. I'm hoping to get some sleep, but we'll see if that happens.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm actually hoping that like morale is really high by the time runners get here. It's like only 7 miles left. One more itty bitty climb.
I guess you
itty
got
bitty.
it time, right?
Besides the last one.
So I volunteered at this aid station a couple of years ago, and it was. Most people were in pretty good spirits. They can smell the barn at this point, and so you only got 7 to go. So we didn't let people stay too long. We kicked them out,
Yeah.
give them some Coke, give them
Don't get 'em
some
cozy.
warm if they need to, and get them out. Get
Yeah.
them to that finish.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
cool. Thank you.
Wow.
Fun.
Well,
We had-
before Ellie runs away, oh, maybe she will.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, wait. Okay, I'm back.
Got a question.
We've got to brag a little bit about these aid station captains. Ellie is quite the accomplished runner. Tyler Fox has won all kinds of races. I think he's got a golden ticket, and so they're out here partying like for 37 hours. I've got to ask, are you going to take a nap, Ellie?
Jason wants
Santa?
to know if you're going to take a nap. She said yes.
Okay,
He
good.
was listing your accomplishments as well as Tyler, making sure people know that you guys are legit. You know,
Well, at least he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I
And then-
appreciate that.
and your dad is here helping.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's awesome.
He's right there. The coolest blonde wig. He somehow scored that one.
Did you guys take a tour bus here? Do you guys have like a roadie van? Okay,
That.
cool. All the amps and everything in
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
All right,
Mhm, and the
cool.
drugs.
Perfect. Drugs.
Yep, all the drugs.
Perfect. All right, I'm gonna go check out the tour van.
All right, that's fantastic. Yeah, and I know Ellie and Tyler, they're coming from Lander, Wyoming. So to come out here and support all these runners for 37 hours, pretty impressive. That's the level of incredible volunteers we have at High Lonesome 100 Mile. Pretty awesome.
Gotta love it. When people aren't running, they're usually helping or volunteering. So I think that's what's special about the whole ultra world that we live in, right? It's pretty cool.
Yeah. And how many aid stations do you have? Like a almost 40-hour obligation. That's pretty incredible.
That is a long time to be out there.
It really is. It's a lot more complicated than running, right? Running's hard, but it's simple. When you run in the race, you got a simple job. When you're helping at an aid station or crewing, it's much more complicated and maybe a little less adrenaline. So
Yeah.
extra caffeine, right?
What a crazy true rock star aid station to see everybody at 7 miles and then at 93. That's just a bizarre one. I hats off to everybody out there.
So what we'll do is
Yeah, you definitely see two extremes here at Raspberry.
Yeah. Very cool. Thank you for being out there and doing that interview with the aid station captain, Ellie Fox.
Yeah, of course. We'll see you guys on the next one.
All right. Thanks a lot, man.
Absolutely. Yep. This is the whole. Yeah.
All right. So we looking at that mountain range, wondering when the rain's going to come in. We've got 2 hours.
Maybe we should
into
stop
the race.
mentioning the rain. Then maybe it won't come. Or maybe if we keep talking about it, maybe it won't come. I'm not sure which one.
Yeah. But it's nice. It's not definitely not hot at 10 or 8 o'clock in the morning.
No,
but
and I don't think it's going to be as hot as it has been in previous years. And heat is really something that can be extra challenging. Like, yes, cold and wet and rain is all hard, but struggling at the heat when you're that high at altitude is also another challenge.
Yeah, it is, and just that direct sunshine.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's 60 or 80 degrees, having the sunburn, having the just sun in your eyes, on your face all day long. There is a positive to having that cloud cover and then possibly rain. But it's a diversity. It distracts you.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
weather can be a fantastic way to kind of pass the time.
Yep. And right now our runners are making their way up Browns Creek Trail, which is one of the biggest climbs of the race. Climbing about 5,000 feet, and they should be getting to the top of that in the next hour or so. At least the top men.
Yeah, and those ladies are not far behind at all. So it's gonna be exciting. Let's see how close we are to Jimmy's splits, and then also Annie Hughes splits for those top ladies and top men coming through.
Yeah, and with a race that hasn't been around too long, it is common to see those course records fall year after year for a bit.
Yeah,
as the fields continue to get more competitive.
yeah. and you know, the sport changes, and how we fuel ourselves in these races is changing. The shoes that we wear,
How you deal with the elements, right? The cooling.
yeah, yeah, it's some of them are subtle. Some of them are blatantly obvious. You know, doubling the amount of calories that you consume an hour is going to make a change. But some of those small things, like you mentioned, cooling, you know, having better headlamps. You know,
That is a good, that's a good one. I feel like people don't talk about either. Just like the light.
yeah, you know, if you you know, Jenny Jurek running right now with her pacer later being Scott Jurek, you know, the lighting that Scott used when he ran Hard Rock, you know, in mountain race.
It's almost not
overnight.
fair.
There was it was bad. It was really bad. The LEDs didn't even exist.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I remember talking to David Horton. He was the first Hard Rock finisher and multi Hard Rock finisher. And he's won a few times. But, you know, when I talked to him, and I talked to him about like things that he used to do in races. I mean, you know, he didn't eat. I think he carried a flashlight, like a handheld flashlight. There were no poles.
Yes, the handhold.
Right?
Yeah.
They put like, I remember they were telling us putting like food or liquids in like maple syrup jars and like holding it because like it had the handle.
Yeah.
So lots of very interesting tactics have come before we've gotten to the point of all the gear that we have now.
Nasty Cliff Bars.
Yep.
Wearing everything in waist belts that weren't dynamic, stretchy, whatever, more of like a fanny pack.
Totally.
You know.
Yep. Yep.
Those kind of things. And then, you know, frankly, you know, it was kind of black and white with trail running shoes. It was, you know, it was basically you wore road shoes, which I think was better and what a lot of the faster athletes back then wore, or you wore a 13-ounce dark colored Adidas shoe that's, you know, completely was just overbuilt, heavy, awkward, and stiff.
Yeah.
You know, now to think that, you know, with shoes, we're seeing the foams, we're seeing the plates, we're seeing you know, things that are lightweight that don't hold the water. That's another thing. You know, for nearly decades, trail shoes were just big sponges. Yeah. And if they weren't a sponge, then they just kept all the water inside. And just to see that technology, all of these little things that we're talking about, bam, you know, we can see huge improvements. We can see young people getting into the races.
Absolutely.
We can see women encouraged, inspired, and running these races and kicking butt, you know, getting on the podium.
For sure. I mentioned David Horton a few moments ago, and now he's blown up in the chat a little bit. So a lot of David Horton fans. He's a professor out in Liberty University in Lynchburg. He was one of my mentors and helped me get into the sport. So and he was the first Hard Rock finisher. He was out at Hard Rock last week just having a blast. So it was fun to see him out there. And yeah, he is pretty anti-gel. He is more pro Snicker bars.
Yeah, I remember following David and seeing his incredible accomplishments for many years. Yeah, it's great to see these people still active and inspiring people.
Oh yeah. When I talked to him
later.
too, he loves that he has a chance to have these live streams and get a chance to be a part of these races in a unique way that they didn't have before, right? We never knew when a runner was going to be coming in. There wasn't even the like the tracking systems we have now.
Yeah, it wasn't 4 years ago where I'd have told you were full of whatever to think that somebody would want to watch or listen or try to talk through a 37-hour race. But here we are. It's entertaining. We've got a whole big cast of 6 different commentators with great experiences and ability to bring some insight and and entertainment hopefully at times through this race as we watch these incredible humans do something that is truly extraordinary in a place that is one of the most beautiful and challenging environments in our world.
Yeah, this course is definitely very challenging. The first 70 miles of this race have 18,000 feet of vert, and you are up high, for the first about 70 miles until you drop down for the last 50K. And, when I say drop down, you are still at 8 to 10,000 feet. But it's a lot easier to push your body and feel more comfortable at that altitude than it is at this 12 and 13,000 feet that the runners are ascending towards.
Yeah. And as we talked about earlier, you know, adaptation is key, but no matter what, you're having less oxygen in your blood.
Yep.
And therefore you're not as able to give that oxygen to your muscles and to your lungs, and it's just slower and
Yep.
harder. And also makes digestion more difficult. It's harder to get those nutrients to the muscles.
Yeah.
So everything slows down. It's harder to process stuff. It's harder to drink things.
It's harder to think.
Yeah, and you know, I remember, gosh, I think it was Mike Foote, and Luke Nelson talking to me about running hard rock and saying, or in the high alpine, and saying, you know, you just have to realize that your head, your mental cognition starts to say that you aren't doing well. That you can't do this, and that you don't feel good because you don't feel good. And it's all about the altitude.
Yep.
It's not even about like how well your body is, you know, handling it. It's just that things get tough. It doesn't feel good to run a 10,000, 11,000, 12,000.
For anybody, really. I mean, even people that are good at it, it still doesn't
Yeah.
feel great.
And it's the magical thing that when you do run down to 8,000 feet in this course, 9,000 feet, that you start to rejuvenate.
Yep.
That your mental cognition, your clarity, your ability to kind of smile and be happy comes back, and you feel better. And that is something that you really got to embrace and hold on to, and then excuse when you don't feel that way when you're up high.
Yeah.
And you know, that's one of the key things for success, rather you're the last place finisher here at High Lonesome 100, or if you're the first person.
Yeah, for sure. And I just think it's so important too. That's why like the athletes should know the course well, because, you know, if they know the course well, they know they're coming up on this challenging climb right now, but all they have to do is get to the top. And then once they start descending, they will feel better and get that moment of just more clarity and, you know, starting to feel good again on that downhill. So just knowing when the course gets up higher and when it goes back down lower is so essential.
Yeah. That's, you know, talking about technology and changes in our sport, having a GPS watch, and being able to show the actual elevation profile on your watch. I see you're wearing the Verdicts too. I'm wearing the Verdicts too as well. When you start a GPX course on this watch, you can actually show where you are on the elevation profile.
Yep.
And you can see the total cumulative climbs that you've had.
Know when that climb is going to come to an end.
Yeah. And just being able to understand that and be able to keep some touch with reality, because you know you can get lost into your body complaining about what you're doing, and your body is constantly telling you stop.
Yeah, stop
Slow
this
down.
right now.
And it's very convincing. And to have
Absolutely.
to have these tools at your use to be able to battle and to convince yourself that you can do this, that you are going to feel good, and that the highs are there, but also the lows are there, and that you can get through those lows.
Yeah. And I think spending time too, like if you have access to these high mountains and this high altitude, getting up high in your training is so important. So I know that a lot of the top running athletes, they do spend time up high, because it's so important to just not only adapt to this altitude, but also just know how your body is going to respond to it. And just signs and signals to look for when you are out there on the course.
Yeah. All right. We're looking at another beautiful shot. Princeton over there in the top left, and then the road here. I think this is an aid station. What does this H mean? I need to get him to take that off. All right. Yeah, beautiful drone shot. Looking at those nice pines, aspens, cottonwoods.
So green this year too.
Yeah, it's great that we've had good moisture in June and into July. Colorado is a place that can be dry, hot, and have wildfires at this time of the year.
Yeah.
But luckily, we've been blessed with some great rain, and the athletes running on the course right now are enjoying some beautiful, beautiful greenery, to include beautiful wildflowers, which is one of my favorite parts of running.
The wildflowers. Yeah. Hopefully the scenery is helping, especially as they are making their way up to this really big climb to the base of Antero. The nice part is once they do get to the top of that, the climb right there, they will be able to see just great 360 views and get a whole look of the course, and see what they'll be conquering all day. So hopefully that'll be really rewarding for them.
Yeah, that's a treat. It'll be light for everybody.
Yeah.
They can see the top of that 14,000 foot peak and not have to go up it. But
yeah, they know that they get to go down after this climb. So 5,000 feet up, and then I think about another 3,000 down into Chalk Creek. So they will be rewarded with a nice long downhill. Although, as you know, like Jason, like sometimes the downhills are actually harder than the climbing, right? Especially as we get like later into the race.
Yeah, as my coach, tells me all the time and reinforces with lots of reminders, is that you are able to run a lot of different paces going down. When you're going up, if you're feeling bad versus good for something in between, is only a minute or 2 or 3 for your pace delta. When you're running downhill, you have the opportunity to run, as a fast runner, you can run 7-minute miles or 9-minute miles or 8-minute miles, even on technical terrain, and let gravity take over. But if you get too excited and you get up to that peak in Antero,
especially early on
like,
too,
yeah,
you might pay.
celebrate.
Yeah, and especially if you're pushing that downhill so early, you might pay for that later. Especially because the last, 20 miles or so are a lot more rolling, a lot more runnable, lower altitude. So you do need your legs. So you really don't want to ruin your quads that early. So hopefully the athletes in the field have been on trails. I do think this is a race that it is important to make sure you are training a lot of vert just to get your body ready for this.
Yeah. And, even if it wasn't like the course is, and it stayed fairly vertical and, had 30,000 feet of feet, never in those first descents do you want to blow your quads. You want to save those. You want to feel good. You want to have that endurance, because in the second half, it's all about the downs.
Yep.
And it's all about preserving those legs. And it's so tough. Every race, whether it's a 50K or 150 miles, to take it easy on that first descent, because, especially for this course, when you're like, okay, I've got to the highest point. I did the hardest climb. It's been 5,000 feet of climbing. Now, you want to celebrate.
Yeah.
You
and it's
want
a
to just
long
let
descent.
go.
It's 5+ miles once they get to the top. I mean,
And I
there'll definitely be some
guarantee-
rolling stuff, but it's mostly downhill into that. So
Yeah.
it's going to be so easy to just let it loose. And I'm sure plenty of ultra runners have had this experience where, unfortunately, you have to walk some of the downhills at the end because you did blow up your quads and you did go out too hard, or your body could not take all this vert. I've definitely been there. And there is nothing worse than walking something where you want to be running and you could be running, but your body says absolutely not. So that's why it's so important. And some of that does come from, obviously, yes, not overdoing it on these downhills in the beginning, but not to mention also taking care of yourself with the fueling, right? The better you can fuel early on, the better your body is going to feel later in the race, and you will be able to do some more of that runnable stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the greatest opportunity. You got to think about that. You got to plan for it and fuel for it too.
Yeah.
Because, just going back to Saturday morning, I was 4 minutes behind Diego. And he was in second place. I was in third.
And Jason's talking about Hard Rock.
Yeah, Hard Rock last weekend.
Where he got third.
Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. But at that last climb up Little Giant, it's one of the steepest climb per mile. And I get to the top of that, and I was maybe 2 or 3 minutes behind Diego. A big deal to get second place, right? And I wanted that second place. I was in front of Diego before. He's a friend of mine. Yeah. So, but my legs, because I couldn't fuel well, my stomach turned. I started that descent walking. Diego started that descent by gapping me by 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And so, we both went up that climb, like I mentioned, and there wasn't that much of a change. I caught up to him a little bit, and I was running a little bit faster or hiking a little bit faster. But as soon as that descent came, like, oh man, he was nowhere.
Yep.
Nowhere to be. Well, I could see him, but he was so far ahead because he kept those legs going.
Yeah, just keep moving, right? And
Yeah.
that's why it's so important. Like I said, just keep taking your care of yourself. And sometimes that's like a mantra I even use or have athletes like talk about think about when they are in these races of like, just take care of yourself, and repeating that over and over again, because if you can do that, you will be able to hit some of your other goals. And taking care of yourself can look like so many different things, right? That's the fueling, that's mitigating the weather, different things like that.
Yeah,
So,
taking care of your feet,
Yep.
making sure you're wearing the right clothes.
yeah. And
all
speaking of
those
feet
different
too,
things.
the runners will be having quite a bit of creek crossings throughout the day, especially with the recent rain we've had. And then also just from the late snowfall in May that, a lot of the creeks are still running pretty big.
Yeah. That's part of running in Colorado in the high alpine is your feet being wet.
Yep.
And when your feet are wet, they get blistered, those kind of things. So
Yeah. So I imagine at the first crew spot too, at the 50K, we'll see a lot of people, changing their shoes or making some different gear swaps there too.
Yeah, but unfortunately, if it's going to be raining this afternoon,
It won't
there's,
matter.
but that's a good thing to talk about a little bit too, is when your feet get wet, and they're going to get wet again, there is advantages of changing because it feels good.
Yeah.
First off. And
Yeah.
then
Some of it is
second,
mental, right? Just having that nice little reset.
Yeah, soft, dry shoes and socks. That's nice. But also is getting the debris out of there. And some of that debris when you're running through, the High Lonesome 100-mile, there's a lot of like sand, there's a lot of dirt, there's a lot of that granite that gets, ground up.
Yep.
And even if you don't feel it, even if you don't really see it, changing your socks, changing your shoes, wiping your shoe out is something that will pay dividends later, because it's those abrasive little sediment, and tonight, you're going to be wet.
Yeah, definitely. And, obviously your shoes and your feet, but also your base layer, right? Making sure you're wearing, constantly having a dry shirt on. Even if it is raining, I think changing that base layer is so important just throughout the day. So when they are seeing their crew or their drop bag, or using the one that's in their pack that they have to carry for the required gear.
Yeah. Chris Warden on the chat's talking about Little Giant that we were talking about at the end of the course and being 2,500 feet in 1.75 miles. That's, the opposite side of the race here at High Lonesome. We're going up to Antero, 5,000 feet in, 5 or 6 miles.
Yep, it's about
Raspberry.
5 miles with like 5,000 feet to get to that base there of Antero.
Yeah, and when you do those extreme vertical ascents or descents, you've got angles that your Achilles, your toes,
yes,
Achilles going up, having that heel slip a little bit, just rub a little bit on there. And if it's wet, if it's got some dirt or sand,
especially when you are climbing grades of 15 to up to 30% as you get to closer to the top there. So, super challenging for sure. And
taking care of those feet, taking care of the body. Yeah.
So the top runners will likely be making their way to that base in the next 30 minutes or so, depending on where they're at. But the top men should be coming through maybe around 9 a.m. or a little bit before. So it'll be really interesting to see if they've spread out more or who's taking the lead, or like I said, who is maybe the stronger climber of the field. I think that's really going to show. Or maybe who wants it really bad too and wants to really just make a statement early on.
Yeah, with these races becoming more and more competitive, making a move, showing your competition that you're strong, it's an interesting game. And also that kind of, if you get a minute or two in front of your competition, oftentimes, your competition will be like, okay, I will accept this. I'm going to go ahead and let you have that. And then from there, if you expend that energy, you can go and just maintain and run the same pace, basically, give or take a little bit, and keep that lead and have that emotional win.
Yeah.
I'm in front of you.
Yep.
And I'm going to stay there.
Yeah. And some people really like, some elite runners, they like to be in front and really assert themselves that way. But some people really like the chase and like to make their way up the pack later on. Jason, which way do you describe yourself?
I'm a stronger climber. That's it's almost always been my forte and my strength. That's where I just my biomechanics are more advantageous to go uphill compared to others. Even when I was running in college, we do hill repeats. I could run with the All-American on my team, where on the flats and the descents, not so much.
Yeah.
So understanding that, harnessing that, checking your heart rate, making sure that you're in the spot that you want to be. Knowing your body and having that feel for like, this is the sweet spot. This is my forever pace. This is the pace on the first climb in High Lonesome that I can maintain, but maybe make some advantage over my competition.
Yeah, absolutely.
How about you? What is yours?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I like to climb too. That's definitely, that's my favorite. I'd rather go up. I'm one of the people too. I'm always like, I'd rather just go up and maybe take a gondola down.
Yeah.
But I've learned to embrace the downhill more. And when it comes to racing too, I definitely like to be in the front area more. But then you do have that pressure of getting chased later on, especially in a 100-miler, right? You could be leading this race for the first 70 or 80 miles and then have somebody come up upon you in the last 20 that is just a strong runner and, can do this like more runnable stuff like later on.
Yeah. Yeah. I think of, on our list here in the top 10, Alex, his ability to run fast on the flats and in the second half of this race.
And we know he's good at high altitude too. So he's not going to have the same issue of being up high, right? Like he knows how to take care of himself. He knows what his body does, how it responds when you are up at that high altitude. So, he's just going to be so much stronger even when he does get to that last part.
Yeah. But, you're looking through the top 10, men specifically, Salida, Cottonwood Heights, Utah, Durango, Denver, Flagstaff, Manitou Springs for Alex. We have guys that are used to that altitude and are good at climbing because they live in the mountains. So we'll see how that is. But all right, we're going to do an ad break, and we'll be talking to you in just a few minutes.
Altra running shoes help you stay comfortable and stay out there. With room for your toes, you can run the way you were designed to. Because you get better inside by getting outside. So get out and stay out. Run wild. Run free. With shoes made to actually fit feet, you'll get comfort and performance you have to feel to believe. Stay out there with Altra.
All right, we're back. Had to go pee, so that was a nice opportunity. We're at a beautiful cabin at 9,000 feet in Alpine, which is close to the mile 21.
Getting our own altitude training.
Yeah, getting our altitude training, just sitting here, recovery for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're let's see, 2.5 hours into the High Lonesome 100 presented by Altra. I'm having a blast. Everyone is excited, kicking butt. They're early in the race.
They're making their way up. Yep, no rain.
Yeah.
They're making their way up the highest climb and this probably the most challenging climb of the day. So they get that nice and early. They're going to get up to the highest point of the course and then drop down quite a bit for some time. So Hopefully they're all still smiling. Hopefully they're as happy as they were when they came into Raspberry Gulch, but it wouldn't be uncommon to have some lows during that first big climb.
Yeah, and it's a neat thing to be able to be in the morning, enjoying beautiful views. It's looking outside. It's starting to get a little bit cloudy, but the clouds are really high, so you can see those big peaks. You can see those 14,000 foot peaks in the Sawatch.
Yeah.
Here we are, all right, near Mount Antero, the top of the climb for the athletes today.
And that's about mile 17, 16.9, I believe, is this aid station.
Yeah. This is going to be exciting to see who comes through here, what they're looking like. Is Jason Murphy in the front?
Yeah.
Or is it one of the veterans that are 3, 4, 5 places back?
Yeah.
Passing them on the climb.
Yeah, and Jimmy Elam, who broke the course record this time last year, he got to this spot around 8:57 a.m. And it's currently 8:34. And then Annie Hughes in 2022, when she became the first woman to break 24 hours on this course, got in around 9:47 a.m. So big difference there. We'll see where the women are once they get to this spot.
Yeah. Is it Jana or Jana?
That's a great question.
Jana is leading the ladies, at that first aid station.
Maybe it's Yana.
Yeah, Yana. Maybe somebody in the chat will be able to help us out with that pronunciation. But she is in the lead with the second lady, McKendry Hickory from here in Colorado in Oak Creek. And then third, Sarah, a new Durangotang, as we call ourselves, Durangotang in Flagstaff before that, with an incredible resume, being in third place there. And then right behind her is Casey Lichteg, who is no stranger to winning world-class big mountain runs. So we've got an exciting race. And then for the men, we have, like we said, Jason Murphy in the lead, with Mark Hammond with him through that Raspberry Aid Station number 1 at 7.23 miles at the base of this big monster climb. And then Elon Lieber, who's been hanging out in Colorado for a number of weeks, training, kicking butt, 34-year-old. He's from Richmond, California. And then we have fourth Chris Hames, and fifth Michael Manganiello, who's Mango Mike, if you're from Durango, race director of the San Juan Softy coming up next month. So we've got an exciting top 3 or 4. And then behind that, we have all kinds of legends. We've got Jeff Browning, who doesn't really even need an introduction. Alex Nichols, Alex Cummings from Wheat Ridge. A lot of amazing runners. Luke Nelson's in the mix there. Ryan Kaiser. Those are all big names, experienced runners. So exciting stuff. And now, go ahead.
No, I say the female that's in 5th place too. She has the most High Lonesome finishes out of anybody as a female. So that's Silky Quester. She's been running the race since, I believe it started, since 2019. She's been racing, and she's finished every one since.
Wow, that's an incredible feat.
So she's very familiar with the course and very strong on this type of terrain, and so we'll be curious to see how she holds up for the day.
Yeah, and as we look at this 7,000 feet cam, given some great aerial drone shots, it looks like some hail, snow kind of on the mountains there.
Definitely looks colder up there than it did a couple feet lower, or a couple thousand feet lower, that's for sure.
Yeah, the Rockstar Party at 7.3 it looks like it's tropical compared to up here.
Well, I think it's just so important to note the difference in temperature as you do go up, right? Like that Raspberry Gulch aid station was at 8,900 feet. Now we're getting up closer to 13,000 feet. That could be like 20 degrees difference in temperature.
Absolutely. And it'll be, with that 5,000 foot climb, people are going to be warm. People aren't going to be dying quite yet, keeping up their heart rate. They're going to be moving well. So it really is nice that you kind of knock out this 13,000 foot spot here early in the race after a big climb. It's where you get cold is oftentimes when you're traversing, and aren't able to like kind of push on the up and get the your body temperature up. When you're traversing across, that's where you can get a little bit of wind, you're on a ridge, that kind of thing. So I think the athletes are going to be pretty comfortable, pretty safe through here. There's no rain. You got some of that kind of hazy cloud cover that maybe is going to transpire into rain later though.
Yeah. And as someone that, for myself, that came from the East Coast and moved to Colorado, one thing I learned is it does not hurt to be prepared for every weather situation. You'd rather have the gear with you and be prepared versus the other side of it and, get caught in some bad weather patterns without the things that you need. So, yeah. And it looks like we're projected to see the first male come through at 8:55 and the first female to come through that Antero Aid Station at 9:45. Both of those are currently under course record splits, so we'll be curious to see if they get in and keep that effort going.
Yeah. Wait and see. I think that Jimmy Ellum and Annie Hughes are. Those course records, those splits are just last year or 2 years ago, and both of those athletes are world class. I remember seeing Jimmy, I think it was 12th or 13th at UTMB just a few years ago. And then Annie, doing some incredible wins in her career. Leadville local, she really smashed this course record too when she ran 2 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And, now the runners in this field this year have just like things to look forward to and just another level to push up on. Like I said, as Jimmy, lowered that time.
Yeah. Exciting stuff. So, one thing that I was thinking about, from my race last week and then also just racing in general, when you're doing a lot of these weather changes, is having arm sleeves. What are your thoughts about arm sleeves?
Yeah, I don't mind them. I think they're great in the heat, especially if you're going to put they're able to put ice in them, but then also something easy as you're going up high to just slip on.
Yes.
So yeah, I think if it's something that's comfortable for you, that's an easy thing to just put in your pack too.
Yeah, and it was a loaded question. I love arm sleeves.
Do you?
Because you saw these athletes all coming through that aid station at 7.3 and at the start, they've got big packs on. It's not easy to take that pack off,
put a full jacket on,
find or your long sleeve shirt or whatever, and then put that shirt on, then put the pack back on, and then you've got poles to deal with as well. Arm sleeves, man, you can just push them down, or pull them up, and it makes that link between your t-shirt and all the way down to your hands. And I think that is a fantastic asset to have, whether it's hot, cold, or somewhere in between.
Definitely.
And then, when pushing it down to your wrist, you can get it wet and cool yourself off too.
Yeah. And, even wearing those arm sleeves to stay protected from the sun can be really helpful.
Yes.
Actually, Lindsay McDonald, she ran last year. She was third place here. She just made a good point that when Jimmy set the record last year, it was very hot. So last year they had a lot of heat going on that they had to mitigate.
Yeah. Zach says Jimmy put on a
Not
clinic.
a cloud in the sky last year. Yeah, it was way warmer through the day.
Yeah, it is an advantage to stay nice and cool. So, but each year we see people running faster and faster. And, it was 85 degrees in Silverton at Hard Rock this year, and Courtney and Ludovic both set course records. And those course records, I remember when Dylan Bowman and Francois Dehaene ran Francois running sub 22 and then Dylan running 22 something. It was cool and misty and nice and just so good. But, our sport just keeps getting faster and faster and faster. So I don't think that, Jimmy's course record in the heat is laughable at all. I think that he did something absolutely magical, but who knows? Maybe one of these guys can take advantage of a little bit cooler weather today and get under 20 hours as well.
Yeah, and it will be curious. Like I said, if the rain does pick up and it does start to storm, you will see the top people spending more time in the aid stations and the crew spots, changing gear. Trying to make sure they're set to go through each section. And Jimmy's time is 19:42 is the course record, and in 2022 by Ryan Smith was the previous course record, and that was 20:58. So Jimmy took quite a bit of time off of that previous time.
Yeah, 1 hour. That's big.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to see Jimmy just last month in the San Juan's win, the San Juan Solstice, where we have our third place lady, Sarah. She was racing as well, has made the switch or the transition over in less than a month to this race. So yeah, some great racing to be had this time of year in the Colorado Rockies.
Yeah, most years this race does get really nice weather. 2017 when it started, it was a rainstorm and probably the worst weather year they have seen. So it'll be curious to see how this compares. They are preparing for that weather today, and even in the briefing last night, they did warn runners about the weather and how to prepare, and if they are stuck in a lightning storm and ducking down, getting rid of your poles, things like that. Really educating the runners on how to be safe.
On the 7,000 feet, Cam, it looks like we might have eyes on a lead male power hiking with those poles. Yeah, it doesn't look like Mark Hammond. Mark Hammond was wearing a red and white shirt. Jason Murphy, I think we have as our race
he looks
leader.
Strong.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jason from Salida.
And if you do practice with those poles, it's so easy to become efficient with them and actually, use them to your advantage. We do see a lot of people that are, in the US and they don't like poles and they're very anti-pole. But if you can practice with them and really kind of become one with them, right? Like really add them into your training regularly, they can help you so much.
Yeah, you just saw Jason actually go from power hiking with the poles to a little bit of a shuffle right through that nice little dip. That is not just to run faster, but it also just kind of gives a reset to the legs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really
and not get complacent in the speed or like where they're and how they're moving. So not getting too complacent with that hike. Look, he's adding a few more running steps in there too. I think that's so important.
He's headed down now. Jason Murphy running strong. What was that split for Jimmy from last year? 250 something?
Yeah, right about he got in to the aid station at 9:47 or 8:57.
57. So this is 10 minutes before. So I don't know exactly the distance between our 7,000
where we're
feet
seeing
Cam, but it's not far because I think we've flown through here a few times around that corner.
And that aid station is mile 16.9.
Yeah. I don't see Mark anywhere in sight. So Jason's got a good lead for this early. He's running alone. A lot of times in these competitive...
Or sorry, 14.7, I believe is the aid station.
14.7.
Yeah.
14.7. So early. But it's also 5,000 feet up from where we saw him last.
Yeah.
So that's a significant 1/4 of the total climbing almost, 23,000 feet. A sixth maybe. To be have that percentage done before mile 15.
And it looks like Jason has ran Hard Rock many of times but has not run High Lonesome before. He got in from qualifying from the Sawatch Ascent, which is a 50K, also run by the same race directors, and it's a way to gain access to High Lonesome 100. And he won that in 2023.
All right. Yeah, Kevin Weed is pointing out here that you descend that 4x4 road, that Jeep road right there, back down to the tree line where the aid station is. So he's got a little bit more climbing, and then he'll descend. And I also, as we got a little bit more clarity on the image on the 7,000 feet cam, that is definitely not snow. But in
No,
the high
just a lot of
country,
rocks.
yeah, you've got that white rock, but you can see the snow in the background, and with afternoon thunderstorms, you can oftentimes see hail come down and make piles of snow. So it's not out of the question. Who knows? Maybe this afternoon or evening, if it cools down, you could see some snow up at the 13,000 feet, like Jason's at right here.
Yeah, and a question in the chat, what trail they were going up. They are going up Little Browns Creek to get to the base of Antero. That was my husband who asked that question. He got to run down that. He didn't have to run up that.
Yeah. Wow. He must be pretty excited to have that kind of lead over the field that's behind him. With
Yeah,
Mark,
he's climbing
Browning,
strong.
That's pretty awesome.
Jason, Zach Marion wants to know how your legs are doing post Hard Rock.
I'm happy to say that my legs are recovered. I wasn't able to walk very well for the day or two after, but
Well, good thing we have you in studio and not in the
yeah,
field then, right?
yeah. The big 3 years ago I had ACL surgery, and the biggest challenge over those 3 years is getting my legs back to even for muscular.
Yeah, definitely.
And that causes big soreness when you don't have an even muscle distribution.
Absolutely.
But now I do, and so I'm really happy. So I'm smiling.
That's so great.
Enjoying being able to see this kind of excitement.
So it looks like Jason's been adding a lot of running steps into his hike. So I'll be curious to see what some of the other top athletes do in this section. If they stick to mostly hiking or try to add some running in between.
Yeah.
And also, even if it is going downhill or flat, running at 13,000 feet is still not easy, no matter what the terrain is.
Yeah. All right, we're going to link in here with Nick Korn at the Antero Aid Station. Do you have eyes on Jason Murphy? He's headed your way.
No, not yet. Can't see anybody coming down the switchbacks, but it should be any minute here.
Great. Yeah, he's looking strong. He's made a separation with Mark. So the local Salida superstar Jason is making a statement here at mile 13 and a half or so before he gets to you. So you were saying that the split was 2 hours and 58 minutes for Jason. Jimmy Elam last year, so we're within 6 minutes of that. So pretty exciting. It's definitely a great pace that he's started on. So what's the temperature? What does it feel like up there?
It feels amazing here. It's a little chilly if you're just standing around, but if you're running, this is a perfect day for running. Great cloud cover, and it's just nice and cool. I think the runners will enjoy this weather, until it maybe starts thunderstorming later. But for now, it's great.
Yeah. It looks like there's no wind, and that's such a brutal thing at 13,000 feet. So I'm happy to see that we're having great conditions for people to run fast and efficient today.
And to feel good too, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And get these great views. It's not raining. Yeah, we've got eyes on Jason Murphy at 8:52 a.m.
Cruising.
So 2 hours and 52 or 3 minutes into the race. He's on the descent down to you. So you should be seeing him soon. Get those cowbells ready if you've got any, man.
Oh, yeah. The aid station is great here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone else is near him either. He is flying solo right now.
were just kind of talking about it.
Yeah.
Did you feel like it was ever like
Yeah, we'll see what he does when he gets down here. I mean, there's tons of good snacks at the aid station, but he might just want to cruise right through this one. So we'll see.
We noticed at Raspberry, Jason came through and he did not fill any water. He did not take any aid. He was only looking for salt tabs or electrolyte tablets or something like that. So we're interested to see does he have a bladder or does he have hand water bottles? Yeah, Jason is on a mission, and being that he lives in Salida, he's got to know pretty much every inch of this course. So I give him, I think it gives license to him being in the lead like this. He knows what he's getting into.
Yeah, for sure. Good to see a local runner crush this course right now. I live here at BB, so maybe I'm a little biased, but yeah, good to see a Salida guy.
Yeah, neighborly love. You definitely give him a high five, man.
So depending when Jason gets into that aid station, it's taken him about 2 hours to get to that point. He did leave Raspberry Gulch at 7:02 a.m. So.
Yeah.
And Mark Hammond was only a minute behind him leaving Raspberry Gulch, but we do not see him yet.
Yeah, you can. So from where I'm sitting, you can look up towards Antero, and that kind of 13er plateau that's right below it, where the runners go, and you can see people like kind of silhouettes coming down over it. So it's really cool, but haven't seen him coming down the switchbacks yet.
Yeah.
So he will likely be a little bit behind Jimmy Elam's split, which Jimmy came in at 8:57 into that aid station.
Yeah. Got it. Yeah, but it's not blazing hot like last year. So maybe Jason and company will be a little bit behind Jimmy's start last year. But last year maybe Jimmy was pushing a little bit harder because he knew it was going to be hot.
Yeah.
And that this is a good time to move, opposed to the next few climbs where it really started to heat up.
Andrew Walker in the chat said that Jason Murphy routinely does Chavano reps 5 or 6 times a week.
Wow.
Just goes up and down. That'll get you ready to run at 13,000 feet.
Oh, I just saw, I believe it's Mark Hammond drop his hat.
Oh,
that
no.
bucket hat is easy to blow off with wind. But
this should go down a little bit. I would have just left the hat.
Yeah. But 10 seconds, it seems like a lot right now because it's early in the race, but he's got plenty of time. Mark's a veteran. He knows how to do this, but so does Jason. So this is exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see that beautiful view.
My bag is like ridiculously heavy for overnight.
Okay, so yeah, again, that's Mark Hammond in second place. He comes from Cottonwood Heights, which, if you know the Wasatch Front, it's really near Salt Lake City, right at the base of the Little Cottonwood Canyon.
Yeah, great training ground.
Yeah,
Salt
right.
Lake's coming out with lots of great runners.
Speaking of which, it's close to Snowbird. The Little Cottonwood Canyon has Snowbird and Alta, where they're having the Speed Goat 50K today.
Tomorrow.
It's
only Friday.
It's Friday. Oh, you're right. I actually.
But you are right about the race in the weekend. You do have that correct.
I did that mistake earlier today. I messaged my buddy yesterday, Gediminas Grinius. He's running it from Lithuania, and he's like, "You scared me. Don't tell me that." But Friday's race day, not Saturday. But yeah, Mark is on his way. He's in second place. This guy has lots of experience in the mountains, ski mountaineer champion. He's also sponsored by Altra, which is our presenting sponsor here.
Yeah, and he's been racing Altras for quite some time. early 2010s, 2013.
Yeah.
So he has a lot of experience in different races across the board.
He doesn't have experience with that bucket hat, though. He needs to tie the string around his neck or something. Yeah, Mark is really moving fast.
Yeah, he looks great. Be curious to see how far he is, but looks like nobody's in that aid station quite yet.
Yeah. We're looking back. Look at that gap to third. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So awesome.
And then Elon left Raspberry Gulch in third, so we'll be curious where he shows up on the camera.
I think that was determined. It was already established.
Yeah, perfectly calm, great weather without that blazing sun.
Mark was the first guy through Raspberry.
With that nice cloud cover, that's great. So here,
can't quite make that person out.
yeah.
It's not slow. It's only 3 hours since the first 17 miles.
So what is the cutoff for this aid station?
This aid station, the cutoff is 1 p.m.
Okay, so we're at 9 a.m. exactly.
So another pretty generous cutoff to get runners up and through that most challenging part of the course. And I believe that was on purpose. And I know over the last couple of years they have restructured the cutoff times.
I wonder if they've mistakenly inputted or something like that.
Yeah, maybe. It looked like he was pretty fast. He checked in at the same time as Mark.
Yeah,
There's another runner.
These incredible people are running at 13,000 feet, which is quite incredible.
Not an easy feat, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're getting some more athletes.
I believe that one coming right through is Elon with the white hat.
Yes, it is. Chris Hames should be in that mix. Mango Mike was in fourth, I believe.
Yeah, so not a huge gap between all of the runners.
No, they can see each other on this big
for sure.
descent turn here.
And everything is so early. So much can happen. We're only at mile 14.7.
Yeah.
Or more importantly, only 3 hours into this race.
Yeah, what a treat, though. I mean, this is like the Handy's Peak of Hard Rock right here for the High Lonesome. This is beautiful.
You are rewarded very well for your hard work on that climb, that's for sure.
Yeah, and you know, we always, or I shouldn't speak collectively, but oftentimes I look for races with as little road as possible.
Right.
But you can see, you know, this race has 66% single track, but this 20-some% Jeep road, there is nothing bad about this. And you know, one thing that you can appreciate as you just look at this, but especially when you're racing or running on these kind of Jeep roads, is that you actually kind of get a chance to look around. You know, when you're on the single track, it's
without worrying about stumbling or falling on your face.
You're always just worried about those boulders and rocks and logs and whatever that you're adjusting for. But here you can obviously see that you can look ahead. You can look ahead 10, 15 paces and be able to enjoy seeing those peaks that are surrounding you right there. So.
Yeah, and I think it's so important that athletes just make sure they're choosing courses that do inspire them and get them excited. And, you know, that means like in the race, like what is going to make you excited. And hopefully, you know, a lot of these runners on this field just love the mountains and love this type of terrain and this challenging course profile.
Yeah. So yeah, here we are 3 hours in, you know, for a 20-hour finish, you know, we're, you know, 1/7 of the way through, at the highest point. There's Jeff Browning with his bright red hat.
So he's made his way up quite a bit.
Yeah. I don't know exactly the place he's in, but he's in the mix right there with the lead runners. So we make this big hard right hairpin turn and then start to cruise down to tree line where we get treated with some aid.
the person we saw running on that ridge.
I was gonna say like outside of.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a guy coming
Top
down.
10 there. We've got Alex Nichols. We've got Browning, who's looks like we're guessing has moved up a position or two at least. You know, and then we have Elon, Mark, Jason. Confirmed Jason in the lead with Mark behind him. Both of them kind of running by themselves.
And both of them looked really strong.
Yeah.
And adding some running strides into their hike.
I'm kind of surprised just being 13 some miles into the race that we don't have runners together. You know, oftentimes, you know, people will enjoy chatting, taking it easy, kind of passing the early miles together, but maybe it's vicious out there. Maybe they're really kind of just
They
like,
want it.
You know what? I do not want to run with you. I'm not interested in hearing what you're up to lately.
Yeah, and I just feel like on a long climb like that too, sometimes runners just kind of want to be in their own head, you know, making their way themselves and like picking their own pace too, just because that climb is pretty daunting.
Yeah, yeah.
It was interesting looking at the ages of the men. It kind of spans from 32 is the youngest. Yeah, Hams is the youngest, is 32, but then Jeff Browning in 52. So quite the span there, but no one in the top 10 under 30.
Pretty impressive. Mango Mike there. He's run some races
he's
in
also
the last
50.
few years that has really made the Mogollon monster. I pronounced that wrong. Sorry, Jimmy. But
I think that's one of those words that I always look at, but I never actually say out loud on purpose.
Yeah, exactly. Now I'm on the live cast. I can't hide. But that race,
can't take it back.
I've known about that race for forever. That's a super technical race. I know that he did
Another Hard Rock qualifier as well.
Yeah, for good reason. So we've got some. I'm rooting for those orangutangs. Go Chris, go Mike. And, you know, Mike is over 50. He's 50 years old. And, you know, there's not too many humans in the world that can compete with Jeff that are even over 40.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Ludovic being one. But, yeah, Jeff, go. Running fast. In the beginning of the race, too.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Yeah, he's probably excited to be running a little bit faster, Jeff, because, you know, early this year he did Cocodona 250. Completely different race, different style. So just kind of shows, like, how versatile he is.
Yeah. I got to do, Jeff came over and stayed at my, Whitney and I's cabin, and he was doing all kinds of course marking for Hard Rock the weekend before, or week and a half before his race here, just to show you what kind of a standout leader and person Jeff is. That guy is doing all the things, helping people out, and kicking ass top 10 at High Lonesome 100.
Yeah, and no signs of slowing down either at 52. He just keeps going and keeps signing up for these ambitious races and keeps doing really well at them.
Yeah, Lindsay McDonald pointed out in the chat, Jeff is going after Colorado Trail next month. All right. I think we have somebody at the aid station.
Looking good.
He's just flowing right in.
Yeah, and it's a little bit more technical than you would think. You know, those
annoying little rocks get you pretty good.
Little and medium. There he is, Jason Murphy, in 3 hours and 8 minutes, 10 minutes behind Jimmy. How does he look?
Looks fresh.
Nice.
Looks like you didn't just climb 5,000 feet.
Yeah, it looks really relaxed.
Great.
It's so important to come into these aid stations feeling relaxed, being calm, you know, especially this early on too.
Yeah.
He's getting some water.
Aid station people volunteers are filling up his bottle. He does have a bottle, not a bladder. Looks like he's out of there.
That was very fast, especially for someone that did not stop at the first one. But maybe he's carrying all of his gels and everything he needs so he can be efficient through these spots. And he's waiting to really take a longer stop at the 50K mark.
It's after 5,000 feet, it's excusable, but it seemed like he was a bit stumbly. Did you see that too, man?
It's hard to say. Like, he looked pretty fresh, and just the way his knees were picking up and everything looked pretty good. He just filled up his water and grabbed a Morton bar, I think. No gels. His side pockets did look pretty stuffed, so he might just have what he wants and what he likes with him.
Yeah, he's got a significant.
He's got a nice long downhill coming up now too, about a 3,000 foot descent.
Yeah, he did a good job not lingering there too much. That's good.
I will say too that the top section of this is much more friendly as far as like the technicality of the terrain than the bottom section. As you get lower, it just gets kind of more messy. There's bigger rocks, like softball size, soccer ball size rocks, and more roots and just stuff you have to work around. So yeah, he looked good.
You know, Jason Murphy knows what he's doing. You know, he's ran these mountain races before. Maybe not High Lonesome specifically, but he has done Hard Rock, I believe, 3 times.
Wow.
So yeah, he knows what he's doing. He's done Run Rabbit a few times. So he knows how to be efficient in those aid stations.
Yeah. He'll be able to warm up, get his legs underneath him for running downhill, and then, you know, being a local, he knows, he probably knows, as you do, like the fact that it gets a little bit more gnarly at the bottom. He'll be ready. Get a little bit more oxygen.
Yeah, so he's got a 6-mile descent, pretty much about 3,000 feet, going down to Chalk Creek Road. So he can kind of relax, catch his breath again, hopefully get some good fuel in too.
Yeah, Jason, 44 years old, leading the High Lonesome 100 presented by Altra at the second aid station. Kicking ass. Yeah, at almost 15 miles, 14.7. So he actually gets aid in what is that? 2 miles, 2.2 miles at Antero.
Yeah, and it seems like that's a bigger aid station, has a lot more options there too. So he could be waiting to like stock up a little bit more there.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of questioned at first, you know, that he only filled up 1 hand water bottle, but he's 2.2 miles to the next one. He doesn't need 2 hand water bottles for that stretch. Can you see Mark yet?
No, cannot see Mark yet. We're keeping an eye out. Some of the aid station volunteers have been kind enough to kind of run up the course and spot for us. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe a few more minutes here.
Gotcha, yeah. And we've got a little bit of an estimate split for the first female to be in at 9 hours and 45 minutes. Or I'm sorry, 9:45 a.m., which is about 30 minutes from now. We were talking about Jeff, and volunteering and course marking at Hard Rock, commentating, and then he's going out to the Colorado Trail FKT.
Yeah, I did not know that. That's going to be really exciting.
In August, mid-August, he's going for it. He's doing, unlike Kyle Curtin, who set the record going from Denver to Durango, Jeff is doing the Durango to Denver direction. And I think he's starting on maybe the 12th of August. I can't remember exactly.
Awesome.
But
so basically, Hard Rock or High Lonesome is just a nice little tune-up going into it.
Yeah, and you know, Jeff, the last bullet for all the things that he's been doing, he paced Kyle overnight in the San Juan Mountains.
Which is such a great way for him to get some good experience on that trail, and like being in an FKT attempt, I think that can be super helpful.
Yeah, so incredible people out there doing amazing stuff. I think we're getting eyes on Mark.
I know.
Second place male. You can see how, his stride there, that is a kind of a rough, rocky spot.
Yeah, and those are not very nice rocks. They're not nicely set in there. They're very loose. Very easy to twist an ankle, especially being tired after climbing for so long. So just nice to kind of roll into that aid station and be smart.
Yeah, unlike a trail, these rocks get moved by Jeeps, by that Tacoma right there, whatever, and it's a little bit harder than it looks.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. How's Mark looking?
Mostly downhill. He looks good. He looks alert. He had some of his own electrolyte powder that volunteers are mixing in for him, and he's getting some regular water too.
Yeah, it looks like maybe 7 minutes back from Jason. But, just observing here from the studio, it seems like he's a little less, when you work really, really hard and you stop all of a sudden, you get kind of stumbling, and it seems like Mark has a little bit more control on that.
In and out still pretty quickly, though.
Yeah.
Third place.
No, Mark looked less stumbling. There we go.
Jason's times again. Get some more water. Just check.
Is that Chris? I think it might be Chris
I
Hames.
think so.
Yeah, Chris Hames from Durango getting his bottles out, ready to replenish. He's only a minute behind Mark.
And it's so important to go into those aid stations knowing exactly what you want, right? He's getting his bottles ready for them to fill so he can be super quick and get in and out of that aid station.
Yeah.
It looks like there's someone right behind him as well.
Chris trains in the La Platas just outside of Durango, the closest San Juan Mountain range to Durango. And there's a lot of Jeep roads. And I know that he is really, really good at doing those roads right there. So that's a nice advantage that Chris gets for this kind of section of the course. All right, again, third place male, Chris Hames from Durango, Colorado. And then Alex Nichols.
Yeah, Alex Nichols moved up a bit. He's such a strong climber. Like I mentioned earlier, he does do Pikes Peak once a month for the last 3 to 4 years, even in the winter years. So he is very familiar with climbing at high altitude.
So 7 miles ago, Alex was in 10th place. Now he's in 4th place, only a minute or two away from, or 3 minutes away from second place. Chris Hames is out.
And these guys are not spending much time here. They're pretty much in and out, but that just also shows how helpful these volunteers are as well.
Yeah. And at this point, no crew. This should be just a quick water. These guys are not eating breakfast burritos or anything like right now. They've got to just get their bottles filled, maybe a little snack, and they're out. Are you seeing that be the case? Mostly just water?
Yeah, water, and people seem to have their own, preferred electrolyte drink that the volunteers are mixing in very quickly. Kevin Stewart just came in before this runner.
There's Elon.
Yeah, this group of runners between Chris Hames third and Elon being sixth or something like that. It's almost negligible amount of time.
Yeah, they're all pretty close together.
Yeah.
And they know it, which is probably why they're all in and out very quick. It does not look like these guys want to be chatty today.
Yeah, not a lot of runners running together. Sometimes, like I said, you see that early on in the race because you've got 20 hours. You can kind of maintain that forever pace and be social a little bit. But here we are not seeing that at all.
Yeah, personally, I'm really like, I can be a chatty person.
Antisocial.
I'm a very antisocial runner. Sometimes if I'm running with someone, I'll just tell them, hey, I appreciate your presence, but I'm just not very chatty when I run. And I don't mind running next to somebody, but sometimes I just do better with staying calm and, just having my own thoughts. But everyone's really different.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I always stay.
antisocial.
I'm the same way, but there's a lot of runners that do that, even in the front, but not today apparently.
It's also hard to talk while you are climbing up to 13,000 feet, no matter what the effort is. That's 154. Nico.
Yeah, Nico from Denver, 41 years old. He's only about 2 hours away from this course, so he gets probably some opportunities, hopefully on the weekend, to do some long running here. Lots of athletes carrying their poles on the waist belts. Not as many quivers. Lots of waist belts here.
Yeah, that's surprising. I feel like the quiver is really nice, but we might see a lot of these athletes do some pack swaps too at 50K. So having the poles on their shorts might be a lot easier to keep.
He looked fresh. That was quick and efficient.
That was
a really good aid station transition.
But he looked calm too. I think that's so important. You can be quick, but staying calm and relaxed is really important.
No puking at this aid station.
No, which could be surprising because this could be a lot. This could get people, with a lot of altitude sickness. Maybe, maybe like later on in the day or later on in the pack.
Do you just send the bibs if we're sinking?
13,000 feet is no joke.
Yeah.
But at least going into the aid station, they have like a few moments to collect themselves, so they have like a nice little downhill in. So, if they weren't smiling up that climb, they can kind of readjust their attitude going into the aid station.
Yeah, maybe we'll
so they're a little bit more spread out than Raspberry Gulch, but not too much. Not much time is in between them, and they've all been very quick into the aid station. We haven't seen anyone take more than probably a minute.
There's Jeff. He's holding something in his hand. It's not his Insta360 this time. Jeff is a Insta360 champion.
It looks like he's maybe holding a bottle and ready to like.
Oh, he's prepared. Look at that veteran.
I just think it's going into that aid station knowing like, hey, I need some drink mix, I need a gel, and I want to roll, and being able to communicate that with the volunteers in a very kind manner, of course.
Watch this transition. He's got a powder mix. Bam, he's got it in there. It's tough, to carry the powder.
And this is what happens when you've raced 140 plus races in your career.
Yeah.
You become very efficient and know exactly what you want and how to do it.
Yeah. He prioritizes that drink mix apparently to have that with him.
Well, Morton's the one that's on Morton, and I believe Scratch is on course too. So if you don't like those options, it's so important. You have to make sure you're carrying something that works for you.
I think he might have been carrying that mix though.
Yeah, right. Carrying your own mix so you have something that works best.
That was a quick transition. How is it seems like the vibe is good and people are just getting through and having a good time and not we're not seeing anybody sit down.
No lollygagging at this aid station.
All right.
Oh, there's Sarah.
Sarah just made that hairpin turn, so we can see her in maybe 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, she'll be way up on course record split at this point.
Yeah, I didn't get the split from like when we saw Jeff make that hairpin turn to when we came in just now.
It was a while, but I don't think it was 25 minutes.
Yeah. Wow. Sarah leading the High Lonesome 100 mile. presented by Altra.
And she's so strong at climbing and in the mountains. So I think that this course just really plays to her strengths.
Yeah. We have.
And she has that experience of going very long and very far.
Yeah, fantastic. She's made a move a bit on that climb, moving into the first place position.
Yeah, because I believe when she left Raspberry Gulch, she was maybe in the top 5 or so, but they were all very close. And then she checked into Skyline at 14.5 in second, but it looks like she making her way in the lead.
Yeah, she was in third place, but just 2 minutes behind. Let's see where the other ladies are.
McKendry Hickory, another Colorado athlete, looks like she is in second place right now. She did leave Skyline in first, but it looks like Sarah did catch up to her.
Yeah, shout out to Morton, one of the absolute leaders in fueling and changing our sport to include road running, to include cycling. It's pretty cool to see an aid station at the High Lonesome 100 Mile in Colorado here stocked with Morton. I think the drink mix in that big orange Gatorade converted to Morton jug. That's pretty cool that athletes can get that. It's a premium fuel, and to be able to have that access is pretty awesome. They're one of our platinum sponsors for the race.
You want to throw a rock under that?
There's Mango Mike dilly-dallying with his hand water bottles.
Do a lot of people call him Mango Mike?
Yeah, I mean, his last name is a little bit of a handful there.
Another name that I don't think I want to say out loud.
Yeah, no, Mango Mike is much more fun to say. Yeah, and he's you can kind of tell from the cam here he's over 6 foot tall. He's a really tall guy, but man,
he's tiptoeing on those rocks that do not look like a very nice descent. That's for sure.
Yeah, this doesn't make you look really fast and agile, but it's just that loose Jeep road kind of aspect.
Yeah. And Mike is 50 years old, still crushing it in the top field.
Yeah, I think he might be close to that top 10. There he goes. That was quick. He's got the quiver. Fantastic. Do you have a count for place? Do you know what place Mango Mike is in? Must be just outside of that top 10. You can see. Well, that was at 7 points. Okay.
I believe in 9th.
Gotcha. Yeah. Right. Awesome. People are starting to.
Is that Sarah?
Nice wave.
Giving
That's
a big
fun.
wave.
I can see a ponytail.
I don't know if that's. Is Sarah wearing a hat?
No, I don't think she's wearing a green hat.
Yeah, these are some of the other females because I believe
Yeah.
that one right in front is also.
Because this is just before the hairpin turn. Sarah's already 5 minutes past.
Yeah,
this.
so it looks like some of these women are leapfrogging quite a bit, kind of changing up strategies between hiking and running.
Yeah, which makes sense at this elevation. It's not as straightforward.
Well, and sometimes after that big
sitting
climb, you kind of need to give your legs just like a moment and give your body a moment to recoup and just kind of take a few walking steps before you want to like start running downhill. We see people using their poles on the downhill, but then also some people just holding on to them.
Yeah.
And they're all making really great time.
Yeah. Yeah. She's definitely using her poles on the down. This is. I try not to do that
No.
too much because I feel like, especially early in the race, it can be a situation where it feels good kind of to give the stability, but you know what? You can start to focus on that too much opposed to keeping your flow.
Totally.
But she's obviously in second place at High Lonesome. She knows what she's doing, so maybe she's got a better strategy.
Yeah, and I think it just depends like what you practice and what really feels good for you is so important. But sometimes we see athletes that don't practice or train with their poles, and then they try to utilize them too much in a race, and you'll realize that you get very sore. It's very common for your arms to fatigue and get sore. So it's so important that you're practicing with your gear.
Yeah. Or you can start to get to the point where you're just using your poles, but not effectively.
Yeah.
You're kind of just like halfway doing it, you know, and it's slowing you down. You know, it gets in your way. It can, you know, you're not really pushing off because you've been using them for so long. So it's a balance. But yeah, she was not 5 minutes back, maybe from Sarah, the green hat runner. Maybe somebody knows who this green hat runner is.
Yeah, runners! Yeah! All right, let's go!
Is that bib 85? Yep, I believe that's our 10th place male from Boulder, Colorado, Adler Edward.
Nice.
He's 37 years old, so I guess that's considered young in this race.
He doesn't have any poles.
What do you need?
Hey, staff.
Both. Well, like I said, it's
Yeah.
all about what's efficient and like what works best for you.
Yeah.
Good, good.
Yeah, there's definitely fast male and female runners that do and do not use poles. And, you know, when you're at that, you know, 23,000 feet of vert over the 100 miles, there's going to be some long sections where you don't need poles at all. And, you know, some people just don't like having them bouncing on their waist or on their back. And you know, it is weight. You know, I definitely have seen Killian use poles at Hard Rock, but then also he's had Hard Rocks where he doesn't use them, and UTMB where he did not use them at all. So it's, you know, that has 33,000 feet.
Right. And sometimes it's what you need in that moment too.
Yeah. But unlike U.S. races, most of the European races, if you start with them, you have to finish with them.
Right.
But I don't think we have that rule here.
No, here, I mean, you could see maybe someone pick them up at 50K when they see their crew for the first time, or maybe they're going to drop them at 50K. Or when they get to more of the rolling sections, they don't want them anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the Chris Warden green hat runners, the new orange hat guy. Pretty good.
Yeah, there's definitely quite a few runners that have opted for no poles. Lindsay McDonald pointed out Elon was opting for no poles as well, and he was in the top 5 running through. So,
yeah. You know what? A similarly elevation run with 20,000 feet of vert, you know, until just this last year or two, you weren't even allowed as a rabbit to use poles. And
yeah, they announced it in 2022, like a couple weeks before the race, that you could start using it.
Yeah, but this race is is much higher, so you're running slower, and the climbs in
Are
that
longer.
first half, it would make sense to ditch the poles in the second half.
Like I
if
said,
you're
most,
feeling good.
yeah, and 17,000 feet of vert in the first 70 miles, I believe it was.
Yeah.
So that's a lot to begin with.
Yeah.
So you see some of these guys taking a little bit longer in the aid station, but still not much time. Everyone's doing a really good job at taking care of themselves, getting to this point. So we don't see anyone sitting down or, like I said, taking extended time there.
Yeah. But yeah, I think using poles in the first half and being able to drop them in the second half, if you were in that kind of lead male and female section, that might be a wise thing, because I think that weight is nice to shed, and just have that bouncing be eliminated.
And sometimes when I do have poles, I do start to like lean on them too much, and it's like, wow, I start to hike more, right? I feel like I could have ran this section, but you have the poles out and you're like, well, I might as well keep hiking. So
they're literally crutches.
Yeah. Yeah. Don in the chat asked you, Jason, would you use poles at Run Rabbit now if you were doing it?
Absolutely not. No. Run Rabbit Run is mountain bike trails, and that is different than High Lonesome here. Even though it's similar, 20 versus 23,000 feet, Run Rabbit Run is if you're wanting to run 18 hours, 19 hours, you don't want to be having those poles.
I will argue maybe at the beginning though, if you use, because you can drop them, that going up that ski slope is pretty steep and could save you in the beginning, but once you do get so into that course, I agree with you in that part.
But that first climb is really, really grassy and bushy. It's not a real trail, and it's not exactly perfect poling, but
Jason uses his mullet power. Lots of people agreeing with Jason, no need to use poles at Run Rabbit, so save those for the big mountains.
Yeah, and that's coming from Anthony Lee, quite an accomplished runner too.
Yeah, I believe he won this race in 2017, which was the inaugural year.
Yeah, and then came back the next year, I think, and got second.
Yeah, so
pretty impressive. So yeah, no poles at Run Rabbit Run. They kind of just get in your way.
Nice work.
But first half of High Lonesome 100 mile, absolutely poles.
So still waiting on the first female to roll through here, but should be any minute now.
I'm gonna predict she's under 3 hours and 40 minutes.
And I believe Annie Hughes' split was 9:47 a.m.
Oh, here we go. Here's an authority on the pole subject. Jimmy said that he used the poles last year, and you don't think they helped a ton. Yeah, it's just
not Sarah. I believe that's McKendry.
Okay, all right. We have the
Hickory.
second, first place lady, not the green hat lady.
McKendry lived in Colorado. I believe she's coached by David and Megan Roach. So she's got a lot of speed, and she's had quite a bit of success at some different races. She was another one that was pretty quick into Raspberry Gulch. She came in with, all the other lead women as well. She looks like she's hustling a bit in through here.
Yeah, you can see the urgency, and it's tough to manage 3 or 4 different things you want to accomplish in 1 minute. And you can kind of feel that. And being, speaking of poles, having to hold those stupid poles,
right.
You're kind of, you see this guy dropping his poles. It's a juggle. Yeah, look at right there.
Yeah, McKendry looks good though. She looked great coming into that. McKendry was third at Quad Rock 50 miler this year in 9:27, so that's a pretty verty 50 miler. But she also has some leg speed. She's done a 17-hour Javelina 100 miler, so she's a very talented runner.
Here she goes,
and she is gone.
McKendry at 3
she did not spend much time there at all.
Leading the women's race.
So well under course record pace too. 10 minutes.
Man, that's fantastic, McKendry. Yeah. What a great.
So they climbed that well.
Yeah, what a great race to run Quad Rock before this.
Yeah, I think Quad Rock's about 10,000 feet of vert or so.
Yeah.
So great little tune-up to start your season before you start training for this race. And
yeah. Yeah, I think we'll be seeing Sarah pretty close, but yeah, it's hard to see from the drone, but we now know that McKendry is leading High Lonesome 100 mile at 3 hours and 38 minutes. She left that aid station at 14.3 after the biggest climb of the course, making a statement there.
And she looked good. I mean, we saw some of those men come down that downhill, and as we've mentioned, it's not a very nice, smooth downhill, but she looked very controlled, very smooth coming down that into the aid station. She did have a little bit of urgency, but it seemed like she probably just wanted to get out before the next female came in and even saw her, because it's a lot easier to just keep moving and not let anyone see you. So I think that's a pretty good strategy.
Oh, as soon as you see, your competition that you want to, if you're in first, second, third, fourth, whatever, or even 34th place, if you see that next person in front of you, you get motivated. You get excited. You get that spike of adrenaline. You start kicking ass, and you don't want that to be the case if you can. You want to get out of the sight.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you get in there and you're like, oh, when you ask, like, where's the next female? And they say 3, 5, maybe it's 10 minutes. No one actually gets you like a specific read. So, out of sight, out of mind.
Yep. Great job, McKendry, doing that. And Lindsay McDonald says, polls slow you down unless you're European and have become one with the polls. I think one of the biggest reasons is because trail culture in Europe has a lot of uphill skiing, where in the U.S., our scene is not quite as popular.
There is Sarah, I believe.
Yeah, there's Sarah.
In the red hat.
But just going uphill in technical ski mountaineering, you get all winter to practice, and that makes you one with the pole.
Yeah, so it looks like Sarah's coming into that aid station. I think McKendry's only left about a minute ago, so they're very close. Looks like they've been kind of leapfrogging a bit.
Yeah.
She also looks good coming down that.
She has some big gloves on. But you know what? My hands are really, really bad.
I don't know about you, but I get very cold very quickly, and they are at 13,000 feet. And just a reminder, like, that weather difference is it's just so extreme compared to where they started.
Yeah, she has her pole, the shark system, with the gloves on the poles, but now she's taking these.
I think those are the Satisfy gloves, potentially.
Fancy.
Okay.
That's my guess. Oh, the mitts came off.
You could recognize them, huh?
Yeah.
I imagine it's hard to use the poles and the mittens. But...
Oh, look, we have a nice pancake. Oh, Sarah's doing all the cool things, like wearing big mittens and eating
She
pancakes.
definitely looks very calm and more relaxed than McKendry did going into that aid station. Just a little bit more chill.
Yeah, not as urgent. But, she doesn't have to go try to hide.
Yeah. Lindsay McDonald with lots of great information. In fact, she said that interesting to note that last year's female winner, which was Georgia Porter, she was 15th place going into this aid station. So there could be a lot of mixing up in the next couple hours.
Yeah. I mean, this race is front-loaded massively. So if you can run more so than most races for a mountainous 100-mile, you can really put some big moves in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to be able to run later in the course. That's for sure. Sarah's really taking her time here. She feels like doesn't have to rush at all. But she looks very, very chill.
Yeah, she's eating a pancake.
I think that's the way to go, though. Like I said, they are not that far into this race. They're, less than 4 hours in. It's so important to just stay relaxed. And there's Jana Wilsey.
Yeah.
Wilsey.
Jana from Denver, Colorado.
She was 10th here in 2022 with a 29-hour finish. Sarah's walking out of the aid station, getting her pancake down, taking her Satisfy gloves off.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. I'm good. But you can see. I mean, if you're standing around up there,
she feels good. She looks happy in there.
Yeah. I love that.
She was in and out so fast, but just nice and relaxed. Like I said, McKendry Hickory, who was in first right now, she definitely had a little bit more urgency. Wanted to get out probably before those other women came in, but everyone else is looking very relaxed.
Water here.
Yeah, there we have it. The ladies' races got our podium top 3 all the way through before 3 hours and 43 minutes. Yeah, this guy definitely looks like he's not cold. But you can see the aid station crew. I mean, they're wearing raincoats and long sleeves.
Yeah, it's definitely not warm up there.
Yeah.
We got reports that our drone pilot had to ground because of rain a few minutes ago. So
Okay.
there is some precipitation out there right now too.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. Before 10 o'clock, I checked the weather this morning, and it looked like 20 to 30% chance of rain starting at 10, and then pretty much going until 8 p.m. We've got 20 to 40% chance, which oftentimes equates to just some light rain, which is good for the fact that I don't think people will get so soaked that they'll be chafing really bad, but cooling off in this really difficult kind of high climb rate first half of this race. So I think that this is good news. Besides the drone pilot and our visual appreciation of that, these races are going to appreciate cooling off, having a little bit of rainy mist come down.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see the different outfit selections that have come through.
Yeah.
Especially compared to the aid station workers, that's for sure.
Yeah. That was definitely like a track singlet that guy was wearing, and then just to think what Sarah was wearing, that's pretty awesome.
So we've seen the first 3 women come through, so they were all pretty close leaving Raspberry Gulch. It'll be interesting to see where they all lie.
Yeah, and it's a good thing for Sarah that she is not sweating and really pushing this early in the race. I feel like, for a big Sarah fan, she's cool and relaxed.
Yeah.
She took her time and had a pancake and is wearing gloves. This is all positive.
Yeah.
This is really good for Sarah.
Absolutely. And I know when Annie Hughes set the course record in 2022, she had a really strong last 20 miles. So that's going to be very important if they are looking to be under 24 hours.
Yeah. So yeah, the ladies are faster than course record pace, but the men are almost 10 minutes slower than course record pace right now.
Yeah.
This could be Laura Hansen next.
Oh,
All right.
That's a good eye.
From the last aid station.
Oh, gotcha. I thought you were like looking at her clothes. I was like, I'm impressed. Laura Hansen is a very talented runner, if that's who that is. She was 6th at Canyons this year.
Yeah, that's incredible. We have 4th and 6th place female finishers at Canyons. Arguably one of the top, most competitive ultras in the country, next to Black Canyon.
I saw a 10, but I didn't catch that other number on her bib. Laura Hansen is a 103. Look this way.
There she is, 4th female. Mill Valley, California. So she's got plenty of climbing, but not the altitude. But maybe she's had some opportunities to go get acclimated. But she's doing great here, 13,000 feet. Just a t-shirt and her shorts.
The nice thing about coming from sea level, it's definitely, I want to put easy in quotes, but it's easier to come do 100-miler than it is to come do go do speed goat coming from sea level, right? Where you're pushing a lot harder and working a lot harder and trying to go faster at that high altitude.
Yeah, you're not going at 150, 160 heart
You can
rate.
you can keep your heart rate down, and you can hike more and take your time. And I think that's why people that do come from sea level can have success at these high altitude races.
Yeah, and it is nice that it's not super gnarly at the finish. the second half. That's massive. Because
Yeah.
I know
And
that,
any
that's where
athlete that I ever coach that is coming from sea level, coming to an altitude race, I always think the best goal is to get them as fit as possible and then, see what happens, right? But I think just really working on their fitness is so important.
And she's out 4th place female at 3 hours and 48 minutes.
Yeah.
I think that makes our top 4 ladies within 10 minutes.
Yeah, she looked good too. She was also very relaxed.
Yeah, the first couple being faster than Annie Hughes's split through here in 2022.
Where you go, buddy?
You want more in the
Yes, one. Please, thank you.
Watermelon. I haven't seen too many people eating the watermelon. That's my
Because
go-to.
it's not super hot.
Yeah, that's true.
When Annie Hughes ran this in 2022, she made a comment that her crew told her not to come into Cottonwood until a certain amount of time. I feel like it was 7 hours to come into Cottonwood. So she ran a very just cautious and very, smart first 50K. And that's why she did have legs to run so fast in those last 20 miles.
And living at 10,000 feet helps too.
Yeah. That's why we're probably seeing a lot of these women come through a lot faster than she did.
What do you need? Water, Morton, scratch. Morton.
Oh, there's Casey Lichtag.
Lindsay McDonald said Laura Hansen has been at altitude for 4 weeks.
Oh, fantastic.
So she's had some time to kind of acclimate a little bit and see how her body adjusts to altitude.
Yeah, a lot. 4 weeks is great.
Mm-hmm.
Casey's here coming off Western States just a few weeks ago.
Her 10th Western States.
Yeah. And she's done that before.
She's done this double in 2022.
Yeah,
Yep.
so
She
she
finished
does-
second here in 2022 with a 26-hour finish.
That's pretty neat to know how it feels. Oh, the straw system. I love this. I think Casey and I are the only people in the world that do this, but like to have that straw, especially when you're going uphill, you can just reach over and just get a drink.
Is that more of a Euro type of system? Is that where you adapted that from?
I would almost call it stage race, like Marathon de Sables. That's I don't never want to do that race again. But I did learn that the straws, especially when you have poles in your hand, just having one straw right here.
Hands-free hydration.
Exactly. Because I can't reach down and like squeeze it.
When Casey did this this double in 2021, she was 10th at Western States in 1947, and then came back and did this in 2640. So that was a pretty impressive double back then.
What place did that get her at 26 hours?
She was second last year. There's Liz Canty coming through. She's lives in Castle Rock, Colorado.
Yeah, right north of Denver.
She's got lots of tape. Hopefully her body's feeling good. She did. She started Cocodona this year. I believe she dropped at 148. But she also did a run across Nevada for multiple sclerosis. So she's got lots of experience in the long distance category.
When I saw her at mile 3, she gave me a little look and maybe wasn't quite sure about what her day would have for
At
her.
Cocodona
but, I mean,
or
she's-
at today?
This
Today.
morning, yeah. When I was right where the road turned to trail, and she was like, here we go.
That
she's
altitude
right up
can
there
hit
right
you
now.
real hard, especially when you're first getting started.
Well, it looks like she's in a good spot here.
She's got lots of mountain experience too.
Yeah.
She had the previous course record at Cruel Jewel. She's ran an FKT time through the Smoky Mountains, which is a really awesome FKT that runs about 17,000 feet on the Appalachian Trail.
And look at those green foam boots. Those Speedlands are going to get her down there nice and soft.
I'm seeing some rain droplets on the camera lens there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
but
one
look-
thing she said to me, she's like, I wish I was out in Barkley right now. For some reason.
That's what she said today?
That's what she told me.
I've read about Liz, and she definitely kind of embraces more of the like not positive mindset on purpose. That's kind of her thing. Maybe anyone in the chat that's friends with her can kind of pipe in, but
I think
some
she
people
likes the gnarly terrain.
Yeah, definitely. And that goes to show us some of the stuff she's done. Like I said, the Smoky Mountain FKT, Cruel Jewel, a lot of the things she's had success on.
Yeah. The super tech hardcore. Oh, nice wipe. clear off the rain. But you know, I've seen so many people that come to races where there's running. You know, like this obviously has some great opportunities to run in the second half, and they're like, I hate running. I wish I could just be hiking, you know, and just taking it easy a little bit. So you can start to get sour when you think about that way.
Yeah, for sure.
But luckily, she has that second half. She's going to be able to run all. Hopefully that she can through there. Oh, there's the green hat.
That's Rachel. I believe that's Rachel.
All right, awesome.
She works for Aravipa. Jamil, what does she do?
She's our director of partnerships, so she was actually involved in a lot of the partners that we have today. So Altra as our live stream presenting partner, our platinum sponsors Rourke, Morton, 7,000 Feet Running Co., and Osprey. So thank you for Rachel helping to maintain those relationships.
Yeah,
and she just got in off the wait list too a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, just a couple weeks ago, towing the line for her first 100 miler.
Wow.
Yeah, coming from Belgrade, Montana, gets some altitude at just under 5,000 feet, just outside of Bozeman.
Yeah, and she was saying she didn't do a ton of altitude training because she frankly didn't know she'd be running this race until just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, this race is so common to get people off the wait list. After they pull from the lottery, they add 75 men and 75 women to that wait list, and they pretty much exhaust it usually, and they let people in up until the very start.
Yeah, that's a cool thing to do.
Yeah.
A lot of times it would just like cut off a certain amount of days or weeks before the race, but San Juan Solstice does that. Hard Rock obviously does that, and High Lonesome 100. I'm glad they do.
Yeah, they let people just kind of wait at the start and see, and go from there.
Yeah.
That does not really work for me really well. Some people don't mind that.
Yeah. You can see the sun is out, so it's kind of a mix. You know, even at the studio here in Alpine, I can see the sunshine on the ridge. So it's not it's kind of a nice, ideal, kind of mixed, not getting too hot, but not.
And then they'll be kind of near where we are.
Yeah, to mile 21, I believe. For us. You can see the reality of aid station prep right here. You've got stuff ready in one arm, bags and things ready to go for adjusting.
Yeah, so we've seen the top 8 women come through so far. Rachel was in 8th. And they're all kind of spread out now.
All right, awesome.
Morton 160.
What is this, 159? I can't see the number exactly.
Not good. Challenge. So, oh, go. Water?
Can I have water?
You want Thank you.
I know, I don't see that. Oh, it's on his back. 169.
Here's your water.
Thank you. No, unfortunately not, man.
Okay, believes. I read this earlier. David is a full-time endurance coach and believes in 1980s aerobics as superior cross-training for running. And he's a local here in Buena Vista.
Oh, wow.
So it's great to see David kicking some butt. He's looking forward to the divide, which a lot of people say is what they're looking forward to the most. It's cruisy, buttery, high altitude trail, single track. Yeah, how cool to literally wake up at the race start in your hometown.
Yeah, get to sleep in your own bed.
Yeah, it looks like the rain is stopped.
Looks like we have another female coming through. That might be Melissa.
Yep, Melissa.
Their sister.
Ostaszewski.
Ostaszewski. I've been saying that wrong for the last 3 hours. So.
Melissa runs for Nike. Twin to Sarah.
And Melissa's still out. Does she live in Arizona?
Flagstaff.
Yeah,
Appreciate you. Here, I got 3 scratches.
Yeah, so she's out here chasing her sister. I'm sure they share a lot of miles together.
How's it going up there? Good? All right.
She's had some strong results too on a lot of Arizona races, like Black Canyon and Javelina, so she definitely has some leg speed.
This guy right here.
Never told you guys for getting out here helping.
I think Melissa is a little bit focusing more on some shorter stuff. Sarah just goes for
longer. Yeah.
But then they'll both show up at a race like High Lonesome and both toe the line. So it's really cool. Sometimes they're pacing each other. It's a great dynamic.
That's awesome. Yeah, Sarah seems like she just wants to keep going longer. I believe she signed up for some 200 milers next year.
Hi, Travis. Have fun.
So I believe Melissa is our 9th place female. She also looks very relaxed. And, it is so early on. We're only 4 hours into the race. So she could definitely make her way up further in the field.
Yeah. It being that Melissa's twin, I would think that they would have some similarities to what they wear, but Melissa's definitely
They
the
look-
coat
they-
and the satisfied gloves here.
They are dressed for different seasons right now.
Oh, come in. What do you need?
But equally chill.
Yeah.
That is, they definitely share that bond.
And they're not even that far apart either, right?
No.
Sarah left this aid station at 9:42. So that was only 18 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So if this was a 50K, that would feel like a lot of time in between, but it's not. It's a 100-miler. These women are going to be running for 20 plus hours. So so much can happen.
Yeah, I can't overemphasize enough that a mistake early on a big climb in this race, a few minutes too fast can equal an hour.
Yeah, and it looks like really Melissa's using this aid station to really get some calories down. You see her drinking out of her bottle. So she's really just taking her time and trying to get some food in.
Yeah, that was a big climb, 5,000 feet.
Like more of this for a ways.
Oh, it's this for a long
Big climb followed by a really big descent. Although they're all probably looking forward to that now. Sometimes as the races progress, though, people start to dread the downhill.
You have 2 creek crossings.
Yeah, I mean, it is easily
one, there's
the biggest descent as well.
Another one you can
going from 13 all the way down below 10.
Yeah, about a 6 miles and 3,000 feet drop.
Before we get to St. Elmo 1. That's this area is like I would highlight this as red as a coach for an athlete. This is where you need to feel comfortable and not race.
Don't feel dead coming down this.
No, don't get anxious and excited. No party pace on the first descent here for 4,000 feet.
What about party over Laws Pass? Is that right? Or it's still too early? Maybe.
Yeah, Laws Pass. That's it's still the first half, but it's the most beautiful section too.
They are going to be switching ahead pretty soon. I know that the men's course record pace is 10:09 a.m. through St. Elmo 1.
Okay. And I believe this is our 10th place female coming through too. So
Yeah.
that sounds about perfect timing.
So yeah, just a quick review. We saw Jason come in at 3 hours and 8 minutes, and not in sight of Mark Hammond, who is in second. And then same thing between Mark Hammond and Chris Hames. Chris Hames came in, and he was he couldn't see Mark. So those first 2 guys are definitely by themselves through this aid station. And then you just had that big old group of people hanging out between that 3rd place and almost like 6th, 7th place. That was a big pack for this lead guys race. And then kind of strung out a little bit at 8, 9, 10. Kind of interesting. Wonder if that group will work together on this descent. We'll get some more spreading out.
And just people playing to their strengths too, right? Like strong climbers working a little bit harder there, or maybe if you're a strong downhiller, you're going to push a little bit more just to kind of like make the gap a little bigger.
Yeah, when you don't have a whole bunch of medium to small climbs, you don't have that catch up and pass and that kind of game that you play. Instead, you have a massive climb up, massive descent, so you'll see some weird movements, especially early on in this
Yeah,
race.
looks
too.
like that's our 11th place female. She looks nice and chill, just coming in right behind 10th place. So we have another female in there too. I believe it was bib 56.
There's Megan.
So we have Marie Legrand from British Columbia, actually. That was bib 56 right there with the hat. And I believe Anita Ortiz is.
Anita Ortiz, yes.
Yeah, and she is one of the
Colorado.
oldest women running in the field. She's 60 years old from Eagle, Colorado.
And one of the most accomplished runners too. She has a lot of incredible mountain running, U.S. mountain running experience, kicking butt at all kinds of ultras. She is a legend and leader in our sport.
Good one.
Enjoying the sunshine, not in the rain, ready to cruise down.
Yeah, it looks like that sun is out. It might be getting a little warm as they drop down too. But yep, that looks like Anita right there. Another female coming in. Hopefully these women start working together a little bit too.
All right, I got some over here. Do you mind doing that?
It looks like bib 19.
Oh, it's because of the filter.
It's Brianna Pagani.
She's moved her way up quite a bit in the field. Looks like she climbed really strong there.
Yeah. Oh, a nice hug. That's great.
I think Brianna's also spent a little bit time out in Colorado.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Maybe a little more than 4 miles. Mid dirt road.
She looks nice and relaxed. Big smile.
There's a thing in there, right? To that string. I just need another little toggle loosened.
Oh, I got you.
Just a little bit. No, it's attached to that.
All right, let's go.
Making some adjustments here.
Want to get nice and comfortable before trekking down that hill, that's for sure.
I mean, you can see that is a very big pack. You know, she's got all of her equipment in there, and just to get it just right makes a big difference between possibly getting some chafing on your back or not. Yeah, you know, looking at the top 10 men's, I can say that my biggest question mark is really for Alex Nichols. I feel like this guy, I have him as a top 3 finisher, and the fact that he's in 10th kind of excites me. I think that Alex, you know, being a coach, being one of the best college coaches, you know, in the state and even country, he's got some great strategy and some great wisdom, and I've seen him do some incredible racing. I feel like we could see him really work through the field.
Yeah, and not only does he have such great experience and such a strong resume, but he also has, you know, a lot of like elite top results too, right? Like multiple top 10 finishes at Western States, course records, really high wins. You know, he's been in the sport for so long too. I think he started running ultras when he was 24. You know, 2009, I believe that was. So he has a lot of experience.
Yeah. And he's still got wheels at 39.
Oh, absolutely. He's got to keep up with those cross-country runners that he coaches.
Yeah.
About 8.3 miles, all downhill and flats.
8.3 miles downhill and flats. All right. Thank you guys so much.
People in the chat mentioned it's Sarah and Melissa's birthday. So this is their birthday run celebration.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So some people celebrate by going out and some people celebrate by climbing up mountains.
Yeah. Doing a 100-miler. Yeah, that's awesome.
All right, no worries.
And to be able to do it with your twin sister,
Yeah.
same race. be able
Yeah,
to
it's got to be
share
pretty
that.
rewarding knowing that like your sister's out there still is working hard. You know, you're tackling this together. My sisters would not be very interested in doing a 100-miler for my birthday, but they would definitely cheer me on and give me a high five.
That's Luke Nelson.
Yeah,
He raced
yeah, we got yours back here.
some great races too. In Idaho, he's from Pocatello.
It'll feel better eventually.
He's run Hard Rock.
Keep swimming.
I actually asked him to pace me at Hard Rock, but it wouldn't have been a great choice for him that he has this race.
Wouldn't be a good last long run.
No.
Yeah, so these athletes can pick up a pacer at mile 49. So they see crew for the first time at 50K and then at mile 49.3, which is Hancock, they can pick up their first pacer. And some athletes will have maybe 2 pacers. I know some athletes have 1 pacer that's taking them the whole way, which is all really far away.
Yeah, that's a big one. Yeah, it doesn't look like Luke is doing as well as he normally would sitting down.
Yeah, it's tough when you gotta take a seat, but sometimes that 13,000 feet just really gets you.
Yeah. I also know that Luke attempted a really cool loop around Pocatello, kind of modeling it after a fell running loop in the UK or something like that. But I can see some head nodding.
Oh, it sounds like he's gotten a little sick. 13,000 feet will do that to you. I've been there.
I hope so. Came on quick, it's gonna go away.
Sometimes it's good to just get it out of your system, and then hopefully you can kind of keep going and reset. But sometimes it takes some mental strength to kind of do that reset after
It does always
some
take
puking.
mental strength for that. Sometimes it feels great to just purge and then reset.
Yeah, but you have to be able to reset, right? Like I think it's so easy to let it get in your head and think, it's game over just because you do get sick. And sometimes that is the case, but sometimes you just need to, like I said, take a little reset, take a sit.
Good. We get you. Anything? Yeah, let's get some water, eh? Yep. I was like, great. You said it like yeah, just a couple flasks there. Getting going here.
You see a lot of the runners that are coming in now, they're definitely taking a little bit more time here. But you have to think too, it took them a little bit longer to get up to this point as well.
Yeah. And Luke.
Yeah.
Luke is the race director for Scout Mountain Ultras, which is
Okay.
a fantastic.
Yeah, I'd like to see that race get a little bit more popular. It looks like an awesome course.
Exactly. I'll take it.
Woo!
That's Nathaniel Anderson from Creed, Colorado. He's an amazing artist. He's actually come and volunteered at the Durango Fall Classic, which is a race I put on in Durango. Really, really standout community member for trail running.
I mean, like, you know, yeah, but they're really cool up there. But like, I never have the reason to wear it. You know? Welcome in. What do you need?
59.
Yep. How you doing? Yeah. Yeah. Good. I'm the high boy.
Gretchen! Hey! Control is coming shortly too.
That's Gretchen Foster into the aid station. She lives in Boulder, Colorado. And it's just important to note, although these ladies are outside of the top 10, it might not be that way the entire time. They are not that far behind the women that were in the top 10.
I love you.
Yeah, Gretchen Foster from PA. So not you're from Chicago, right?
No, I am from Pennsylvania.
Okay, sorry. That's I forgot there.
But I spent a lot of time in Virginia too, but I was born and grew up in Pennsylvania, actually. There's a Rocky Mountain runner shirt, I believe, right there.
Yeah.
Not sure of her bib number, though.
All right, let's go! Yeah, runners!
Looks like Chantel Elmore. She's from Boulder, Colorado as well. You know, even some of these people that are from Boulder or just in different places in Colorado, like Denver, just because they live at altitude doesn't mean they might not struggle with this high altitude. There's a big difference between the 5 to 5,500 feet that they live at and maybe train at versus where they're at now.
Yeah.
So it is still important that, you know, people that live in Colorado still make an effort to get up high to be successful at these races.
Yeah. So Nathaniel's out of the aid station, but Luke's over there kind of in a hard spot, it looks like. Hopefully he's got the experience. He's done Tour de Jance 230 miler. I know that he knows how to get out of low spots, so hopefully he.
And it looks like our top 10 men have all come through Baldwin, which is mile 20.4. So they are making their way with Jason still in the lead and Mark Hammond about 10 minutes back behind him.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Our 10th place male just checked in and left to Baldwin at mile 20. That was about at 10:11 a.m.
And wow, just as I kind of guessed and predict, Alex Nichols is in fourth now. Moved up quite a bit.
Yeah, strong descender, good climber. I think he's just really strong at these, you know, steep up and downs.
Yeah,
he spent a lot of time in these mountains.
Mark came in at 9:40 or left 9:47 at mile 20.4. Chris Hames 9:48. Alex Nichols 9:49. Kevin Stewart 9:49. And then 9:51 for Elon. That's a tight split there. 9:47 and 9:49 for second through fifth. Or I'm sorry, sixth.
So they'll be making their way towards St. Elmo now. Lots of runners still coming through this Antero aid station, which is mile 16.9. They do still have quite a bit of time to get through there. The cutoff for Antero is 1 p.m.
Hey, Gina, can I get a photo?
Yeah, those guys are starting the second big climb. On the second big climb.
Okay, you got it. Antero. Scratch.
All right, we got the drone up, flying, looking at the Cottonwood Hot Springs, I think, area. St. Elmo, a little bit upstream from Cottonwood, which is, what is it, like almost 10 miles up.
Yeah, and St. Elmo aid station is mile 25.1.
Yeah, at 25 miles, you're a quarter into the race, front loaded High Lonesome 100-mile for sure. So it's starting to, the race is starting to play out here.
Yeah, for sure. And the St. Elmo aid station is kind of at the base of like a pretty steep climb. So they'll go up it, they'll go down it, and then they actually go back up and go back down. So it's like the only out and back section other than the start and finish of the course.
Yeah, and it's really interesting strategically too, because you get to see everybody.
Yeah, the only spot on the course where you do get to see people.
Yeah, and it's early enough too that you're going to top 10 men and women all going to see each other, know exactly where the race is, and which even today with the communication and tracking and all that kind of stuff, you don't often know where everybody is, and so to get that view at 20 to 30 miles, basically you're really gonna see what's going on. You're gonna be able to get motivated to chase. You're gonna get scared. There's all kinds of emotions and race strategy that's gonna play out here in these 15-20 miles.
Yeah, and I have not been on this section of the course, but I have heard it's very beautiful, and that's why they make you do it twice.
This is home of the Laws Pass. This is one of the most scenic, kind of beautiful spots where you get up and just have this nice, smooth saddle pass where you can see both sides of the mountain ranges. And
and another very high point of the course too, right? You're at, once you get to the top of that, you're at 12,000 feet. You do drop down back to 11, and then you go back up to 12 as you're leaving again. So another pretty high point of the course.
Yeah.
Runners won't touch 13,000 feet again though after they leave Antero.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, fantastic running weather. These clouds are keeping the heat and the sun off of you and able to make it so that it's also you're not worried about getting so wet and cold. I think this is a great deal. Yeah, almost 4.5 hours into the race.
Okay. Looks like Sandy Nipiver is at St. Elmo, so we're gonna check in with her.
Oh, they're gonna check in. They said, "Hey, how are you?
Can you hear us
Guys,
okay?"
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How's it going over there?
Awesome. It's great. We're just waiting for runners. I'm stoked to be here. These are my home trails. I love this section of the course. To me, this is where the course really starts getting pretty. Like the first part of the course is beautiful, but we're closer to the divide around here, and so that means more snow, more rain, which means more wildflowers. The wildflowers on the section of the course are just stunning. So I'm really excited to be at this aid station and welcome runners.
Yeah, how's the weather right there?
It's beautiful. When I was driving up here, I was a little worried because there were some sprinkles. But now this is like perfect running weather. It can get hot. The past couple of years at this race have been hot. So it doesn't really get better than this for this area.
Awesome. And you haven't seen any of the top men come through yet, correct?
No, they have not been here yet. And correct me if I'm wrong, but so they're behind course record pace at this point, right?
Yes, they were behind coming into Antero by about 10 minutes or so. So it looks like Jimmy Elam's split into St. Elmo was 10:09 a.m. So yeah, they're but I'm sure they'll be coming in a little bit. It looks like the top male checked into mile 20 at 9:38 a.m.
Okay, that's so hopefully sooner rather than later.
Yeah,
it's a nice day. Hopefully you can enjoy it. And like as I was saying, like this is like a good part of the course to look forward to. Like, yeah, you're 25 miles in, but this is such a pretty area. So
yeah, and you're
even though it's a climb,
you're at 12,000 feet right there with St. Elmo.
So this is still like just above 10,000 feet, and then they climb up to 12,000 feet. So it's like a 2,000 feet climb in 3.5 miles.
Quite the doozy.
Yeah.
Is this one of your regular training runs?
It is. So I like this trail. It's a little secret. It's pretty quiet even on the weekends. So I do like to run here quite a bit. So yeah, honestly, it'll be nice because look at some power hiking in from Alpine to here. You know, it's a very runnable dirt road, but this section is good for power hiking. So something to look forward to, like switch up what muscles you're using and just enjoy a good power hike.
Yeah, Rachel and I were just discussing how important and interesting this aid station is, because this is where the out and back happens. This is where the top 10 male and female get to see their competition. You can't hide. You're going to see each other here, and people are going to get motivated, people are going to be demotivated, and you really get to see a lot happen here. A lot of moves will be made, I feel like.
Yeah, I do. I think
Oh,
that's
we
pretty
see-
typical from past
We
years.
see a runner on the road.
Yeah, I think that might be Mark. I think that's Mark Hammond. He might be coming your way really soon here. He's maybe made a pass on Jason Murphy.
Yeah, and in the last 5 miles too, because Jason checked in about 10 minutes before Mark did into Baldwin, which was 20.4.
Wow.
So he moved really well in those last couple miles.
Yeah, I said it looked like Jason was a little stumbly at the top of the big climb. Mark's kind of not sure where to go there for a second. Oh, I'm hoping he goes okay.
Okay, I think we're good.
Some hesitation there. Hopefully he has the GPX on his watch. But anyways, yeah, Mark should be there any moment. But yeah, it's a crucial and important place here. The first half is so much more climbing and descending than the second half. Establishing yourself and getting that position or place that you want when you have this out and back, and maybe sending messages of, hey, I'm too far away, don't chase me. Those kind of things are going through the racers' minds. So I'm excited to see how this plays out at your aid station.
Oh, we got our first runner coming through.
Maybe that is Jason. Is that Jason?
It is Jason Murphy.
So Mark's in second. So we saw Mark coming up the road, but Jason's still in first here.
Okay, all right. Jason holding his lead.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Doing water in one bottle.
Okay, we're getting eyes on it.
Jason came
local
into
Florida.
Baldwin.
3 barrels is gonna win. Let's go.
So Jason just said shout out to Dollar Store Anton. If you're a local, you will know who that is.
Yeah, Jason came into Baldwin mile 20.4 at 9:38. So he was about 9 minutes faster than Mark Hammond. So I'll be curious to see when Mark comes through that aid station. But he is on the road right now.
Yeah. You can see Mark
Grabbing some
hiking.
gels.
Looks like Jason's actually slowing down a bit, taking some time, actually getting a little bit of care here at this aid station versus the last two we saw him on Raspberry Gulch and Antero, where he was very quick. I don't think he stopped for just about anything other than maybe a bar or a gel. Still very quick though. Looks like he's in great spirits too. Sandy, how did he look?
He looked great. He looked super calm. He was giving a shout out to some local people. He gave a shout out to Reed Burrows too. And so, I feel like when you're in a good place, like those are signs you're in a good place. He filled up both his bottles. It looks like he grabbed a Martin gel, some pretzels. He just seemed really calm and collected right here. So he looked good to me.
Yeah, honestly, he looked the best in that aid station than he did in the other two that we
Yes.
saw him. I feel like he just looked a lot more like just collective.
Yeah. I bet he's got such a great advantage being the local, being in the Arkansas Valley.
And knowing people at those aid stations.
Of course.
Kind of like you see your crew every spot.
Yeah. How fun is that?
Yeah, I do think like the energy of being local always helps. Sometimes I think it's hard to know the course so well, like you know exactly what's coming up, but it can be a good thing too.
Yeah, Sandy, do you want to run this course one day? Since these are your local trails?
This is my first year being on video, but in past years I've always crewed or paced it, and I've always loved that. So I don't know. I'll think about it. It's hard.
It is hard
like, I run
racing your
trails all the
backyard
time.
trails. Yeah.
Yeah, like literally, like I know like every step of the course. So sometimes like it's good to know it's coming. Sometimes it's not good to know.
We had the Raspberry Rockstar Superstars at the Raspberry, and it looks like a kind of tropical or Hawaiian theme here at St. Elmo. That's pretty fun.
Yeah, they have the party vibes. It's a lot of golden mountain runners. So They all know each other. They're ready to bring the party.
Yeah, yeah. I love reading about this race and hearing that the aid station captain is a requirement to have 100-miler, under your belt. And I think that that's neat. And I think that brings, some expertise and experience to the how they set up their aid station and some of the little things that they might do to help get these 100-milers through feeling even better.
Definitely.
That's great. That's great. That's fun. So
We see Mark is just still climbing up that road. Nice little road climb to get into that aid station. Looks like he's doing a lot of power hiking, but now looks like he's doing some running.
Oh, yep, I see him.
okay, fantastic. So yeah, Jason came in just like what, 2 or 3 minutes
Yeah, so Mark definitely closed the gap a bit.
Yeah.
Jason left St. Elmo at 10:26 a.m., so 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's nothing at mile 20 something.
Yeah, Mark closed a 9-minute gap.
Like he's
Wow.
like he's putting some powder in a bottle and refilling. All right, refilling both bottles.
Looks like he's filling up with some Morton.
Yeah, he's got calories in both bottles, and he's on his way.
Awesome. So it looks like he's 4 minutes back behind Jason Murphy. Jason left at 4:26.
Yeah, he's making some ground up, and he's out running through that beautiful aspen and pine forest, lodgepole.
And they got a nice big climb coming up. So Mark's been using his poles quite a bit, so I'm sure he'll take them out for this upcoming climb, leaving St. Elmo's.
What's cool about they actually have the calories and carbs and sodium for each of their drink mixes, which is, as a runner, that's super nice to know what you're taking in.
I know we've been talking about how great the aid station setup is at this race, all the great options that they have.
Yeah, shout out to Morton, our
It's
platinum
like we got more
sponsor.
people coming up to the aid station.
Awesome.
Oh, we got Alex Nichols.
All right, Alex Nichols.
So I got third and fourth coming into St. Elmo 1. I
think it's Chris Hames.
Yep.
Looking good.
Chris Hames, Durango, from Durango, Colorado.
It looks like Alex has a drop bag here.
Yeah, no crew, but drop bag allowed. And then
Filling
Cottonwood
up
will
on
get
water,
crew.
more drink mix.
You know, the drop bag's so helpful if you're not a fan of like the on-course nutrition, or if you just like something specific, or maybe you need a gear change as well.
Everyone's really smart here. Like it's about 6 miles to the next aid station, but everyone's filling up both bottles. Long climb, not the speediest descent.
Yeah.
Sandy, is that trail that they're going up, is that a technical trail?
Chris is out.
Good job, Alex.
Wow, he's moving fast. And you notice Chris doesn't have any pulls.
They're in and out pretty quick.
Alex was very quick too, even with stopping at his drop bag.
Alex
Sandy
has been coming this area for a long time, so
Sandy, is what they're
guessing
going
he
up.
knows the course fairly well.
What's the terrain like where they're headed?
Are you thinking every one of these ones right now?
Sandy, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we
we
can hear you.
Can you hear us?
I think I got disconnected.
Yeah, that's It's a significant climb. It goes up to one of the most beautiful spots on the entire course.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Can you hear us now, Sandy?
I don't think she can, but we'll hear what she has to say and kind of play around in between. But it's we've got that out and back aspect, but you also have the fact that we're approaching, especially if we really do get the afternoon thunderstorms. This is kind of the hottest time of day. It's the second big climb. It's a delicate time, and to not overdo it. You're only 20 some miles into it. This part of the race is pretty interesting.
So Kevin Wheat in the chat said that it's not too technical on the south side of the climb, more technical on the north side of this out and back.
Okay, going down to Cottonwood. I've heard that that's a little bit spicy, so you kind of need to be careful there on the descent.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a nice flowy type of descent.
No, this isn't like other sections of the Colorado Trail in the second half. Yeah, it's really cool. We've got another athlete coming in.
I think that white hat might be.
I think
Yep,
Elon.
there's Elon. Yep, Elon from the Bay Area.
Rounding out the top 5, I believe.
Yeah, he's been looking strong. He's been training out here, coached by Mary Denholm, who just set a course record at the Silver Rush 50 miler and the Leadville Marathon a couple weeks ago.
A lot
And
of
she will be
hydration
jumping in
mixes
with him
today.
at mile 49. So he's in really good hands.
Yeah, he's got his own powdery mix, maybe some scratch or tailwind or something. Bam, he's ready to go, it looks like.
There we go. Yeah. A lot of people.
Elon's right there running out.
Who's the other guy? Do you know?
That was Elon running out. I'm not sure. The other one might be Kevin Stewart or Nico.
Yes, I have Kevin Stewart right in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah, Kevin Stewart's been right there.
Gotcha.
Kevin Stewart is about to leave. He's in California.
Yeah.
He filled up with 3 bottles.
Yeah, 1.5 liters mandatory at all times to have on you. Doesn't have to be filled, but that's it's the only race in Colorado that I know of that has a water capacity requirement. So these guys should have plenty of water to be able to get up this next significant big second climb. Yeah, we were discussing earlier, kind of that 3rd to 7th place was tight at the the Antero top of the climb aid station, but it looks like a good group of them are still together pretty close.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the top 5 came in a lot closer. More men just like running together a little bit more.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear us, Sandy?
Yes, I can hear you. I got cut off for a little bit.
No, that's okay. I was wondering, how are those top 5 guys looking? Anything stand out?
Honestly, they all look pretty good right now. So we'll see how these next 2 climbs play out. But right now, they all look pretty peppy and
awesome.
Well, yeah,
Since
we'll see what happens after this.
Since you know the trail so well, can you kind of talk about what the section they're about to, when they're leaving your aid station, what they're about to hit?
Yeah. So the first part's like, it starts off a little flat, but then very quickly is a climb. So for this first part, half the climb, some guys might be able to hike some of it. There'll definitely be quite a bit of power hiking though. But these trails, they're always like semi-technical. It's not like super technical where terrain's really slow, but you always have to stay focused enough, especially on the downhill. I think they're fun downhills because it's kind of like dancing downhills. Like it's not like super runnable, but like
keeps your brain engaged.
Yeah, there's enough space in between rocks where there's always like a good spot to land on, and so not the fastest trails, but I think they're really fun trails, and it's nice. Like as I was saying before, like they'll get a power hiking break here, which I think is nice, especially they just ran up like a dirt road for a few miles, and it's like a slight uphill. And to me, those are the worst climbs at altitude are like the slight uphill roads.
Totally.
Like, oh, I have to run this, but I don't really want to because it's at a high altitude. So I would be looking forward to this section if I was them.
Yeah, and you're still kind of in that, fantasy first 1/3 of the 100-miler. Most everybody's feeling pretty good still, so we're not having too many super dark lows quite hit yet. And then you've got that added excitement of, oh shoot, I'm gonna have to see all my competition. Here it comes.
Yeah, and hopefully right now people are motivated. Like their next aid station will have their crew there, which is always like exciting to look forward to, especially it's already been quite a few hours out on course and quite a bit of climbing. So hopefully that will give people a boost, at least on the way out of this aid station. We'll see coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for reference, when Jimmy Elon set the course record last year, he came into St. Elmo 1 at 10:09 a.m.
Yeah, that's fast. That's really
fast.
Yeah, man, that's a cool looking Osprey pack you got. It's very bright white.
Yes, it's brand new. I'm pretty sure the tags are still on the back. Did not take those off. But I like the style, like the color.
Nice. Well, while we've got a little
Thanks
bit
for
of
noticing. I appreciate it.
yeah, you're not getting hot wearing a black backpack there. You're nice white backpack.
Exactly.
That's cool. Yeah, but we're why we have a little bit of a gap here to the next guys and ladies leaders. We're going to take an ad break.
Why do medals get all the glory? When I wanted to get out there, I found you. You kept me grounded in tricky situations and always knew just how to comfort me. Most of all, you gave me the space I needed. We went out there. We stayed out there. Because I was made to run, and you were made to keep me running. Sure, the trinkets are cool, but I'll never forget who was there every step of the way. Stay out there with Altra.
Every day, I open 7,000 feet for Salida, Colorado. Here, we are about community. Running here is more than putting one foot in front of the other. You run in the footsteps of those before you, next to you, and after you. Running in this small mountain town means being part of something greater than yourself. It isn't just the shoes, it's where the shoes will take you.
All right, we're back to St. Elmo Aid Station, mile 25.1. We are 4 hours and 41 minutes into the High Lonesome 100-mile presented by Altra. We have Sandy, a superstar runner, giving us firsthand aspects of how people are feeling and looking. We're looking forward to the first lady leader coming in soon, and also the second half of the top 10 of the men's leaders.
Yeah, and we have our first 7 women all through Baldwin at mile 20.4. So McKendry Hickory checked in at mile 20.4 at 10:15 at a.m. So she'll be in St. Elmo in a little bit.
Did we miss anybody, Sandy, while we were doing the ad break?
Nope, there's been a little bit of a break in runners right now.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, the weather is holding right now. It's kind of just partly cloudy. Looking, we're not too far away from you in Alpine here, and it's just kind of like a cloudy with some sun, high clouds, no rain. I would describe it based on what people are wearing is a warm afternoon or late morning.
Yeah, it's cooled down a little bit since I got here. A little bit more cloud coverage, but it's honestly, it's perfect running weather.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, we're seeing the top ladies coming really fast, beating or near Annie Hughes's course record of 22 hours and 40 minutes, I believe. And then also the men are significantly back from geez, why am I'm blanking here? Jimmy Ellam's course record in 1945 something. So we're seeing some fast lady times and a whole bunch of talented men. Still, obviously, only at 25 miles in, well within making up time, especially at this faster second half course at High Lonesome 100. It was kind of interesting. I did notice that Alex Nichols and it looked like Chris Hames didn't have their poles, or at least I couldn't see them. Maybe they just took the poles for the first climb. What have you noticed for the guys that have come through?
You know, I didn't even notice if they had poles or not as well, because this is a steeper climb than that. The first climb was longer, but this is a steeper climb, so I'd want my poles here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I would have noticed that though.
Yeah, it was a little bit mixed. So different strategies. This isn't a really heavy vert, like Uray or Hard Rock or something like that. But it's definitely this first half of the race is a great place for poles for people that are efficient with them.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Especially when you look at the first 70 miles with 18,000 feet of that vert comes from.
Yeah. And St. Elmo, you can have a drop bag, as we saw on the video feed there. Lots and lots of drop bags, especially I'd imagine for the return trip, going into the after mile 30. So, but they get to see their the athletes at the crew at Cottonwood. So they get
Got
to
another
have
runner.
all of the good things. Yeah, that might be Mango Mike based on his stride there. Who is this? This is
I think this is Nico.
54.
Yeah, this is Nico. Nico lives in Denver.
Said scratch in one bottle.
What do you want now?
Oh, scratch in both bottles.
Nico was a competitive runner while he was growing up, but he actually took 10 years away from the sport before kind of returning and getting more into ultra running.
You can see he's got his poles strapped to his back, ready for that big climb.
And Leadville 100 miler was his first 100 miler, and that was just last year. So he's running really well right now.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And he is in and out very quickly.
Yeah, he knew what he wanted coming to the aid station, which is always great. Makes for a speedy transition. Took a lot of gels, knew he wanted scratch in his bottles.
He looks like a veteran 100 miler, but this is only his second 100 miler.
Wow, good for him.
We're looking at St. Elmo, a historic mining town. Now kind of some people that live there and some people that rent and mountain folks, mountain lovers.
Yeah, so at its peak, St. Elmo had 2,000 people living here. Didn't last very long because, like a lot of mining towns, people were kind of in and out pretty fast once they got what they wanted. Then it got down to a population of 2 people year round. And now I think we're up a little bit higher, but it's still a very, very small town. But in the summer, lots of tourists coming up.
Yeah. A lot of Colorado mining history all over the place. At High Lonesome, Uray, Leadville, Hard Rock, you see that. You see that for sure. And boom and bust. all of a sudden
Yeah,
the value or price of the mineral that they're mining goes down, and then everybody leaves. It's pretty wild, pretty crazy
yeah, that sounds for
dynamic
like a few
history.
hardy.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So, and St. Elmo, like it's known as a ghost town, but I feel like it stays busy enough where it's hard to call it a ghost town. But it's known as like the most well-preserved ghost town in the West.
Yeah, there's all kinds of fun things you can do with kids and take tours and then go into jail cells, what have you. Yeah, and then just people are getting out into the mountains more since COVID. It's it definitely is not very ghost-like anymore in the summer.
Yeah. But you know what's nice? Like most people just go to St. Elmo, but if you're a runner, you get to explore the trails around here. And a lot of times these trails are pretty quiet. So it's a great place to be a runner.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. So yeah, we can see some more people on this familiar climb up to you. There's Jeff Browning. You can see his pink or red hat making his way.
And most of the top guys that have come through, we have seen hiking a majority of this section right here.
Yeah. Hopefully a little less confusion. We saw Mark kind of second guess, go back and forth and stand around a little bit. There's a lot of turns in here, and it's a neighborhood. So yeah, you gotta keep your eyes up for the course markings or look at your watch for the GPX.
And we still have a lot of men to come, our top men to come through this field. But thinking about the women's field, Annie Hughes came through this aid station in 2022 at 11:12 a.m. So, and the women were running a little bit faster than that. So we'll see when they start coming through as well.
Yeah, that's really exciting. I mean, we're looking at Jeff, who's close to that top 10 for the men. I think the women might be pushing up into that placement. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, it looks like Jeff is probably in 8th place right now. And then your friend, what did you call him? Mango Mike?
Mango Mike.
Following behind him.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can see, these trails are this road is shared, just as you'll see mountain bikers and people using the Colorado Trail, through hiking, all kinds of stuff.
The fun little ATV things that when you're running and you see them out there, you're like, maybe I should take up that hobby.
I don't know if that's exactly the perspective of most trail runners. It's usually like, get out of here.
Oh,
slow down.
No, my husband goes, maybe we should buy those instead of another pair of running shoes. He's like, maybe I should catch a ride.
Yeah. Side-by-sides, razors, also known as a Texas wheelchair. I might get in trouble for saying that.
Everyone's just enjoying the outdoors in whatever way that makes them feel good.
Yeah. My first exposure to the San Juans, the high alpine, was, I lived in the suburbs of Denver, Aurora. We drove up in my dad's 4Runner or whatever, and I was just blown away. And, we did no hiking, we did no 14ers, we did no trail running. We were there, and I got exposed to that, and it changed my life. And, here I am, dedicating my life to this.
And here we go. We got Jeff, and I believe
Mango Mike.
Yes.
Yeah. So you said 8th and 9th?
Yep, 8th and 9th coming through right here.
Okay, let's see how these guys get through the aid.
Jeff looks nice and relaxed. It's kind of been his vibe every time we've seen him so far.
Yeah. Well, with 35 wins at the 100-mile distance or whatever, he is...
you know how to just keep it chill.
Yeah.
And he's not that far away either, right? Jason Murphy left this aid station at 10:26. So that was not that long ago.
Yeah, I would say 30 minutes is significant at mile 25, but being that the second half is so fast, maybe it's not that much.
Right.
But Jeff and his Cocodona, his FKT attempt coming up next month on the Colorado Trail, all the work that he does, the pacing of Kyle for the FKT. Sometimes Jeff's not exactly, he's not going for the win.
Mm-hmm.
He might be going for a good show, doing his best, but this is
right, absolutely, especially if he is doing the Colorado Trail next month.
That was fast. No drop bag. Had a little look like an orange or something like that, and bam, he's on his way. Mango Mike.
Well, you're looking good.
Yeah? Yeah, Mango Mike
Jeff is just filling up on water.
Okay. Yeah. Mango Mike is at least like 6'4", and he is strong. He's not a tiny little skinny guy.
He looked like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He looked good though. And Jeff looks steady as he probably normally does. He was asking if there's water on the trail. Hopefully somebody was able to tell him, because I know there's a lot of water on the backside. On the backside of this climb, people will definitely be getting their feet wet. That side of the course is a little bit more muddy at times. Not the whole way, but for sure it's hard to avoid some water on the backside.
Yeah, I think you might have noticed, Sandy, driving up to St. Elmo, there was crazy erosion and flow from the violent storms we had yesterday afternoon. So I would imagine that the trail in some sections too gets a little bit slow too because of the erosion, where there's not, those logs and stuff diverting the water off the trail. So I would imagine there's going to be some water around.
Yes, I'm sure. And driving up here, I've driven this road, I don't even know how many times, but I could not believe the damage I saw on the road. I've never seen it like that before. It's a little scary because people have unfortunately died from situations like that in this area, but I've personally never seen it. And I've been coming in this area for, 13 years.
Yeah, the road was actually closed, and they had a detour while they were doing some plowing, so some moving of the debris that you saw. It's it was a particularly violent storm, really up high. I was talking to Jamil, and he said that it really didn't rain too much down low. It was mostly came from the high up. So hopefully we don't get a storm like that today.
Yes, that would not be fun, especially after they get back to this aid station, they climb up to the divide, and they're right around tree line or a little bit above for a really long time after this. But that's typically how this area runs, where a lot of the clouds and the water, the moisture, they stay in the mountains, and then as you get towards the valley, so Buena Vista and Salida, it stays drier.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to see sage brush so high up in the Arkansas Valley, but it shows off how much variety and diversity we have. We can see the snow on the mountains still, and the beautiful lush aspens that you're standing by, but not too far away is like pinyon, juniper, and sage.
Yep, exactly. We kind of go from desert to this beautiful mountain scenery.
So yeah, some big gaps have formed, bigger gaps have formed in the field.
And we have the top 15 women all through, top 16 women all through Baldwin too, mile 20.4. So they will all be coming into St. Elmo.
What's wrong with deodorant?
That'll be their next stop.
No, I mean normal deodorant.
Looks like McKendree Hickory checked in first at mile 20.4.
Was Sarah second?
Sarah was third.
Sarah's third?
Jana like banana is what the live chat told me. Looks like she is in second. So, but Jana and Sarah looks like they both left Baldwin together. Laura Hansen in fourth. But then quite a big spread. Baldwin.
Yeah. So not too much change. I think the biggest change in the top of the field was Alex being 8th or 9th and running with 3rd.
Yeah.
And I like
So he definitely made a bit of a move on that descent.
Yeah, and he's just so familiar with Colorado mountains and big descents and big climbs.
No, toothbrush? Toothbrush, we share the same bottom.
For that one. I need scissors for both.
So far, looks like the weather is holding up really well, but it is still really early. Hopefully, runners keep making their way and taking care of themselves.
All right. It's a slick track pass, but it's not as slick as the tag. So.
Almost 11 a.m., 5 hours into the High Lonesome 100, presented by Altra. We're here at St. Elmo, waiting for the first lead ladies with Sandy. I always mess up your last name. I'm sorry, Sandy. Can you say it for me?
It's just night fever. It's okay. It's not the easiest last name to say.
Yeah, Rachel and I were discussing. There's names that, like the race names and people's last names that you read and you kind of like, okay, I know that name, but you never say it. So sorry.
It happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I mentioned earlier, Annie Hughes checked into this spot at 11:12 a.m. Looks like she the gap is closing a little bit on that because they checked into Antero a little bit ahead of that split.
I know, like, I feel like I called her some name.
So Sandy, are you what kind of races do you have coming up this summer?
So next week I am doing Never Summer 100K for the first time. So that's up in northern Colorado. And every time I mention it to somebody who lives in Colorado and have done the race, they're like, oh my gosh, like that's such a great course. But I've never explored that part of Colorado. So I'm really excited about that.
Oh, that's a legend race. Kind of like the High Lonesome 100. It's fairly new and it's rugged, high altitude, beautiful Colorado trails. So, Nick Clark, I would assume, is still race directing that.
Yes, yeah. I can't believe I've never made it to that part of Colorado. I'm really looking forward to a reaction when I do it. They're like, "Oh, that's so cool!" So
yeah,
I'm excited.
Yeah, it's so exciting to see our race grow and have new races like this, like Never Summer, High Lonesome, and even Ouray 100.
Yeah. Colorado race directors are crushing it.
Someone in the chat asked when the 2025 High Lonesome lottery opens. It's usually the end of December into the beginning of January, and then they do the lottery shortly after that. So if you're interested in doing this race, you got to get your qualifiers in. And to qualify to do this race, to get into the lottery, you either have to do a 100 miler in the last 2 years or 100K or 50 miler in the last year. And they have to be trail races. So a little bit more simple of a qualifying process than Hard Rock for sure.
So what's looking delicious at the aid station, Sandy? It's the Hawaiian scene. What do we have here offering?
We actually have just avocado slices, which I love. We got pickles, bananas, watermelon, sandwiches. And it says they have rice with soy sauce, just ask. And then, of course, you have like your gels, Oreos, chips, salty things, soda, can't miss that. You got orange juice. And what I'm about may ask to use is the insect repellent pretty shortly here. Oh, we got more runners coming through.
All right. Okay, these runners are moving fast.
This
Awesome.
is our first female.
Oh, we got McKendree Hickory. McKendree's in
female
Oak Creek, Colorado.
Still in the lead, kicking some butt. That's great.
This is McKendree's second 100. This is McKendree's second 100 miler, but her first mountain 100 miler. I believe her first was Javelina 100 last year. So quite the difference there.
Yeah.
And she ran that in 17 hours, and I believe was 6th place in 2023. She looks nice and calm, looking through her drop bag. Seems
We
like
had a
she knows
couple
exactly-
gels and a couple pickles.
Okay, I had to look it up. I have no idea where Oak Creek is, and I've lived in Colorado most of my life. It's kind of south of Steamboat Springs. So she's in that kind of northern Colorado area, but definitely lots of access to mountains.
And she looked great coming up that climb. I mean, she was running when we saw, a lot of even the top 10 men coming up with hiking. So, she has a lot of leg speed. So it seemed like it worked out well for her.
Yeah, 5 hours and 3 minutes. She's out of the aid station. How did that compare to Annie for last year or 2 years ago?
A couple minutes. Annie checked in at 11:12 a.m. when she ran this race. And it's 11:04.
Okay, so 8 minutes. 7 or 8 minutes ahead. So, yeah. That is incredible.
Great.
Yeah, she looked relaxed. She did not look exhausted. She wasn't stumbling around. I think she's in a great spot.
It looked like she was still having fun out here, which is what you want at this mile. But Jason, I'm so glad you looked up where Oak Creek was, because I had no idea either, and I've been in Colorado for a long time.
Yeah, Oak Creek is a small place over by Phippsburg, over by Stagecoach State Park and Walton Peak, kind of west of the Gore Mountain, if you know where that is, north of Yampa. So, anyways, I'm curious what she does out in Oak Creek, but she's doing great.
She said she's a leadership coach. I'm not exactly sure what that entails, but that's what she said she does. And she lives out there with her husband and 2 dogs.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. So representing Northern Colorado. And in obviously great shape, doing really, really well. 1/4 of the way through High Lonesome 100 mile.
And she ran Quad Rock 50 miler earlier this year too, and took 3rd place in 9:27 when she was there.
Yeah, we were talking about how
super
that's
strong
a
time.
perfect 10,000 foot 50 miler to get ready for something like this.
Yeah. And that race has been around for a long time.
Yeah, you've run that one, Sandy, haven't you?
I've just done the 25 miler. The 50 miler is a little intimidating with the out and back, and you know exactly what's coming up. And
Especially that time of year too.
It is. And the hard part about that race was like there's really steep climbs, but they're super smooth. And so you feel like you should run it. So it's a challenging course, but it's a great place to be, especially in May when things up high are still like melting out. It's nice and green in the front range. So it's a great race. It's tough though.
Yeah.
So she looked great. And I feel like she looked even more calm at this aid station than the last time we saw her at Antero.
Yeah, and she's got a good gap on Sarah here.
And she was in and out of there in maybe like 1 minute.
Yeah. Yeah, looking at that, they've got 2,200 feet to go up, and then almost the same down to Cottonwood to see their crew.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then once they leave here, they've got 1,000-foot climb up to Hancock.
Jana and Sarah left Baldwin together at 10:23. At that point, they were 7 or 8 minutes back from McKendree, so it'll be interesting to see where they come in after her now.
Yeah.
And then Laura Hansen was in 4th, leaving Baldwin only 2 minutes back from those 2 women.
So Sandy, where do you think they got those green kind of houseplant, tropical plant leaves? It's definitely not a plant I recognize at being at 9,000 feet.
That is a good question. I wish I could tell you.
Yeah.
Maybe later through a break, I'll interview one of the aid station workers and ask.
I think it's a house plant. They sacrificed a house plant to make that beautiful foliage decoration for their aid station.
I like it. You got to go all out in these aid stations.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, the weather's holding. I think we're gonna get wet in the second half of the day here, but everything's going nice and smooth and calm.
Fingers crossed it starts raining when I'm in a nice and dry location. It is nice. Like, this is actually, to me, it's faster weather than last year. Last year was pretty hot, so hopefully if it doesn't rain too hard, it'll help people move a little faster, a little bit more comfortable at a higher altitude, not to be hot and at a high altitude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough combo.
Not like Hard Rock last week.
Yeah, very tough combo that's like underrated is balancing the heat with the high altitude.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, totally agree.
Yeah, it's hard to just take a lot of fuel and water when it's hot and you're high.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, looking at the weather, it looks like pretty much now until the morning is going to be raining on and off. So it's time to move efficiently and well and enjoy the good weather.
I feel like that's good motivation not to like sit down on top of the pass.
Yeah.
Just like keep moving.
Sit down later. Sit down lower.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
I hear some cheers. So we got coming up. Looks like a male. Yep.
Yes.
Fif- 55, I think, is this runner using the straw system. Love it. 65, sorry.
That's Eric Hansel from Lakewood, Colorado. He is 43 years old and looks like he's currently running in 13th place.
Yeah.
14th overall, but 13th male.
Yeah. Using some music.
This is Eric's first 100 miler.
Yeah, water scratch water.
You're gonna run into a tree.
You can see that water bottle has a nice filter on the top, which is pretty handy and especially if it gets hot, just be able to fill up where you like.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't hurt to have a filter with you.
Yeah.
He's out.
All right, Eric. Strong running.
Yeah, so he's 14th overall, 13th male.
Yeah, ready to go. And one thing you do have to worry about that some people don't think about is you're in an old ghost mining town. Sometimes the water sources can have some heavy metals. So don't always just dip in wherever you want.
It's a good call out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hopefully the runners can hear you.
If it's orange or chalky white, just don't.
Just don't do it.
Yeah. All right, we lost a little bit of a video. Okay. We're moving to the Rourke cam. Cottonwood.
This is where the first crew spot is, about a 50K in.
Yeah. Yeah, this is an important one.
I'll be curious to see if people take a little bit more time here because it's the first time they get to see their crew, after quite some time.
Okay. We got some more runners coming in.
Yeah, I imagine
Maybe
we'll
some
see quite
hikers.
a flow coming in here shortly. McKendry, the first female, checked in at 11:02 and left at 11:03. And we haven't seen another female since, but it does look like
second female coming through.
Yep.
Oh, it's not Sarah.
I believe that's Laura Hansen.
Yeah, 103.
No, is that 103? Yeah.
103.
Yep, Laura Hansen. She's moved her way up quite a bit. She checked into mile 20, about 2 or 3 minutes behind the original second and third place female, but looks like she moved up that road climb really well.
She even gave us a smile for the camera. That's a good sign. She's using her drop bag, getting the nutrition or things that she needs.
A few people in the chat referred to Laura as a dark horse. She lives in California, but she did spend the last 4 weeks or so out in this area getting acclimated to the altitude.
Yeah.
And she was just 6th at Canyons 100K this year, just a few minutes off of a golden ticket.
Yeah, incredible runner, incredible results. Doing a strong move here. Moving into that second place position. That's fantastic.
And she actually has a background in like fast packing and backpacking. So I think that can be really helpful when you are doing these mountainous 100 milers. It helps you be flexible and adapt and just kind of know how to push your body.
Problem solving.
Yes.
I think that you are forced to solve problems no matter what as a through hiker, where sometimes as a runner you can kind of get through without having to do
Yeah.
Adjust and
yeah,
solve
and you have a lot of grit. She actually works for the National Outdoor Leadership School, and she instructs backpacking courses too. So a lot of outdoor experience for Laura, and she is in and out.
All right, she's out before third place is in, which is really helpful.
So
Kinda
she's
get
about
that
11
comfortable
minutes.
gap.
She's about 11 minutes or so behind McKendry, this first place female.
Yeah. Fantastic running, Laura.
She's asking for water.
Oh, and there is
78.
Jana
like banana.
Yeah, I know. I keep saying that in my
Jana
head.
like banana.
There's Jana. She ran this race in 2022.
Yep.
I believe she was supposed to run this race last year, but had to miss it due to injury.
Yeah. She's staying cool and out of the sun with that nice white hoodie. Pretty awesome. She is definitely
She's about to get pulled off.
I would say that of all the runners, male or female, that she is the happiest.
I think she's the first one we've seen to use some cooling strategies there.
Yeah. And you can see in her profile picture, she's got a big smile. She's showing it off right here at mile 25 in the top 3, just a minute or two behind Laura.
Yep, and just kind of very similar to Annie Hughes' course record split. Annie Hughes in 2022 came into that aid station at 11:12 a.m.
Yeah,
It's currently 11:15.
That's fantastic. And with that kind of positive, happy energy, that bodes well.
Yeah, so Laura was right on that split too. McKendry was a few minutes ahead of it. And those are your
Cool.
top 3 women.
Yeah, this is exciting. We've got really, really strong, fast top 3 ladies.
Yeah, and Sarah Ostaszewski, they left that aid station together, but Sarah might be spending a little bit more time hiking up that dirt road.
Yeah. Sarah, speaking of problem solver, she's definitely an experienced problem solver, doing some of the most burly, wildest mountain runs in our world. So I have faith, but I know that her plate has been full in the last month too. She's been doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah. It's just so hard to predict anything when you're only 5 hours into an effort that might take another 18 to 20 hours.
Yeah.
Cowbell away from that guy. No, I'm good.
That's Ryan Hewitt from Flagstaff, Arizona. He's 15th male right now.
He said he grew up on a farm just outside a small town in Iowa. I'm sorry.
So that's 15th male and 18th overall.
We got the watermelon and salt strategy. And I didn't realize they also have pierogies at this aid station, which somebody just asked for.
Nice. It is about lunchtime, so.
Looks like we got our 4th place woman coming through.
Awesome. That's Ryan's. Oh, there's Sarah.
And there's Sarah.
All right.
She continues to look really calm and just relaxed going into each of those aid stations.
Yeah.
Really utilizing a lot of real food. Not seeing a ton of runners on the top field doing that, but
Yeah.
this is the second time we've seen her do that.
I saw Laura and Sarah carrying Spring, and we all know what happened with that, but it's
Sometimes you got to use up what you still
yeah, I mean, it's still the best real food fuel source, even if calories or whatever were off. Yeah, I think she had maybe a hill aid there. Yeah, not quite as.
That's
quick and
Scott
upbeat as
Hollis.
Sarah.
Scott Hollister from Colorado Springs coming in now. He's 40 years old and is in 19th place for men.
4th place woman is out.
Awesome.
All right,
Sarah was
Sarah.
quick. That was probably one of her quicker aid stations. She took a little bit more time in the first 2 that we saw her at.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
she
this-
came in with like a little bit of lower energy than the other woman, but she still looks solid. And you don't need to feel good right now. You just need to feel okay.
Yeah, and then you
Such
think
a good
about
point.
the splits with Annie's course record and such, that she's in a great spot. She
Yeah.
does not need to be too worried about a 5-minute gap or
And
whatever.
Sarah just left about 17 minutes after McKendry Hickory, who is the first place female currently.
Scott here is a father of 3 wonderful teenagers. From Colorado Springs. His favorite section, he says, is between Tin Cup and Hancock. He gets emotional in this section every time. He wishes everyone could see this section. It's pretty famous.
Yeah, I'm with them. Knowing the course, I think that would be my favorite section as well. Oh, we got Casey Lichtag coming through.
All right.
So that's our 5th place female.
Top 5 through or into the aid station by 11:21, or 5 hours and 21 minutes into the race.
And this is Casey's second time doing this race. Casey comes from Omaha, Nebraska, where she's a physical therapist. And she has a lot of ultra running experience.
Yeah, not too long ago, she ran Western States. Was that 4 weeks ago?
Yeah, for her 10th place, or for her 10th finish there. And she's been doing ultra since 2012. So she's probably a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah, 12 years of ultra running. And she is a fast runner.
Yes, someone that has a lot of leg speed. And, her training, she does a lot of miles. She doesn't quite get, the vert or the trails that a lot of these mountain runners do. But what she lacks in that, she makes up for in miles and volume.
Yeah, and look, she's using that uphill straw. That is a gift right there. A gift to being able to stay hydrated. And when it's kind of cooler, you can see gloves on, you can see people wearing hoodies and stuff.
She's rocking the one glove situation.
Well,
She's asking volunteers if they're going to do the race.
Just making some small talk.
Exactly.
She always seems to have really good energy.
Yeah, she's a smiler even when she's dying.
And as we mentioned, she did this Western States High Lonesome double back in 2021, and she was second here in 2640.
Did you guys talk about her sprint finish in 2021?
At High Lonesome?
Yes.
No, you go ahead and you tell us about it.
So, as you would expect, Casey is somebody to watch out for in the last part of the course where it's much more runnable. And so her and Silke on the, if you know the final climb, like the last, not even half mile, it's this paved road climb. It's an awful way to end the 100, an epic but awful way to end 100. And Silke was in front of her, but Casey closed hard, sprint finish, and Casey like edged Silke Coaster out, who's about to come, by just like a couple seconds. But
wow,
man, a sprint finish is never fun, but going uphill at altitude, that's like a whole new level.
Especially a
of
sprint
pain.
finish after a 26-hour plus effort.
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
exactly.
So you have another
Wow.
runner cooling off there. Not too many people are doing that, but I feel like it's smart no matter what the temperature is.
Yeah, if it's warm out, it is great to get wet and keep that cooling down, even if it's 70, 65, whatever. But yeah, I wonder if Casey is looking back and thinking about that finish right now of sprinting. That's that's it.
And it's amazing
That's a
to
tough thing
see-
to do at the end of a 100-miler, and I yeah. Be
It's
like,
amazing
oh, I
just
hope
to
I don't
see
have
how
to do that again.
she does at high altitude coming from sea level like that. And she wasn't out here early, and she doesn't really take like training trips to these high altitude places.
Yeah, it's really impressive. I think like the one advantage or what would mentally feel good is like you don't have the humidity out here as you do in Nebraska. So hopefully
Totally.
she's enjoying that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she won I'm Tough in 2023, Casey. And I know that she is also, I think she won the Bear. So she's very good at not having to acclimate too much.
She just makes sure she gets herself in really good shape before she gets on these start lines, and that definitely helps.
Yeah. Yeah, she won the Bear in 2016, 5th overall in 20 hours. Pretty impressive stuff.
She's been a lot of hundreds.
Yeah. There's that tricky turn that Mark
Yeah.
also stood.
Maybe they need to put another marker out there or something. It looks like it's stumping.
Yeah.
Quite a
And
bit
there
of
very
people.
well might have been, but it's on a road in town.
Absolutely. Someone might
Lots
see
of
it,
people do
pull
weird
it.
things with markers. But yeah, that's the green hat.
That was the green hat was Rachel, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep. And Rachel actually had a career as doing a lot of triathlon. She's been to Kona World Championships, I believe, twice.
Oh wow.
And she just got off the wait list a few weeks ago, so she didn't even know she was going to be running this race and still decided to show up. So she should be up into the aid station in a few minutes.
Yeah. I bet we're going to start to see some of the guys getting close to Cottonwood here. Because Jason Murphy left at 10:26. It's 11:27. So it's about an hour, and it's been 6 miles, maybe another. He's not running 10-minute miles going up that, but course, it is a descent in there too. But
We have all the judges.
So we have our top 4 women through St. Elmo, 1 so far. We should have a few more coming in very shortly. We see Rachel Norfleet. She works for Aravaipa. We can see her green hat.
And we,
before that,
this is
like
okay.
Sophie Quester.
Yep. So she's a Rocky Mountain runner, helped found the group. She's a legacy runner, one that has won this race, has been doing it since 2019. She's a friend. Her husband has won the race as well, but she's just, her and her husband are just the best people ever. There's everything you can imagine, the best parts of the ultra running community, and I love them. They love this race, so always good to see them here.
Yeah, and she has the most finishes at this race out of any females.
Good, how are you?
She looks like she's in great spirits.
She is, yeah. She was sleeping up on Antero, I think a couple weeks ago.
Oh my goodness. She works for an educational nonprofit, and she has a 6-year-old daughter. And one thing that gets her really excited about this race, she said, is that the 50-50 split of men and women in this race for the lottery. This is going to be her 5th. This is her 5th start at High Lonesome, so hopefully it'll be her 5th finish as well.
I'm sure she'll finish. She's just one of those people you just don't have a doubt that's going to finish.
She looks great.
Yeah, she does.
So that is our 6th place female. Casey was 5th. That was our 6th place female.
So that's who I was saying sprinted with Casey for the finish. I believe it was 2021, but I'm not positive on the year. But
Yes, you're correct. It was 2021.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for making sure I got my facts right.
Yep, you got your facts right. You're good.
Thank you.
You know, I think not only is it a festive Hawaiian tropical goodness there at St. Elmo, this is really kind of the party section of the course, because you get to go and see so many people. You know, you're not alone. You don't get quiet deep by yourself so much on this section, this you know, out and back. So you get to like have people to cheer and people to that are cheering for you, and that's pretty awesome. That's exciting. I like that guy's Schlarb shorts there, Ultimate Direction with the 360 waist belt. Yeah. Yeah, but this is a neat aspect. You know, not everybody loves the out and backs, but you do get that community.
Such a small out and back too, right? It's like the only out and back other than the start and finish on the course. So
That's a good call. Good call.
Oh, I think we're getting an aerial view of maybe Cottonwood.
yeah, I believe that's Cottonwood. Yep.
Okay.
That'll be the first crew spot. And our lead men should be arriving there shortly. So that's mile 31 in there. And like I said, they haven't seen their crew at this time yet.
Yeah, you could have that.
So I'm sure they're looking forward to that opportunity.
Yeah. That's exciting.
Looks like, is that another female that just came in?
Yes, another female coming through.
Is that Liz? No, that's Rachel. There we go. So she works for Aravaipa.
She looks great.
Yeah, she looks
Awesome.
really happy. Excited to be out there. She just got off the wait list a few weeks ago. She works with the partnerships for Aravaipa.
Oh, we've got a bladder and bottles.
She looks so
Correct me if
calm
I'm-
too.
She does. She's got her plan down, knows what she needs coming into the aid station.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Rachel's done a great job with our platinum sponsors, Rourke, amazing apparel, Morton, one of the best fuels in the world, 7,000 Feet Running Company here in Salida, and that beautiful white pack that you've got on, Sandy, from Osprey.
Yeah, and those aid stations are stocked with Morton gels, which is really nice. Pretty common gel. A lot of people tend to like it too.
Yeah, but it's premium and it's got
there-
a premium
there's,
price, so
Liz-
it's nice to have those on course. That's
Looks like
pretty
Liz
fun.
Canty is in the aid station as well. She lives in Castle Rock, Colorado. She's had a lot of success in some mountain races over the last couple years as well.
Mhm.
And you are. Well, your race, you're already killing it.
Rachel's looking great.
She's a full-time aero engineer. I know that she was based in the Southeast doing defense contracting kind of work.
Yeah, she has a very busy job, from what I understand.
Mhm.
You know, so she definitely struggles probably to manage the training with the job, but she still shows up on these competitive start lines. And like I said, I do think this course plays to her strengths.
Yeah. This is her race after the DNF at Cocodona, so she's pumped, ready to get this finish, doing well.
Yep, and she's running in 8th place right now, 8th female.
Top 10. There she goes.
A little bit more energy from her than we saw at Antero too.
Yeah.
In and out, didn't take too much time there. None of the top 10 men or women are taking too much time at these aid stations. But what they are doing is looking really calm and relaxed, and it seems like they all know what they want going into that aid station.
The only notable taking some real time at an aid station was Luke Nelson, which unfortunately I don't know what where he's at. We should check and see if Luke has left and moving forward. But yeah, not too much carnage here in the first 25 miles. That's a good thing. Yeah, I don't think Luke has checked out. Checking in at 10:07 at near Antero.
Yeah.
I can hear some music now. That's fun.
So when Jimmy Elam ran this race last year, he checked into Cottonwood at 11:29 a.m. and it's currently 11:36. So just shows like how fast he really ran this beginning section.
Okay, one water, one.
Yeah. Very, very good water.
And keep in mind for this aid station, where they're at, they've already gained over 6,000 feet in elevation. So they've done a lot of climbing to get to this point. And then they have even more.
Sandy, I think.
Yes,
Right,
good
yeah,
to
we
see
got
you.
Once they get into Cottonwood, they'll have climbed almost 9,000 feet.
Yeah, that's a stout beginning.
Yeah,
All right.
50K and 9,000 feet. That's a lot. So it's not an easy start.
No, I can't say it enough. It's good to get this tough section, these tough climbs in before it gets rainy.
It is possible that the rain passes, though. You just never know in Colorado. They should all be prepared and, physically and mentally for some weather patterns to change. But hopefully, maybe we can be a little optimistic and maybe it won't happen.
Yeah, I don't see any like dark thunder clouds. So even though it could rain, like if we just don't have thunder and lightning, that would be a great thing.
Yes, that's a good step. There are some rules set in place too. If it is storming and it is lightning, that does go with some of the generous cutoffs as well in case that does happen and runners have to stop for a few moments. But they also will stop the clock at some points if the weather does get very severe.
Oh, that's great. So it's not like forcing like runners like I got to keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely told to really just like use safety. Hunker down a little bit, get rid of your poles, try to get to lower elevation if you have time.
That's so smart.
So we have our top 8 women through St. Elmo. And they're all like relatively close together. There is quite a big of a gap between first place female and 8th place female going out of St. Elmo by 30 minutes. That's Christopher Miller, Blacksburg, Virginia. What? I say that because that's where I just moved from. So shout out to the East Coast.
I love running in Virginia. Some of my first ultras were in Virginia.
So you're probably familiar with David Horton and some of his ultras.
Yeah, those were the races I did. Mount
Yep.
Grindstone was my first 100 or my second 100.
Awesome. Yeah. Very familiar with the trails out there and the races. So he is a Blacksburg person and, coming from sea level, but moving really well.
He had a DNF here in 2019, it looks like, and he's back for revenge.
That's awesome. That's always a good motivator to come back after, not being able to complete what you started the first time.
Yeah. Yeah. And a motivator for when you're doing it the first time if you don't want to come back.
Just nail it the first time.
When you travel really far, it's like, okay, I've got to get this.
Definitely. There's so many elements when you are traveling, so many states away to get to these races, right? Like it's not just the altitude, it's the time change, it's the weather pattern. Traveling does take a lot out of the body.
Yeah. And it's a lot to ask for. Go ahead.
I just say from Denver to here, it's like around a 3-hour drive. So got a long flight, then a long car ride. It's not
there's no easy way to just show up right there.
Yeah. 3 hours sounds short to me, though.
Yeah, I feel like when you live in Colorado and you're used to traveling like around the state, it's not that bad, but I'm sure not everybody thinks that way.
Yeah, that's true.
Especially after like a 4-hour flight.
Yeah. Or you ask a European trail runner and they rarely go more than an hour.
Another female. Is this our 9th place?
Yep, that's 9th place female. That looks like Kelly Young, I believe, from British Columbia. Bib 64.
Another person grabbing some real food.
Yeah, you can see some of that pine beetle kill in the forest there. We're looking down at that nice trail. It would seem that the Colorado beetle kill has stopped for the most part, which is very nice. 10, 15 years ago. All right.
Place female.
Number 50 something.
56. Another British Columbia athlete from North Vancouver. That's Marie Legrand. And she is 48 years old.
She says she loves mountains and sharing passion for running with my family. She has 2 kids, and they are the best running partners. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, so all the women in the top 10, they're all in their 30s to late 40s. You don't have anybody under the age of 30.
That makes me think of how neat it is that Annie Hughes, the course record holder, definitely under 30.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rachel Norfleet, Air Vipe employee, is the youngest one in the top 10 so far at age 30.
So we have our 11th and 12th women.
So they're all
What's fun
running.
about this, like we have. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying they're all running pretty close together now.
Yeah, and what's great is like we have our top 12 women, but we have some very experienced women ultra runners behind them who've been around for a long time, with Chrissy Mail, Anita Ortiz, Helen Kaspal, can't say her last name, Helen Kaspalich, but all like very experienced people still coming up in the field. So it'll be fun to see what happens in the next part of the race.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Perfect. These are fabulous. Making sure I grab your trash so you don't pack it back. Nothing worse than
Lots of runners coming through. We're 5 hours and 44 minutes into the High Lonesome 100 mile.
And some of those top men should be coming through Cottonwood in not too much time.
Yeah, we're close. We're close.
No, I need my crew to see whatever my boundaries are. Thank you. There you go.
So yeah, from St. Elmo, they go up to over 12,000 feet before they drop back down, almost as much as they go up. Just above 10,000 feet, maybe 10.3. And then they make their way back up to the Laws Pass, which is a beautiful, beautiful scenic pass, and make their way back to Sandy.
Here at St. Elmo, we have Anita Ortiz, who just came in. She's been running mountains for a really long time. I believe she's on the U.S. mountain running team. I believe she lives in Eagle, Colorado still.
Mhm.
So somebody who's been in the sport for most of us, or longer than most of us have known about ultra running.
Yeah, that is true. She lives in Eagle, Colorado, which is a little bit farther west than Vail. They have some great, great trails out there, lots of mountain bike trails. And surprisingly, Eagle has a lot of good running even during the winter.
I believe that's Melissa, Sarah's sister. Sarah's currently running in 4th place right now. Sarah and Melissa both know how to approach an aid station, just staying really relaxed and thinking about what they need ahead of time before they even get there.
All right, there is Mark's bucket hat. I can see it in the aerial view as he approaches Cottonwood, I'd assume. Awesome, awesome. What a beautiful forest.
I'm curious if Jason is still ahead of Mark.
Yeah.
They left about 4 minutes apart from each other when they left St. Elmo.
Yeah. Mark's, I believe he got second place at Western States before. He's gotten podium at Run Rabbit Run before.
In 2023, I think he was 8th at Hard Rock. Sub 30 hours.
Yeah, that's a top. So he's got a lot of great Colorado mountain runs under his belt. Looking to add this one. And in a great, great position, either in first or second, we're going to guess. Moving into Cottonwood Aid Station, where he gets to meet up with his crew.
Yeah, it'd be pretty it's pretty likely that maybe we just missed Jason in this section on the camera. But like I said, they only left about 4 minutes apart from St. Elmo. So it'll be interesting. And I'll be curious to see how much time they spend at Cottonwood, because this will be the first time they've seen their crew. And, they've been running by the time they get there, it'll be about 6 hours they've been running, which they might need, restock on some fuel that they like, switch some gear out, maybe need a good morale boost from their friends and family.
Yeah.
Or maybe they'll be in and out. Jason's been very quick so far in all the aid stations.
Yeah. And, Mark, he might not even have a crew here. So we'll see what happens.
That's a good point. You can do all of these races without a crew, especially because you can have the drop bags, and there's plenty of aid stations, so it is possible to do it without a crew. I think it definitely adds a little bit more of a challenge. You're kind of out there by yourself, but it is definitely possible.
Yeah, wonderful to think that our leaders are coming into the almost 1/3 of the way done with the race. You can see Mark negotiating some trails through here. Oh, another out and back. He ran through the water. It looks like it's water through there. He was looking to avoid the water, but then went for it.
After a while, sometimes you just got to go straight in.
I know that section just from the way you guys are talking about. You just can't avoid it. Like you want to avoid it, and you look for it, but then you just realize there's no way, and oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's exactly what he did. He started to walk on the little side trail and was like, "This is too much of a detour I'm going through."
Yeah.
So you can see his poles out. He's been using his poles.
Yeah, he's been one that's kind of had them out pretty much most of the time.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, Mark's moving well. We can see him running pretty efficiently and fast. It's hard to tell from the aerial cam how steep or flat the
But he's
trail
definitely
is.
not walking, so
No.
That's always good signs.
From that water spot, it's fairly runnable. It's not as steep of a descent anymore. It means he's almost at the aid station.
Awesome.
Guess we'll be curious if he's the one that shows up first, or if Jason is getting closer to Cottonwood.
Oh yeah, we're all biting our nails, excited to find out who's going to be the leader at 1/3 of the way, almost done with the High Lonesome 100. Vert heavy first half.
Yeah, by the time they get into this first cruise spot, they've already climbed about 8,900 feet. So about 9,000 feet they've already climbed in that first 50K.
Yeah. So nearly half of the vert in the first third. I'm going to guess that Mark is wearing the Ultra Mount Blanc.
The regular one or the carbon one?
That I couldn't tell from here. But definitely he's got red shoes on. Ultra makes The Mount Blanc, I believe, in red and white. Looks like he's keeping a hold of his bucket hat a little better now. Okay, looks like we've got eyes on Mark from a video on the Rourke cam.
Someone in the chat said that Jason is running with no crew at Cottonwood. He insisted on that. He just has a drop bag.
Solo guy.
Maybe he wants to be really quick and likes to chat with his family and friends.
Yeah. Ryan on the chat believes that they're the Mont Blanc carbons.
Hey man, nice to see you. Yep. So you walking on?
Okay, so Mark is coming into the aid station of Cottonwood right now. All right, at 11:53. Oh, he just did another out and back.
Did he just mess up where to come in?
I think the entrance into the aid station is a little bit
confusing. There he is. So it looks like he passed Jason somewhere on coming back up into this Cottonwood Aid Station.
Yeah. So we have a new leader, Mark Hammond from Cottonwood Heights, ultra athlete. Big, impressive resume.
It looks like he might not even have a crew there either. It is pretty far to get to as well.
Yeah.
It's not an easy drive down the road.
Mark has a couple kids. I know that oftentimes to make such a big trip and stay up all night and all day, sometimes it's just best to be like, I'm good. I'll take care of it. So we've got, I think, Alex Nichols in second, along with somebody in a red hat. So Alex Nichols is just a minute back. And you said Zach?
I'm not sure who he's running with at the moment.
All right. So we've got
is Christopher Ham?
Looks like we have the top three in the Cottonwood Aid Station at mile 31.
And it looks like they all passed Jason Murphy somewhere into this transition to St. Elmo. Oh, that's yeah.
Oh, that's Chris Hames.
Yep, Chris Hames.
All right, so we got the top three guys in here.
They look great, nice and calm.
Yeah, Alex has got his vest off. Okay.
And they're also close. I feel like they have not been this close so far yet today.
No, all three together.
We haven't seen this many top men in the same aid station at once yet.
No. 6 hours into the race. Pretty impressive. Okay, Alex is rifling through his pack, taking things out. Going to probably put things in. How does it look from you on the ground?
You guys hear us okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Alex, out of drop bags, it looks like they opted to have a crew here, or they're just staying drop bag. And Chris ran here to see his crew.
Okay, so Chris has some crew. Mark and Alex do not have a crew. Alex is running around reorienting and
looks like they have a gear check too. Make sure they have that
the
required
mandatory
gear
equipment.
In there.
Okay.
So
mandatory.
At this aid station, all runners are required for a gear check for additional gear, I believe. So it looks like Alex is in gear check.
Yeah.
See who gets out of here first. Who goes Mark? He's here.
All right, Mark looks like he didn't. Oh no, he's looks like he's going to be leaving. No,
I think he still has to get his gear check.
Okay.
He still has to do his required gear check. You can't do that. You have to do that before you leave.
Oh, I can feel the stress here. You want to get this over with.
I know, especially because all those other guys are right there, and they have to be carrying a
whistle. It looks like Alex is first
gone.
Out of the aid station.
And Alex went straight to that gear check, and then I feel like he took care of himself, or got whatever he needed, or maybe he didn't really need that much of that aid station because he filled up at St. Elmo.
Yeah.
Alex was super efficient. He had a little bag in his drop bag, and he was able to just kind of grab what he needed out of his drop bag and put it in his vest. Got his food filled up, went to gear check, and it was pretty smooth transition for Alex Nichols.
Yeah.
Looks like
Yeah, so
Mark
he's leaving there and as the first male and heading
Yeah.
back towards St. Elmo.
Let's get that split. I'd say that was 11:57 or 11:56. So he's gaining seconds right now while everybody is playing with their bags. That's a little bit stressful. So hopefully Mark and Chris can get out of here, back onto the trail. Mark's putting his pack back on now.
Less than a minute of we do have a pretty big climb out of here. You know, you got 22 feet back up to Laws Pass out of this aid station. So it's a long descent here and a long climb back out.
All right, Mark's off. Yeah, we've heard that this descent down to Cottonwood and now ascent is the more technical section. So
Chris
There's
is
Chris
out.
Hames, he's out too.
all right,
Smart
representing
move by
the San
Chris.
Juans.
Yeah, from Durango. He dropped off his bag as he came in for gear check. Went to get his crew. Ate some stuff, got his fluids refilled, and then grabbed his bag and left. So
That's so smart.
all three of these guys were within about a minute and a half of each other. It looks like Chris is right behind Mark as they cross the bridge, leaving Cottonwood, heading up the climb.
Yeah, that's it's so interesting that 20, 30 seconds, oftentimes means absolutely nothing, especially in the first half of the race. But to leave the aid station leading feels different. Leaving the aid station in second feels different, and how you run from there, what you're thinking, how you're feeling, your motivation. All three of these guys were in there together, and all three of them could have come out first, second, or third. Now with Chris and Mark, they're with each other, but Alex was able to get away a little bit, and they can't see exactly how fast he's moving. They can't gauge off of Alex. Alex has got an advantage there, and it comes down to a little bit of luck and a little bit of really thinking it through and making sure you manage yourself in that aid station to do what you need to do and get out of there quickly. And it looked like Mark had 30 seconds, 45 seconds on these guys, but kind of didn't do the mandatory gear check
Well,
first.
dropping the bag first and then taking care of yourself while they're looking at your gear, that seems like just such a smart move.
Yeah. But I mean, Alex did go over there to his drop bag and do something. He moved some stuff in and out, but he went quickly right back over to the gear check, got that taken care of, got that out of there. And those little things right now can create gaps that are much bigger than that minute that we saw.
It's so
pretty
important to
impressive.
make sure you know where your drop bag is and what that looks like, and really highlight that out for you, ahead of the race, so you can go into those spots knowing exactly what you're looking for. So now you see that some of the men are passing each other, so they'll kind of have a good idea of where they're falling in the course. I believe that was Elon that just passed Mark and Chris.
Okay, coming in. Yeah.
Yep. So
Yeah.
Elon's coming. It looks like Elon was coming in, and they are leaving, heading back to St. Elmo.
Yeah.
So the only time in the course where you're really going to get a good idea of where you truly are at, for yourself too, right? Not relying on aid station people and your crew to tell you you're a few minutes back behind the next person. You get
Yeah.
to actually see that.
And it is every second counts here too, because the people coming in like Elam, they
Elon
see.
looking smooth on the descent, waving his crew on.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he has crew here. He's got some A+ people with him today, including John Raya.
Yeah, but I just every second that Elam is not at the aid station and sees the leaders leaving the aid station, those are special moments there. He's if I was there, and I'm sure a lot of these guys are looking at their watch saying, okay, I'm standing right here. These guys are passing, and they're making all these calculations, and they make an impact on your psyche. And so this is truly a critical aid station to get in, get out, and get out there to like keep those people from chasing you down. All right, we've got a little update here at the aid station. Looks like let's hear what you got to say.
Yeah, so we've got a couple things going on. We've got
Here's Elon coming in.
Elon coming in. He's heading over to his crew right now. Nice work. I'm going to get a few words. This Hamis's crew. What's your name?
Valen.
So she gave me a good little correction because we've been pronouncing his name wrong, but she said that happens a lot. So it's actually Hamis, correct? Hamis. Hamis. All right, guys, did it right. Try to do our best. How is he feeling?
He feels and looks great.
Yeah, he had a big smile on his face.
Yep.
Which is a good indication.
Yep, he didn't need anything before the aid, so he just took his drop bag and dropped some trash and
Yeah.
screws in.
And he looked like to pretend to drop his trousers.
He did, yeah. Our other crew member forgot to put pants in, so he would go back and do it.
Got it. And then what's he doing for nutrition?
Nutrition, goose, tailwind, water, honey stinger, and then the extra, he's trying to do some peanut butter pretzels, and then we have paydays and other like chips, onions, and sea salt and vinegar. But yeah, tailwind and goose and honey stingers are the main things.
Cool. And we noticed he dropped his bag for bag check before he came and saw you. It was a smart idea.
Yeah.
Is this something he premeditated?
I did.
You did?
I realized when they said that
Good strategy call by his crew. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right.
Go runners.
Yeah.
Great job. It's cool to hear that insight and know what the crew's doing and having some great success helping out their runner.
So we have Elon in the aid station right now. He is the 5th male. He's getting crewed right now by his coach, Mary Denholm, and Jonathan Rea, who just came off of a top finish at Western States. They will both be pacing him later. Mary picks him up at Hancock at mile 49, and I know Jonathan Rea is getting him to the finish.
Awesome. You can see some great teamwork here. A big
He looks
smile.
great. Good smile, cooling off a little bit. He took a little bit more time than everybody else, but he seemed just, it's the first time you do get to see your crew. So I think it is important to take those few extra moments and make sure you feel good. And, the top guys checked out at 11:58, and then Alex Nichols checked out at 11:56, so not that long ago.
Player.
6-7.
Player. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you guys mentioned, I think you come to this aid station and you've already done about 9,000 feet of climbing, 31 miles. So that's a tough 50K. So it seems like, taking care of yourself to this point, but then maybe taking a few minutes here to just make sure you got everything you need, get some extra calories down, because they came off a pretty high point of the course is pretty important. Seems like all of them are doing that.
Did you see who just ran in to the aid station?
It's 6-7.
He's the guy with the white hat.
Yeah,
What was his bib number?
67.
Okay, so that's Kevin Stewart.
Kevin Stewart.
Yeah, he's doing great. He's in a great position, not far behind the top 4.
Yeah, him and Elon really came into St. Elmo about the same time apart as they're coming into this one.
Okay, there's Jason Murphy.
We'll be curious to see what he does here and how he looks. He was leading the race up until this aid station.
Yeah.
So he got past somewhere on this climb and descent coming into Cottonwood.
No pulls.
No crew either, just a drop
Maybe he had
bag.
a stomach thing. Maybe he had to use the bathroom. We don't know exactly. Looking in the chat here, Ryan noticed that, or Hunter, I'm not sure who it was exactly, that Mark Hammond is wearing the Vanish Carbon, which is a
road
road shoe, which is surprising, but also not surprising, being that I've ran with Mark back in the day, and we used to both wear road shoes. I wore a road shoe for Hard Rock when I won. So it just depends. Oftentimes the lightness and lack of a big rubbery lug on the bottom is kind of an advantage. So maybe we have got Mark trying to shave those ounces and stay light and fast.
So although we're seeing the top men come in here, around noon, and we'll see probably the women come in maybe another hour or so, there is still a pretty big cutoff for this aid station. The cutoff is 6 p.m. tonight. So a lot of time for runners to get in here and see their crew tonight. And that's a 12-hour cutoff for the first 50K. Looks like Jason's taking a little bit of a moment, sitting down. Probably the first one we saw to actually truly sit down. Maybe just needs a little bit of a breather. Went out a little hot too. It is also a lot of pressure and just a lot more taxing on the body to lead a race.
Yeah. Yeah, Jason's getting a little massage maybe on his back. I'm curious what's going on. Maybe he's having a little bit of a low point.
Kevin Stewart looks like he's about to get out. Maybe I think he has to do his gear check first.
Yeah.
So quick gear check, and then he will be on his way to catch Elon.
Yeah, Jimmy, I do remember the Ultra Duo, but before that was the Ultra Paradigm. I remember wearing that shoe, and just having a shoe that is light, and oftentimes road shoes can end up draining better. So if it does rain, it's nice to have some lugs in the mud and have that extra traction, but oftentimes trail shoes just don't drain as well. So that might be an advantage as well that Mark maybe thought about a little bit. And he just likes how that Vanish feels. That's pretty neat. But yeah, more and more people just want light, fast, super shoe-like shoes on trails. And I love it. That's what I wore for Hard Rock. I can say that I have a shoe that's definitely under 9 ounces on my foot.
It looks so. Alex Nichols checked out of Cottonwood at 11:56 a.m. And Elon checked out at 12:05. So not a huge gap there, about 11 minutes or so. And the top three are very close together. Then Elon a few minutes back behind them.
Yeah, that was an exciting top three. That's
all coming in at the same time, especially because we haven't seen something like that so far.
I predict that we are going to see some movement. They won't all three be coming in to St. Elmo together. There's going to be some racing going on and some moves made.
I'm not sure any of them want to make like a huge move yet before St. Elmo, right? They want to maybe get into that aid station closer together, other than Alex Nichols, who really did pull off and said, see ya. He did not want to be with anybody. He wanted to be in and out. So, we'll be really curious to see when we go back to Sandy and see what St. Elmo's looking like.
Yeah, not likely holding hands, singing songs together. So I think it will be spread out.
It's definitely hard to know when to start making your moves in these longer races, especially these mountain races where, yes, they have climbed a lot so far. Yes, the course is going to start to ease up eventually, but it's still not yet.
Yeah. A lot of it, too, will be looking at each other, like saying, you know what? He looks like he's hurting. You know what? I know that I'm faster on the ups.
Yeah. Or getting that beta from their
on the downs.
Right.
Where am I going to use my advantage? It's time to go ahead and leverage that advantage a little bit because, oftentimes these races are decided, even though it is early right here, right now.
Yeah. Or getting that beta from their crew too, right? Hearing about how those other runners looked when they did come in that aid station. And if their crews are honest, we probably all have had opportunities where our crew is maybe not exactly sure how that other person felt, but they're going to tell you that their runner looks better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like when Mark and Alex and Chris Hames saw Jason, obviously struggling and slowing down, that's the time for a surge. Those three guys very well might have pushed to do that. They might have changed their pace because they see that opportunity. Yeah, again, update. Jason is still in the aid station, sitting. We don't know if it's a stomach, if it's a muscle thing. Yeah. I think we see there's Mark's bucket hat. He is not with anybody else. So yeah, Mark Hammond by himself, probably a mile or two away already.
You guys hear us?
Yes.
All right, so we're just going to give you a little top women come in on this gear check. So I'm sure a lot of people are curious about the gear check. So the runners will come over here. They're going to get their gear check. You guys tell us what gear you guys are checking for right here. What is on it? Oh, how's that? Yeah. I got mine. Got it. So if you're wondering what the runners have to grab here to leave for the rest of the race, that's what you got. The long sleeve, the buff, and a headlamp. So that's what most of them are throwing in their pack. I'm sure some people probably started with that, but most people will have it here in a drop bag or with their crew to just save weight for those first 30 miles.
Yeah. Thank you for that insight. That's why I think Alex went to his bag, because he needed to go and get that mandatory equipment that is going to be that becomes mandatory at this aid station. So he had to do that little bit of a juggle. That's why it's a little bit confusing in here, because you have to, meet your crew, get your drop bag, one or the other, adjust your mandatory equipment, which I bet a lot of the front runners, male and female, are doing, and then get it checked and get out of there. So that's why we had so much excitement, let's say, for those top three guys.
Especially with them all coming in at the same time. It does look like Jason Murphy is still sitting down. Hopefully he gets up out of that chair. He's just taking a little bit of a breather. We'll be curious. Maybe we can talk to that race volunteer right there and kind of get some intel. What's going on with Jason. He was leading the race up until, in St. Elmo, he was still leading at mile 25. So somewhere between 25 and the 50K, he did get passed by those top 5 guys.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's in a rush. He either wants to have whatever is going on pass, do a reset, or, yeah, I hope.
Sometimes you need that reset, though. It is a long day out there. Take it now. I always tell athletes too, like, take care of something small before it becomes a big thing, right? So maybe he just needs to take a moment there. Don't let little things become big things.
Yeah, it's good to see that he is doing things. He is working. He is not just sitting there like debating a drop or something. Doesn't look like. He's getting his gear. That's his drop bag, getting the stuff reorganized.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exciting times at 6 hours and 16 minutes of the High Lonesome 100 mile. We're at the first crewed aid station. We've seen a big lead change with Jason Murphy leading the first 20-some miles. And then now it looks like Mark Hammond, followed by Alex Nichols and Chris Hames out of Cottonwood, while Jason is still doing his thing, trying to figure things out here, whatever the problem that he is facing, doing a reset.
Yeah, Alex Nichols made a good pass in that aid station to get out of Cottonwood first. So as far as we know, he is currently leading the race. We'll see if there's a shakeup going out of St. Elmo, but he left Cottonwood 2 minutes earlier than Mark and Chris. And then 11 minutes earlier than Elon. Kevin Stewart, the 5th place male, he left there at 12:09, so he was about 4 or 5 minutes back from Elon as well. So a little bit of a spread there.
Yeah, I'm already getting excited to see how the ladies' race will play out at this critical 50K, 31-mile mark, mandatory equipment check spot. Because this is, this has been some shuffling of the placement so far with the men.
Yeah, and from Cottonwood, they do have to add to that mandatory gear list that we talked about. So from Cottonwood the whole way to Monarch, which is about mile 67, they do need to have additional pants. They have to have a pair of pants, an additional light, a beanie or some type of buff, and a long sleeve shirt. So they are adding a lot more things to their pack at this point.
Dollar Store Anton says Jason is trying to get more airtime on the live stream. Well, he's definitely got our attention. That is true. Yeah. It doesn't. He's definitely done no puking. When he came in, I did notice that volunteer crew or volunteer worker there was giving some massaging on his back.
Maybe it's someone he knows too. He is a local, so he has seen a lot of familiar faces at these cruise or these aid stations. So maybe it's a friend helping him out too.
Yeah. I bet Jason knows half the people at this race, volunteers.
We can get into this one, obviously. So the legacy guys, you get in every year.
And we haven't seen any other men come in at this point either. But our next couple men will likely be Nico, Jeff Brownrigg. How do I say it? Oh, what'd you call him? Mango Mike?
Mango Mike and Jana Banana.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see what female is leading. But she shouldn't be too far behind either. The top women did not leave St. Elmo that far away from Jeff Brownrigg.
Okay, we've got a hug. Jason is moving in the right direction. This is great news.
It's always good to get out of a chair. Sometimes it's really tough, though.
Local hero right here. I hope that he's done with the gear check, but if not, he's
No, I think he has to go to the gear check first.
Okay.
Yeah, he hasn't done the gear check yet, so that's what he's currently doing, making sure he has all that stuff in his pack. Some of the things that I mentioned, in addition to the things that they have to have on them all time, which is the whistle, the bivvy, at least 1.5 liters of able to carry water, an emergency light, waterproof jacket, and a cup. So they have nice, big, heavy packs throughout this day. That's for sure.
Nice, safe.
Safe, yes, exactly. And
nice,
honestly,
safe packs.
I don't know about you.
Sore shoulders.
Yeah.
Like I could say just running hard rock with almost nothing. My shoulders are sore from just carrying my water.
Better.
But hopefully these people that getting prepared for High Lonesome, kind of like getting ready for a UTMB race. You've got to go run around.
Yeah.
With not just sports bra or no shirt guy kind of thing, and wear the weight. Because those shoulder muscles need that workout.
Yeah, for sure. And there really is no reprieve. Like, you do have to carry these things. At Monarch, you can finally drop the extra clothing, but you still have to carry the additional things that I mentioned. That's an all-time thing. And they will check that gear again. I believe they check it at Monarch.
Yeah, Jimmy on the chat said that they did it twice last year. So
I have that yesterday. I am. What did you guess?
I mean, Jason's body language is good. He's not. It doesn't look like he's pouting or anything. He's putting on his pack.
No, he's having some constant. He's just moving forward. Just needed to take a moment.
Yeah.
It's always nice to see someone get out of a chair too after sitting there for a little bit. So
he's thanking the crew aid station. And we've got Jason out. And he's still in the top 10, and it is early, but it's definitely something happened there. That was a big change from the first 20-some miles. All right, with Jason Murphy heading out of the aid station, local hero from Salida, we're going to do an ad break.
Altra running shoes help you stay comfortable and stay out there. With room for your toes, you can run the way you were designed to. Because you get better inside by getting outside. So get out and stay out. Run wild. Run free. With shoes made to actually fit feet, you'll get comfort and performance you have to feel to believe. Stay out there with Altra.
Every day, I open 7,000 feet for Salida, Colorado. Here, we are about community. Running here is more than putting one foot in front of the other. You run in the footsteps of those before you, next to you, and after you. Running in this small mountain town means being part of something greater than yourself. It isn't just the shoes, it's where the shoes will take you.
All right, we're back to beautiful Sawatch Mountains. Look at that beautiful creek.
So we finally saw Jason Murphy leave that aid station of Cottonwood. He did spend about 15 minutes there, so a lot longer than most people. And now we have Jeff coming into the aid station.
Jeff Browning, go Bronco Billy. He is in at 6 hours and 23 minutes.
And I imagine his crew is so dialed and he knows exactly what he wants. So I can't imagine he's spending too much time here. He will have to do that gear check, though. He has not done that yet.
I've forgotten this guy's name, but he was hanging out with Jeff in Cunningham at Hard Rock.
Yeah.
Jeff coaches this guy. He's really, really a cool guy. Helping him out, figuring these things out. Hopefully he can manage his pack and get out of here pretty quick. Yeah.
So I believe Jeff is in 7th place right now, coming in, and Jason just left, so I'll be curious to see if he gains some more traction on him.
Yeah, I think that opening shot, not only was it beautiful with the creek, but you could see Jason Murphy just leaving the front.
Yeah, and that's definitely got to motivate Jeff a little bit,
Of course.
especially because he knows that he had a much bigger gap on him a little bit ago.
Yeah. Knowing Jeff and knowing his strategies and his strengths, he is just licking his lips, looking to get onto that podium with the carnage in front of him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. And I keep saying over and over again, but just as a veteran, he does look so calm and just so relaxed going into these aid stations. And I just think that's so important.
Yes, it is. We've got a comment from Marissa, who's definitely a veteran of this race, that last year there was a lot of drops at Cottonwood. It's super early. We've only had 7 people come in, but the difference is you can see a little bit of a breeze on that osprey tint. You can see that it's not super bright sunny. We've got rain forecasted for the next 9 hours. So
yeah, last year I believe the combo of the really high altitude and that heat got a lot of people. Look at that big pack. He is in and out.
Bronco Billy out with the help of Chris. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that on the chat.
He's likely going to be working towards trying to chase Jason down, maybe get in him before Elmo, or get to Elmo before him.
Yeah, I think Jeff is moving well. He's in a good spot. Yeah, I can see people putting on a little bit more clothes. I think that breeze is kicking up because I think some rain's coming. That's my guess. When it gets windy and it's afternoon, which it is now, 12:26, we can expect a little bit of precipitation coming.
So when Annie Hughes ran this race in 2022, as we mentioned, she has the current course record. She got into Cottonwood at 12:59 p.m. So we're still a little bit far away out from that, but the top women were ahead of that. I believe McKendry Hickory was the only one that was ahead of her course record split. So I'll be curious to see where she is when she comes into this aid station. I'm not sure who that is. I missed the bit.
I always forget this guy's name. He looks like he's wearing the same kind of outfit as.
We'll probably memorize the outfits just as soon as
he
we're.
looks too similar to
Nico. I believe it's Nico.
Nico. All right. Nico Devaris.
I believe.
Okay.
He's
All
stuck
right.
in slow motion.
Yes.
Yep, that's Nico coming into the aid station. So we'll see how much time he takes there. And he's been running pretty close to Jeff at the last couple aid stations as well.
All right, back over to
Antero.
13,000 feet. Yeah, I think
Guess
that,
we're at Antero. What did we say? The cutoff for this aid station is 1 p.m. So we are approaching that. Still have another half hour or so. But hopefully runners keep making their way through there.
Awesome. Awesome. We don't have any audio right now for this aid station, but we're definitely getting some of those people. Oh,
So
what's the scene there at Antero? What's going on?
Each one back up because they weren't smart enough to take them. So that's why now we marked
Can you hear us?
It's in the morning.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear
no
me?
way.
Yes, we can.
Two.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
We got one more in the aid station. Got 3 more to come
That's
through
cool.
here. Another one's coming down the road. If you can see that.
Awesome.
We got a nice view of those rocks. They are not nice rocks. Those are ankle breaker rocks.
Yeah, no sprinting into the aid station here.
Red and black. One of my favorite color schemes.
Awesome. Super soldiers.
Looks like her bib is hiding under her tutu.
Yeah. Having a good time. There's a smile. That's what it's all about right there. That's great. Has 30 minutes to spare.
Oh man, what can I get for you?
Coming in well before the cutoff. That's great.
I went it on the flat. Cool. Martin, you got it. I'll work on that.
I believe this is Lydia Rios from Manville, Texas.
All right.
So, whole way from Texas to tackle these gnarly mountains.
Glad we got that. Yeah, last one tonight.
She's not using the Texas wheelchair.
A lot of people in the chat really appreciated that reference and did give you a good laugh. They said they will not cancel you.
Okay. Because you know what? I've had fun on a Texas wheelchair. It's a great way to get into the mountains. And, you know, in my neck of the woods in San Juans, for the most part, almost without exception, people are courteous, people are kind. They're loving being out in the mountains, and that's awesome.
I always say it's not my job to tell people how to enjoy the outdoors.
Absolutely.
So I try to think about that. I never get too mad when I see just someone out there. As long as they're respecting the environment around them, I think that's all that matters.
There's a lot more potential for bad things to happen when you're in the wheelchair, though.
Anyway.
Okay.
Someone in the chat, actually, Nikki in the chat just said that having done this race before, that they tend to see a lot of people, you know, struggle a lot more after that second time they get to St. Elmo's.
Yeah.
But like I said, last year heat was a big factor, and they're not having that same thing this year.
Yeah. When you get to St. Elmo's, you've had 3 stout climbs that all are above 12,000 feet. You know, and they're the steepest ones. You know, you can look at this course profile and just see obviously that first 5,000 foot, but then you got that 2,200 foot up down, and then you know after that the climb, you know, up past Tin Cup is a little bit more gradual. The descent is definitely more gradual down to Hancock, and then it's a small climb after that. So you only have one more big climb once you've done these, you know, out and back to Cottonwood.
Yep.
So it really is, you know, those are the 3 big tough climbs there, and then after that you just have kind of 2 a little bit more friendly, I feel like.
They look friendly on paper.
Yeah, and you don't have to go up to 13 anymore too, which is nice.
That'll definitely help. You know, by the time they get to St. Elmo the second time, they have already climbed 11,000 feet. So that knocks out just about half of the vertical gain right there in 38 miles.
Yeah.
A little bit less than half, but pretty close. So they're on Antero right now. Lydia's making her way through. She's 30 minutes under the cutoff, so still making really good time. Her next cutoff will be St. Elmo 1, and she needs to get there by 3:30 p.m.
Okay, we've got another runner coming in.
So these runners will have another 3 hours to get to the next checkpoint.
Yeah, down to St. Elmo. Yeah, this is from the race leader to these ladies coming in. That's technical. That's tough to walk, run,
yeah,
hike, whatever.
Absolutely. And I believe this is Tara Young from British Columbia.
16.
168.
Awesome. That's a big trip from the British Columbia. She definitely can handle the rain this afternoon.
Yep, so she's still moving well, still 30 minutes under the cutoff as well, but they will have to get to St. Elmo in the next 3 hours.
It's challenging to be at 13,000 feet. She's definitely far away from consistent high altitude, typically in British Columbia.
Yeah, and that'll be another 9 miles to travel too. So, fortunately, they do have a long descent.
We did the high point. Hello, I'm ready about you.
And then they have until 6 p.m. to get to Cottonwood.
Is that what? Yeah, I think so. Let me double check.
Tara says in her comments, response to the questionnaire, slow and steady, finishes the race, here to take it all in and enjoy every minute of the views. I've always wanted to visit Colorado, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity, and it absolutely is. Just watching it from the cabin here, I'm enjoying the views. I'm sure she is too.
Yeah, and Lydia is leaving the aid station. Just want to give her a shout out. She wrote that she's a solo parent of 4 young men, and they're domestic violence survivors for over 10 years, and she's out here just really conquering her fears.
That's fantastic.
That works. If that works.
So that was Lydia Ross from Texas leaving the aid station. We still have Tara Young in there. And then they have 3 hours to get to St. Elmo. So far, it doesn't look like any of our top women have come through Cottonwood yet.
The Cottonwood checkpoint is on Cottonwood Pass, right? They are up and over laws or whatever. Back.
Yeah, it seems like it's sunny still there.
Yeah, no bad weather at
clouds.
13,000 feet, so that's really exciting. That means all of the runners have gotten through the highest point without any severe weather storms, so that's awesome.
Yeah, we just had a little bit of sprinkling. I remember when they cleaned off the lens for a second,
Mm-hmm.
and then we had the drone come down because it was starting to rain a little bit. So yeah, fairly pleasant, nice and cool. A little bit of a breeze at Cottonwood.
Awesome once you drop a couple thousand feet. Yeah.
I'm excited to see if those ladies come in faster than Annie did. This is going to be an interesting point at Cottonwood.
Yeah, and so for reference, Annie came into Cottonwood at 12:59, and it's currently 12:35.
All right, she's out.
So I believe that is the last runner to come through the Antero Aid Station.
That's fantastic. Everybody through at 12:35. Go Tara.
Actually, there might be. I believe there's one more. That was the final female finishers through Antero, but I believe there's one more male waiting to come through Antero.
Okay.
Makoto from New York.
He's got 25 minutes. He's got this.
Not bad, man. My name's Andrew. Chuck. I'm sorry, man.
You know, when it starts to get this close to like a cutoff window too, those aid station volunteers are so eager to help these people and really get them out into the next aid station.
Yeah, it's like
For them, it's all about getting one section done at a time.
I go back to Arizona for a year. Right. Drink beer. How dare you not?
Yeah, you know, so many races that I've done, I've come in hurting, tired, maybe even doubtful of how I'm running or continue on in the race, and you just get those cowbells ringing, you get cheering, you get somebody smiling, helping you out, just like what's going on right here.
The last finisher to come through Antero. Last starter. Hopefully he's a finisher too. This is Makoto, bib 167. He's 55 years old and from New York. So I'm sure those aid station volunteers are going to work really hard to get him in and out of there, just so they can send him on his way and get to St. Elmo in time.
I had a sweeper shift that night.
Okay. Yeah. What were you sweeping? St. Elmo.
So it also looks like we have an update that our first female has gone through Cottonwood. She came through at 12:37, so just a minute ago. And that's McKendry Hickory from Oak Creek, Colorado, right outside of Steamboat Springs. So she is still holding her lead and running really strong.
What is that, like 20 minutes faster than Annie 2 years ago for course record pace?
Yeah, it will be really interesting to see how that pans out the rest of the day. But she is running strong and taking a lot of time off that so far.
Man, that's incredible. That's so fast.
I just hang out wherever there's like a sweeper changeover. We'll be handing you the in-range. Yeah, exactly.
Looks like McKendry's also running in about 11th place right now overall.
Woo. Close to that top 10 overall. That's exciting.
We've had our 10th male check into Cottonwood as well. That's Mike Cassidy from Ridgeway. So he checked in at 12:37, and then McKendry just checked in at 12:37 as well. So she's just about in the top 10. And here we have our last starter to get into the Antero Aid Station. Still well under the cutoff, still has 20 minutes, so he does just need to get to St. Elmo by 3 p.m.
Soldiering down, that's awesome. McKendry says that her first name was her grandmother's last name.
No, it's threaded. Got out there, great. Welcome in. Well, because that was leaking. Yeah. How can we help you? All right. Welcome in. New York City. Yeah, New York City.
So McKendry's still in Cottonwood. She did just get in. We'll see how long it takes her to do the gear check and maybe check in with her crew. But she is currently the lead female.
One scratch.
About 20 minutes up on course record too.
20 minutes is significant at 31 miles, 50K.
Yeah, definitely.
That's a lot of time.
Anyone's here?
Yeah, and to think that Javelina is her race.
Yeah, I was gonna say I did it.
Yeah, and you know,
this is the opposite. Of
as long as she can get through these mountainous sections feeling good and taking care of herself, that last part of the course is really going to play to her strengths of speed. Now, she does have some mountain background as well. She has won Never Summer, I believe. She won the 100K in 2023. So she does have a good mix of mountains and speed experience.
Yeah.
So seems like a really good course for her. I'm really excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah.
And there's our last starter making his way, getting taken care of by these crew members. From here, he'll have a nice long descent. Hopefully kind of get him going again.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's beautiful up there.
He is from New York, New York. That's pretty awesome that he's out here climbing to 13,000 feet, running a 100-miler. Still got 20 more minutes to get out of this aid station. He's doing great.
So it looks like McKendry has been in and out of Cottonwood. Our first place female, she left Cottonwood at 12:41. So she spent about 4 minutes there doing the gear check, maybe checking in with her crew, making sure she's good since that was the first time she got to, see them.
Yeah, 4 minutes is good based on, the top 8 or so guys that we watched go through. That's fast. That was good.
Yeah, definitely fast. She's been pretty efficient all day too, and in really good spirits. So we'll see her again hopefully at St. Elmo and see how she's doing. But it looks like she's currently running in 10th overall. She left that aid station in 10th.
Okay. That's fantastic.
All right, so all the starters are through Antero on time, which is really exciting.
Yeah, that's the high point of the course. It's the biggest climb. Everyone's through. They're ready to party the rest of the course.
Awesome. Right, that was last one, right? I'm gonna double check.
All right, thank you to all these people spending the afternoon, morning, up high, helping everybody out.
Yeah, it's not a lot of work just being up that high too. Now they got to clean up there. Everything feels harder that high.
I think that they're all having fun. And everyone has a hat on, keeping the sun off their face.
Yeah, it looks like people shed their layers too, so it's probably not as cold as it was, a couple hours ago when we saw those top people come through.
Definitely this morning, almost everybody's wearing a raincoat.
Even the runners had some extra layers on as well, including gloves.
Yes, you can't forget those satisfied gloves. I can't wait to see Sarah in Durango. She's annoyed by this, or if she thinks it's funny. I think it's the latter, but we'll find out.
So Laura Hansen was our our female running in second place so far. She left St. Elmo about 9 or 10 minutes after McKendry. So we'll be curious to see when she comes into Cottonwood.
Mm-hmm.
Grab a banana. No. What? Get a little close. Okay.
Great stuff. Again, we want to thank presenting sponsor Altra, but also all of our platinum sponsors, Osprey, making amazing packs, making some great running packs now. Osprey's always made great backpacking backpacks. It's great to see a Colorado business excel in this market and make some really innovative gear. 7,000 Feet Running Company in Salida, providing this whole Arkansas Valley and people from abroad with great running gear. Go see their shop. It's right down in Salida. It's an awesome store. One of the best gels, most innovative in the world. Morton sponsoring a trail race, which is awesome. You see them in road running all the time, and the world's best triathlon, cycling. It's great to see them sponsor this race. And then lastly, Rourke, the super cool apparel company. Thank you for all of your sponsorships. And of course, Law's Whiskey House, the name of the pass that our runners right now are all kind of pushing and battling to get up, down, and then back up and down. So it's one of the most scenic spots on the course. Appreciate Law's sponsoring the race and giving all the finishers this beautiful bottle of whiskey.
Hasn't been cracked open yet.
Yeah.
In case anyone was wondering.
I feel like commentators, we should be able to drink the whiskey. that we get, not the whole bottle, but
just like a little serving, just a little sipper.
Maybe by 37 hours it could be.
Yeah, that'd be a good game. Once runners get into St. Elmo for that second time, they will hop back on a nice mining road to kind of give their legs a little bit of a break and kind of reset after some of this like rugged terrain they're going to see. And then I believe they'll be hopping back on to the Continental Divide Trail. It should be like a few miles below the summit of Tin Cup Pass. So that's kind of what they'll be having up ahead after they leave St. Elmo for the second time.
Yeah, Tin Cup, 11,000 feet. Really, really famous. I haven't been up there. I've heard about it so many times, and it's kind of a catchy name too. But there's a lot of great places on the course that racers get to look forward to. If you haven't been to the area, there's Monarch Pass, which has a ski area, and it's also a paved highway that goes up there to the ski area.
Yeah, and one of the most accessible places on the course to see people and get to your probably the easiest place.
Yes, definitely. That's a beautiful pass. There's a scenic gondola that you can take at the pass during the summertime. Looks like something from the 60s or 70s, little gondola that goes up. It's a great way to get up high and see from the aerial aspect the beautiful Sawatch Mountains on the tail end of the Sawatch Mountains.
And just want to check in on some other people today. John Davis, who finished Hard Rock last Sunday, he's also running High Lonesome right now, and he is making his way. He's checked in and out of St. Elmo for the first time, so he is still trucking along. He just had like a 41-hour finish at Hard Rock finished last Sunday, so he's moving well on the course.
Wow.
Yeah, but that seems pretty unreal as you're sitting in this spot right now.
I was just thinking about that, like, I'm ready for a break, you know? My legs need to just move. They're sore, they're swollen, and this incredible athlete is out there rumbling another Hard Rock qualifier. So
yeah.
that says something right there. Just 6 days after finishing Hard Rock.
And another shout out to Katie Williams. She is bib 89. She's the one, she got cut off at Raspberry Gulch last year. And so she is looking for some redemption to try to finish this. I'm sorry, in 2022, she got cut off at Raspberry Gulch, which is the last aid station, about mile 93 or so. So she's moving really well. Also has checked in and out of St. Elmo for the first time. So she's well ahead of course cutoff at this point.
Yeah,
yo, that's a B1. Hell yeah.
Really amazing stories that is being told here at High Lonesome this year is Chrissy Mell, Kathleen Egan, and Jenny Jurek. Kind of, maybe they're not running right next to each other holding hands, but they are all three running this, and they have backpacked 500 miles together, and this is a fun new chapter for them. Chrissy is an amazing accomplished Hard Rock and UTMB winner, and they're out there sharing this, enjoying it. As Jenny says, I love sharing miles with my girlfriend, so I'm excited for these three to do that on this special race on this course.
Yeah, and just another update from the women's lead pack. Laura Hansen has now checked into Cottonwood at 12:47, so about 10 minutes she clocked in after McKendry got in. McKendry has gone since then. Laura is still in there, but she is running in second place right now. She's from California, probably spent a couple weeks out here in Colorado training and acclimating to the weather and the altitude, so looks like she's moving really well today. And both of those women are under course record pace at this point.
Yeah, by second place here by a number of minutes. That's really impressive.
Yeah, she's in and out. She was actually only in Cottonwood for 3 minutes. She actually just checked out at 12:50, so just right about now. So she was very quick. She probably got a surge and some motivation by seeing McKendry kind of leaving that spot. So that's such a great moment to see that where your second place person is.
And she got to see McKendry being in 10th place overall. So she only saw 10, 12 people, and that's
super exciting. And that puts Laura in 13th place too.
Yeah, pretty exciting, or very exciting.
So at this point, we also have our top 11 men all through Cottonwood as well. And we have 12th and 13th in the aid station. They have not left yet, but they are still there, getting taken care of and getting their gear checked at this point.
Yeah, and just to refresh, if you didn't see those top three male runners, they all three left within 2 minutes of each other in Cottonwood on the way out. Alex having a couple minute lead on Mark Hammond and Chris Hames basically leaving at the same time together after Mark came in first. And then the big news for the race leader, Jason Murphy, is in 6th place now. Had some kind of issues, had a low point, whatever. He's back out and in 6th place on his departure. I guess that was 27 minutes or 25 minutes after Alex left. So a lot of movement there for those top three. But yeah, and then Elon Lieber was the 4th place runner. Just what is that? 7 minutes back from 2nd and 3rd place. So very close. It's only 31 miles into the race. We got lots of time, but as almost always, there's exciting things going on this front end loaded, super technical, super high, very difficult High Lonesome 100 mile.
And Jimmy Elam's course record split, just showing you guys how impressive that was last year in the heat. He got into St. Elmo 2 at 12:50 p.m. and that's the current time. And our men are not quite there yet, but he was running so fast last year.
No, I don't even know if they've gotten to the Laws Pass. I think that or if they are, they just got there. It's pretty impressive what Jimmy did. It's pretty impressive what Jimmy does every time he goes out and races. So
yeah, for sure. Such a strong runner. I feel like the competition of this race has picked up quite a bit in the last couple years too, which is really exciting to see. And I know High Lonesome making a lot of waves to continue to make it competitive. They do have some entry access for professional athletes. And it looks like we are at Cottonwood. We're back at Cottonwood.
Got us?
Yeah. Can you fill us in on what we've missed?
Yeah, we must have cut out because it started raining a little bit here. So luckily no hard rain. But yeah, McKendry came in and looked really strong. She looked super fresh, had a killer attitude, quick change, grabbed some gels, grabbed her required gear, and was out. It was super impressive. And then a few minutes behind her, you guys reported, Laura Hansen came in. She also looked super strong. She had probably one of the quickest transitions we've seen today here, and just a few minutes ago. So those are we've had two emails come through, and we're waiting on third, probably coming in very soon.
Awesome. Thank you for the update. Exciting stuff. Both
we
with
got
the men's.
McKendry's, somebody to crew in for McKendry. We're going to get him a couple of questions. Tim, right? So we're here with Tim, who is crewing for McKendry, who is currently sitting in 3rd place in the women's race. She looked awesome. Did she feel good?
Yeah, she's looking super relaxed. She's stoked to be out here, and looked really strong. So really happy for her.
Yeah, so it looked like she had a really quick change, had a big smile on her face. What was she doing for nutrition?
She's just sticking to, doing a little bit of solids and then some foods and rock techniques. So, pretty standard, I suppose.
Awesome. And then the next spot you guys will see here will be Hancock.
Yep, we'll see her at Hancock. She'll get her piece ready for that. So,
cool. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it. We have a slew of runners coming in right now. Well, 4 to be official. Looks like 2 of the next females leading the pack with maybe 2 guys behind them. So stay hot here because we'll get some action going.
Okay, awesome. We're about to have some new hosts, some fresh blood for the commentary coming in here, but maybe we'll see these 2 ladies come in and then do a switch. Thank you for your reporting and keeping us updated. This is an exciting spot at Cottonwood here.
If I'm going off visuals, it looks like Jana and Sarah O is my guess. So
All
we'll
right.
see if my guess is correct.
Right around that course record pace still.
Yeah, and Janice ran this race before. Sarah has not, but Sarah does have a lot of 100-mile experience under her belt.
Yeah.
100-mile and 100-mile plus distance experience, I should say.
Yeah.
So that's Jana right there,
And
in the
Sarah.
red pack with the sun shirt, and then there's Sarah trekking right behind her.
Yeah, and that looks like a situation where they're working together, staying with each other, pushing, keeping it legit pace there.
Yeah, and they're not too far behind.
Course record.
Yep. Laura left this aid station at 12:50 p.m. 12:50 p.m. So not that long ago. Be curious to see how long these women take in the aid station. Most people have been taking a little bit, except for Laura. Laura has been the quickest one.
Yeah, the ladies both 3 and 4 minutes for first and second is pretty impressive. Looks like it's all business right now too. They both want to be able to at least leave together, or maybe get a little bit of an advantage, and start their campaign towards that second
and it looks
place
like
lady.
Jana has a drop bag that she is looking for. I'm not sure if Sarah has a crew there.
Yeah, I think that Kyle might. No, it
We
doesn't
see her
look
in the
like
corner
Kyle.
over there with the red hat. I don't really see a crew with her.
It looks like they both are just doing drop bags.
Drop
I don't
bags.
see any crew for either of them. So.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, Cottonwood's not the easiest place to get to. It is pretty far out of the way.
Yeah.
They both look to be in great shape.
85.
Yeah, that's
95.
fantastic.
Having a lot of
Front back.
So.
Yeah, no one looks rough coming into this aid station, which is really exciting.
Yeah, Jason Murphy was a little bit down and out, but
He got back up.
yeah.
We did get some intel from the guy helping Jason Murphy here at the aid station. His back was cramping.
Okay.
So they were able to kind of rub it out. He had no intention of leading the race. He was just running his own race and said he ended up off the front, and it is what it is.
It looks like Jenna is getting towards that gear check and gonna get out of here pretty soon, which would be a very quick transition on the day. But that kind of checks out with the other one she's been doing too. She has not really been spending too much time at the aid stations. All of these women have been so efficient.
Yeah, this is amazing business. These ladies are on top of their game. They're on course record pace. They're in third and fourth, working together. There's so much exciting miles to come. Okay,
She is heading
Jenna's
out.
Or, yeah.
Yep, she did the gear check. She's in good shape. She's walking out of there, looking really good. Her transition was so fast.
Yeah, right at 7 hours.
Yeah, so she spent about 3 minutes in there, which is about the same as Laura Hansen spent in there, and that's a lot less than a lot of the men that have come through as well.
That is true. And, we've seen Sarah's approach, along with her sister, to be a little bit more relaxed. So that kind of makes sense that she's not quite out yet. Maybe she's having some more pancakes.
I can confirm that Sarah's over here having a buffet. So.
Oh man, I knew it.
She's really into the real food. We've seen her eat mostly real food when she gets into these aid stations. But like I said, she is familiar with that long distance type of racing styles. So, you do have to rely on real food during those.
Yeah.
And with something with a mountain 100 miler where you are doing a lot more hiking, you're moving a little bit slower compared to something, maybe like a Western States or like a Javelina 100. You are moving a lot slower, so it is easy to get some of that real food down.
Yeah, can you see burrito or is it pancake?
It looks like either Super Coke right now, but I can confirm I saw some watermelon, maybe some chips or a little quesadilla or something.
Oh,
This year,
wonderful.
over here by the Osprey tent. Big
Yeah.
shout out to Osprey for all the tents here. I think we got 5 or 6 Osprey tents keeping us dry. Here she
Okay.
goes.
There she
Good job,
is.
Sarah. Keep
So
it
she
up.
hasn't. She didn't take too much time either. She's only was about a minute back. But I think she might still have to do her gear check.
And a big smile. What a champion.
Yeah, she still needs to get her gear check. So that's going to be about another minute or so.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, you know, having done a lot of mandatory pit checks my 5 times doing UTMB, sometimes it's best, like I can see that she has that Ziploc bag where you can kind of see all of your stuff. That's key. You want to, you know, make it so it's visible.
Yeah.
You can get out of there quick.
Yep.
'Cause you know, Sarah does not want to open up that big Ziploc baggie. Perfect.
So she's leaving about 2 or 3 minutes after Jana just left, but still not that much time.
Yeah. Yeah, she's confident. She's smiling. She's in a great spot. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, and eating that real food early on is going to be so helpful, just making sure she is full. And like I said, just goes back to what we've been talking about, just taking care of yourself so early on. And she's getting those calories in.
Yeah. Yeah, she's making me hungry. All right. So we're going to go ahead and hand it over to some fresh blood, as we said. Dawn and Amelia are awesome. Thanks for everything. And I'll try to think about going mold back.
We got your back. Stop. We got your back. We got it.